Wang Xian teleported a few times and found an entrance to the fourth level. He moved his body and entered the fourth level directly. The fourth level was slightly higher than the third level. However, there weren't many higher levels. Generally speaking, the strongest demonic beast in the fourth level was a level 6 overlord of the universe. The fifth level was the limit of level 7 universe masters. The sixth level was level 8. The seventh level was level 9. The eighth level was the pinnacle level. As for the ninth level, it was rumored that there were 4 limbs falling from the heavenly Yuan destiny realm. After time, powerful demon beasts were born. The demon beasts on the ninth level were very strong, but it was unknown how strong they were. Of course, they definitely hadn't reached the heavenly Yuan destiny realm. They might be comparable to spatial cultivators who were at the peak of dominance. The details were still unknown. After Wang Xian arrived at the fourth level, his body moved and quickly searched for demonic beasts to hunt. At the same time, Wang Xian's original body had also arrived at the demonic beast abyss. Compared to the other void dragon body, Wang Xian's original body could practically roam the entire demonic beast abyss. He quickly moved from the first level to the 8th level. His powerful speed allowed him to move without any hindrance. Before the rest of the demonic beasts could react, Wang Xian had already flown over the 8th level. Since I can encounter demonic beasts at the peak of the overlord realm here, I can test my strength. Wang Xian arrived at the 8th level with a smile on his face. The 8th level was already located in an extremely deep place. This place was filled with violent energy. The ground and the sky were dark red. Different from the upper levels, there were various kinds of plants living on the upper levels. However, there were not many plants here due to the fact that it was too deep. Even if there were, these plants contained a considerable amount of energy and could be considered treasures. The entire 8th level was filled with a bloody smell. This smell mixed with the air. If one lived here for a long time, it would cause one to go berserk. The weak would go crazy if they were here. This didn't mean that there were only demonic beasts at the peak of the universe dominator level. There were also many demonic beasts at the level of level 5 and above. It was just that they were at the peak of the universe dominator realm. Wang Xian hovered in the air and scanned the space. He could sense some magical beasts from time to time. Wang Xian wasn't interested in fighting some weak magical beasts. He continued to fly in and sized them up. After flying for more than 10 hours, the scene in front of him changed. In front of him, there was a huge magma. Yes, magma. A magma domain. The magma contained terrifying flames and dark energy. The boiling magma water was constantly flowing. From time to time, huge magma torrents would erupt. This is not ordinary magma. Wang Xian came to the position above and felt the energy in it. His eyes flickered slightly. The lava contained a vast amount of energy. If he were to cultivate inside, he would be able to increase the cultivation speed of the fire and darkness attributes greatly. He moved his body and entered the interior of the lava. The moment he entered, the surrounding energy surged wildly. His eyes flickered slightly. The energy density inside was no weaker than that of the cosmic ruins. In fact, it was even stronger. This should be a powerful treasure ground belonging to the abyss of demonic beasts. Moreover, this treasure ground is not small. There must be demonic beasts at the peak of the universe dominators in there. Wang Xian thought to himself. He moved his body and immediately flew into the lava. Although the interior of the lava blocked his vision, Wang Xian's strength and vision could directly ignore the fact that the lava flow, which was a mixture of red and darkness, was a lava rock. He flew rapidly inside and soon, Wang Xian sensed something. He sensed that there was a ball of powerful energy in front of him. It should be a demonic beast at the 9th level of the universe dominator. Wang Xian sensed the power of this ball of energy and thought to himself. He flew straight over. Walala! The demonic beast in front of him sensed something. With a jolt of its body, the surrounding lava was directly blasted away. It formed a vacuum. It looked at Wang Xian with a cold gaze. Wang Xian saw the demonic beast clearly. His eyes were sparkling. It was a demonic beast with a black and red body. His body was like an extremely hard meteorite. A pair of bloody eyes stared at him. The entire body of the demonic beast was thousands of meters in size. It looked extremely terrifying. Wang Xian sized up the demonic beast. At this moment, he was attracted by a huge metal meteorite underneath the demonic beast. It seems to be a powerful metal. He sensed it with his mind, and a glimmer of light slowly appeared in his eyes. Right now, other than a large amount of resources, what Wang Xian wanted the most was some metal materials. He wanted to increase the strength of the Tai Chi dragon plate and the 5 elements grinding. This huge piece of metal material contained the fire and darkness attributes. It could allow the Tai Chi dragon plate and the 5 elements millstone to absorb it at the same time. At this moment, the demonic beast in front saw Wang Xian's mind heading towards it. A look of anger appeared in Bloodthirsty's eyes. He moved his body and instantly attacked Wang Xian. Wang Xian looked over and smiled lightly. With a wave of his arm, a surge of energy instantly rushed towards this demonic beast. Boom! The terrifying energy instantly penetrated his body. A demonic beast at the level 9 of the Universe Dominator had no chance of survival. A demonic beast at the level 9 of the Universe Dominator that could cause a catastrophe in the outside world could only be killed in one move by Wang Xian. Even those experts at the peak of the Universe Overlord realm were shocked when they saw this. Wang Xian moved his body and kept the demonic beast's corpse. Then, he went to its previous position. After checking the metal, a smile appeared on his face. After absorbing this piece of metal, I should be close to the improvement of the Tai Chi dragon plate and the 5 elements millstone. I won't be able to check much. This metal should have been born here. There should be more. Wang Xian thought to himself. After putting it away, he continued to fly forward. He was prepared to search the surroundings carefully. He continued to fly forward. Not long after, Wang Xian encountered a demonic beast at level 8 of the Universe Dominator. After killing it with ease, he continued to search the surroundings. I finally encountered a demonic beast at the level of the Universe Dominator. Let me test my current strength. After flying for a few more hours, Wang Xian sensed something and his eyes were shining. He flew to the right at a fast speed. Soon, in his sight, more than 10 demonic beasts were lying in the lava and cultivating. In the center, the demonic beast was emitting a terrifying energy. There are more treasures. Wang Xian glanced to the side and was delighted. A group of demonic beasts at the peak of the Universe Dominator realm. Other than one demonic beast at the peak of the Universe Dominator realm, there were also more than 10 demonic beasts at the 8th or 9th level of the Universe Dominator realm. Beside this group of demonic beasts, there were some metals. Metals that contained the fire and darkness attributes. Furthermore, the amount of these metals was huge. It was enough to allow the Tai Chi dragon plate and the 5 elements grinding to achieve a breakthrough. This made Wang Xian reveal a hint of excitement in his eyes. He moved his body and approached the demonic beasts. Boom! The moment he got closer, waves of extremely violent energy charged towards him. More than 10 demonic beasts stared at him coldly. In the next second, a demonic beast at the level of level 9 of the Universe Dominator attacked Wang Xian. The demonic beast at the peak of the Universe Dominator lay there motionlessly. It only glanced at Wang Xian. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled when he saw this scene. He stretched out his palm and his arm turned into a dragon claw. He clawed at the demonic beast at the level 9 of the Universe Dominator. The demonic beast was stunned when it felt the terrifying power coming from Wang Xian. He quickly stopped and roared toward the back. However, it was too late. Wang Xian's dragon claw turned into 10,000 meters in size. The terrifying energy instantly crushed the level 9 Universe Dominator demonic beast. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. At the front, the group of demonic beasts saw their own kind being killed and instantly went berserk. They floated up one by one and stared at Wang Xian with a cold gaze. The demonic beast that was at the peak of the Universe Dominator also stared at Wang Xian with a cold gaze. It let out a wild roar and felt the energy from Wang Xian's body. In the next second, it attacked Wang Xian directly. More than 10 demonic beasts followed closely from both sides. Mighty heavenly dragon. Wang Xian saw them attacking. He waved his arm and positioned himself in the sky. An extremely terrifying heavenly dragon was formed directly and attacked more than 10 demonic beasts. Roar! Roar! The leader of the demonic beasts, who was at the peak of the Universe Dominator realm, saw the heavenly dragon that suddenly appeared in the sky. Feeling the threat of death coming from above, his heart beat violently. Ho ho! He let out a wild roar and directly went berserk. The fiery red energy on his body intertwined with the dark energy, forming a shocking storm. The surrounding magma water rushed towards the surrounding mines, forming an incomparably huge space. Ho ho ho! The rest of the demonic beasts also went berserk. They attacked the mighty heavenly dragon directly. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 A terrifying collision sound was heard. The heavenly dragon in the sky suppressed them with his invincible talent. A torrent of energy engulfed them. The attacks of the dozen demonic beasts couldn't withstand Wang Xian's attack at all. They could not be broken at all. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, other than the demonic beast at the peak of the universe overlord realm, the rest of the demonic beasts were all dead. Even though they had gone berserk, even the demonic beast at the peak of the universe overlord realm was severely injured in an instant. Not bad. Wang Xian looked satisfied when he saw the attack of his law form. This was not an extremely powerful attack of his. He had yet to unleash his 9 Origins Dragon Field. He still had an even more powerful attack. In addition, he did not use his innate supreme treasure, the Heaven Origin Creation Fragment. Currently, the strength of Wang Xian's body, even if he did not rely on treasures, was still a little higher than the peak level of the Universe Dominator. This made Wang Xian look satisfied. At this moment, the demonic beast at the peak of the Universe Dominator stared at Wang Xian in astonishment. It didn't hesitate at all and quickly fled into the distance. You want to escape? Wang Xian smiled coldly and flapped his incipient saint wings slightly. Whoosh! Wang Xian arrived behind him in an instant at an extremely terrifying speed. He stretched out his dragon claws and clawed at the demonic beast's body. Roar! Roar! The demonic beast, who was at the peak of the Dominator realm, felt the impending death. It turned around and spewed out an endless amount of violent energy. The energy contained the explosive power of flames and darkness. However, Wang Xian did not show any signs of fluctuation. His dragon claws crushed the energy that it spewed out and landed on its body. Roar! Roar! The demonic beast that was at the peak of the Dominator realm let out a miserable and desperate cry. Wang Xian's dragon claws penetrated its body and instantly consumed all of its vitality. Wang Xian waved his arm and stored all the corpses into the mother nest. His body moved and arrived at the nest of the demonic beasts. He scanned the metal materials around him and revealed a satisfied expression. After the 5 elements grinding mill and the Tai Chi dragon plate made another breakthrough, they were comparable to 3 existences at the pinnacle of the universe masters. Together, they were able to fight against 6 of them. This was definitely an extremely terrifying combat strength. This lava domain is really a treasure trove. Let's continue to see if there are any other magical beast races. Wang Xian thought to himself. His body moved and he continued to fly forward. Now that he was in the abyss of demonic beasts, he really didn't have any scruples. He continued to fly forward. After flying for a few hours, he didn't see any traces of demonic beasts. When he flew for another half an hour, he looked ahead with a stunned expression. There were a large number of metal treasures in front of him. These metal treasures were the same as the ones he had just obtained. The difference was that the number of metal treasures here was much more than before. He scanned his surroundings in astonishment. He didn't find any demonic beasts. No, Wang Xian could sense the remnant aura of the demonic beasts around him. The aura of the demonic beasts flew towards a certain direction. What's going on? This place is definitely the lair of a powerful demonic beast race. It's even much stronger than the lair of the demonic beasts that I hunted just now. What about the demonic beasts here? They actually gave up the treasures in their lair and left directly? Were they attacked by the swordsmen and the masters of the magical universe? That's not right. There are no traces of battle here. They left on their own. Wang Xian stood there and sensed everything around him while mumbling to himself. It was abnormal for a magical beast race to give up the treasures in their lair and leave directly. He kept the metal materials and quietly sensed the aura of the demonic beasts. After hesitating for a moment, Wuxia followed the aura and flew forward. He wanted to see where the group of demonic beasts went. What kind of situation did they encounter to make them abandon the treasures in their lair? Wuxia followed the aura of some magical beasts and flew forward. He was curious about the reason why these magical beasts gave up the treasures in their lair and left. Was it because they had more powerful treasures? Or was it because of the swordsmen and the masters of the universe of magic? However, according to his understanding, the swordsmen and masters of the universe of magic should not have come to the deep level of the abyss of magical beasts. Then the first possibility was very high. After all, to be able to attract a race of demon beasts at the pinnacle of the ruler realm was definitely not simple. He flew straight ahead. After flying for a few hours, he had already flown out of this area of lava. After flying for a few more minutes, he stopped and looked ahead in astonishment. Standing here, he could sense the auras left behind by many powerful demonic beasts. With this number, there were definitely more than 10 demonic beasts who were at the peak of the Dominator realm. Wuxia's gaze landed on the entrance of the cave in front. That was the passageway leading to the 9th level of the abyss of demonic beasts. It was also the only passageway leading to the 9th level that Wuxia encountered when he arrived at the 8th level. The 8th level of the abyss of magical beasts was different from the upper levels. The upper levels and the lower levels had many entrances which were easy to find. This 8th level was the only one that Wuxia encountered. There were many auras left behind by powerful magical beasts around the entrance of the cave. Wuxia flew over and approached the entrance. He scanned the area and finally landed at the entrance of the cave. The cave was 10,000 meters wide and he couldn't see what was happening inside. Wuxia got closer and stared into the cave. After a moment of hesitation, he flew straight into the cave. Below him was the 9th level of the abyss of magical beasts. It was also the last level of the abyss of magical beasts. At the 8th level, there were magical beasts that were at the peak of the ruler realm. Then, what kind of existence was at the deepest level? The news and rumors from the holy grounds and the sacred academy were that there were magical beasts that were born from the core energy of the 4 limbs of the heaven's origin. It was a demonic beast that was comparable to the peak of the ruler of the universe in terms of spatial attributes. Although this was just a guess, the possibility was very high. However, no one knew the exact truth. Wuxia flew straight to the last level. He was very fast. After more than 10 minutes, he arrived at the lowest level. Boom, 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 roar. I want to eat all of you. Give up on resisting. When Wuxia had just arrived at the 9th level of the abyss of demonic beasts, a terrifying and vast energy was transmitted over. Following that, an incomparably brutal roar was heard. What is this? When Wuxia sensed the terrifying battle coming from afar as well as the violent roar, a look of shock appeared on his face. He looked over and his eyes were filled with shock. The power in front of him shook the sky. The terrifying collision of energy caused even Wuxia to feel a little shaken. His eyes focused and his expression changed slightly. What's going on? Why is the aftermath of the battle ahead so terrifying? Even if I used the fragment of the heaven's origin creation, it shouldn't be much. Wuxia mumbled. He stared ahead and moved his arm. The Book of Water curse appeared in his hand. A wave of water energy wrapped around him. Wuxia moved and flew forward. A top-notch expert in the sword and magic universe? He thought to himself with a vigilant expression. The fragment of the heaven's origin creation treasure concealed itself to ensure that he wouldn't be discovered. As he slowly approached, Wuxia could vaguely see the scene in front of him. When he saw this huge battle, his face was filled with shock. The people fighting in front of him were not experts from the sword and magic universe, but 3 demonic beasts. That's right. There were 3 demonic beasts. Each demonic beast was about 10,000 meters in size. Their bodies were filled with violent and terrifying energy. The energy contained in each of them was much stronger than those demonic beasts at the peak of the Dominator realm. One of them was in the form of a bird, and it had a pair of blood-red wings. On its wings grew black wriggling flesh and blood. This flesh and blood looked extremely vicious and terrifying. The second demonic beast looked like a one-horned, one-eyed bull. Blood-red scales grew on its body, and every single one of its scales shone with a luster. Every scale seemed to be able to unleash a terrifying attack. The third magical beast was a hunter magical beast. The three magical beasts were currently engaged in a chaotic battle, engaging in battle and slaughter. However, that hunter magical beast seemed to be the strongest among them. It was slightly stronger than the other two. The words just now clearly came from this hunter magical beast. There were over 1,000 demon beasts gathered around the battle between the three demon beasts. These demon beasts were all existences above level 8 of the Masters of the Universe. They prostrated themselves around and watched the battle fearfully. What's going on? A battle between demon beasts? Also, the three demon beasts that were fighting in the middle seemed to possess intelligence. Wang Xian looked at them in shock. Demonic beasts did not possess intelligence. They only had powerful instincts. This was universally acknowledged in the sword and magic universe. Even if they could tame them, they were still demonic beasts. They did not possess powerful intelligence. The three demonic beasts in front of them clearly possessed extremely high intelligence. They could even speak human language. With such intelligence, why were they still fighting? And from the looks of it, they had been fighting for a long time. Demon Hunter King, you want to devour me? Dream on. Today, I will devour all of you and form the Grand Tao of Tian Yuan. The demonic beast with the huge blood-red wings roared furiously. Impudent! All of you are my flesh and blood. I will let you return to my body, yet you still dare to resist. Die! The terrifying Demon Hunter King roared with a face full of killing intent. His entire body was like a terrifying world-destroying monster, and his entire body was filled with sharp spikes. He waved his arm and slashed out. The bird beast hurriedly dodged. Roar, roar. We all have our own consciousness. You want to eat me? Dream. The one-horned, one-eyed demon beast roared furiously, its two horns stepping on the void. Boom! 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 The entire void started to tremble and explode. Streams of energy shot towards the other two demonic beasts. Boom! 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 Explosions and confrontations were happening all the time. Wang Xian was filled with surprise when he heard their words. Why did the hunter demonic beast king say that they were his flesh and blood? Devouring the other party can achieve the great Tao of heaven's fate? What is this situation? What is the situation with these three demon beasts? As he spoke, he was guessing in his heart. He was extremely shocked. He seemed to have discovered something terrifying. Roar, roar, roar. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of battle rang out continuously. The attack power of the three demonic beasts was abnormally terrifying. The three of them were fighting on their own. When they attacked one demonic beast, the next second, the other two might explode. In fact, their attacks were indiscriminately all-round attacks, and their opponents were all enveloped within. Lin Yo, rotten bird, I advise you to return to my body. I will lead you to the great Tao of heavenly Yuan creation. In front of them, the Demon Hunter King roared with a face full of killing intent. His body trembled. Behind him, terrifying sharp thorns attacked the two demonic beasts, Lin Yo and Rotten Bird. His bone thorns attack was extremely terrifying. Wherever it passed, cracks would appear in the void. The terrifying energy carried the surrounding energy and formed a terrifying dark spear. This dark spear seemed to fly out of the terrifying abyss and attacked the other two magical beasts. As for the other two magical beasts, the unicorn and one-eyed unicorn ox was covered in blood-red scales. These scales were shining with a luster. There were symbols on them. These symbols were like musical symbols. They kept flying out of his scales. The moment they flew out, these symbols turned into mountains, swords, giant beasts, and all sorts of other things. They contained terrifying offensive power. The bird-like rotten bird flapped its wings slightly and the entire starry sky fell with a terrifying rain of corrosion. The instant this rain of corrosion fell, it formed a special space between heaven and earth. The entire sky seemed to have become his domain. A terrifying domain. The strength of these demonic beasts is definitely not inferior to mine. Wang Xian looked at their battle with a look of shock in his eyes. These three demonic beasts were obviously formed from the four limbs of an elite in the Heaven's Origin realm. Having cultivated to this stage, they had even gained intelligence. However, Wang Xian did not understand why they would fight. By devouring the other party, they could become an existence at the Heaven's Origin realm. He was astonished. From a distance, he stared at them quietly. In the surrounding area, all the demonic beasts that were above level 8 were also looking at them in awe. The suppression from the bloodlines of the three demonic beasts made them afraid to move. The battle continued. Time passed day by day. When Wang Xian saw the scene, his eyes sparkled. Ha ha ha, you've been fighting with us for half a year. It's about time. It's almost time for you to die. 5 months later, the Demon Hunter King suddenly became violent in front of them. Terrifying bone spikes suddenly appeared on his back. Each of the blood-red bone spikes was thousands of meters long. Most importantly, his bone spikes were thick and sharp, glowing with light. This Demon Hunter King went berserk. His strength was clearly the strongest among the three demonic beasts. And now he was the first to go berserk. Roar, roar, Demon Hunter King. Do you think we're afraid of you? Lin Yo, let's cripple his claws first. The rotten bird saw the Demon Hunter King go berserk, and his cold eyes were filled with blood as he roared loudly. He roared and went berserk as well. Waves of dark power surged out from his body. This dark power condensed into a liquid, and the black liquid revolved around him. Both of you will die if you devour my children. The horns on the head of the unicorn ox shone with a luster, and it also went berserk. Its body began to grow larger, and the light on its scales became even more blood-red. A single scale was like a terrifying weapon. It was like a terrifying weapon of war. There was clearly a deep blood feud between the three of them. They didn't join forces to fight the other one at all. The three demonic beasts went berserk at the same time. An even more terrifying battle erupted. Wang Xian was not far away. He watched the battle escalate and watched quietly. This was the real battle. A battle that was close to the Heaven's Origin level. Even if an expert who was at the peak of the universe's ruler stepped into it, he would be crushed and exploded by their violent energy. Too strong. Simply too strong. Wang Xian was also slightly surprised. If these three demonic beasts were to surround and attack him, they would probably be able to kill him completely. The battle continued. More than 10 days passed. The three demonic beasts were completely bloodthirsty, and their aura didn't decrease. Their violent state was enough for them to last for a long time. Roar, you two stupid things. You are just a piece of flesh that fell from my body. Today I will take it back completely. Die. Today, I will show you the majesty of the mad demon, the shadow of the sky demon Agar. Half a month later, the Demon Hunter King suddenly let out a wild roar. The voice in his mouth changed. The next moment, he suddenly spread out his arms. An extremely terrifying shadow of the demon god appeared behind him. This shadow of the demon god was similar to the Demon Hunter beast, but it looked dozens of times more ferocious. The terrifying shadow was exuding an incomparably terrifying aura. When Wang Xian felt this aura, his expression changed drastically. This aura is many times stronger than the one unleashed by the Demon Hunter King just now. Wang Xian's eyes narrowed and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Has he touched upon the realm of the Heaven's Origin creation? He was extremely shocked. After hesitating for a moment, he took a few steps back. The sudden eruption of the Demon Hunter King's terrifying strength could crush him directly. Damn it, Demon Hunter King. No, you're not Demon Hunter King, you've been invaded. When the rotten bird saw the Demon Hunter King's sudden burst of power and the terrifying shadow of the demon god, its expression changed drastically as it roared in fear. How is this possible? Agar, heavenly demon god? Agar, heavenly demon god, is in the mad demon universe. How can he be here? Demon Hunter King, stop playing tricks. Lin Yo's gaze also focused as he roared with a face full of shock and anger. You two fellows, I gave birth to you with my flesh and blood. You don't know how to repay me with gratitude. So I can only crush you and completely devour you. At this moment, Demon Hunter King was abnormally terrifying. His aura was completely different from before. Just now, his body contained the metal and darkness attributes, but now there was an additional earth attribute. The energy that was mixed together was abnormally violent. In addition to its special body, the demonic god shadow behind it was much stronger and more powerful than before. Shadow enveloping, demonic god embrace. The demon hunter king roared, and the demonic god shadow behind it spread its arms and directly enveloped the two demonic beasts, the rotten bird and the Chilan ox. When the demon god shadow spread its arms, it seemed to embrace the entire world. Demon god's shadow. Embrace the world. When the demon hunter king let out a strange sound, as if he was possessed by the heaven's origin. This terrifying attack covered the entire space. All the demonic beasts in the surrounding area were instantly enveloped by it. Even Wang Xian's position was quickly embraced by this terrifying shadow. When Wang Xian saw the scene, his expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he quickly hid behind. What a terrifying attack! Looking from afar, Wang Xian stared ahead. The shadow of a demon god appeared on the 9th level of the abyss of demonic beasts. At the highest point of his head, his feet were on the ground. A hug enveloped the entire world. I'm afraid that the demon hunter king is going to win. After devouring the other two demonic beasts, can he advance to the heaven's origin realm? If he can achieve that, it would be terrifying. Wang Xian mumbled to himself with a face full of shock. When the space was enveloped, a terrifying roar came from within. You can actually borrow the power of the Agar heaven-mad demon god. How is this possible? How can you be the Agar heaven-mad demon god? We are the limbs of the Agar heaven-mad demon god that are stained with blood. We were born from the heaven and earth's destiny. We no longer belong to you. Why are you devouring us? Unless there is only one possibility. There is only one possibility, and that is that the Asgard heavenly demon god has already fallen. You have invaded the demon hunter king's body and replaced him. You want to live a second life. In the darkness, the voice of the rotten bird and the scaly ox sounded in shock and anger. They were filled with disbelief and disbelief. The demon hunter king had been invaded. The current demon hunter king was no longer the previous demon hunter king. His consciousness had already been taken over by Asgard. And why would a heavenly Yuan creation occupy demon hunter king's body? There was only one possibility, and that was that Asgard, a heavenly Yuan creation-level demon god, had fallen due to special reasons. That was why he wanted to use Demon Hunter King's body to resurrect. Kiki, it's too late to know now. I've been waiting for this moment for a very, very long time. By devouring you, I have a 90% chance of returning to my peak. Die you too. Violent laughter came from inside. Following that, Wang Xian saw a terrifying aura coming from inside. A scream came from inside. It lasted for a long time. Wang Xian stared at it with his eyes flickering slightly. Boom, boom, boom. Just when Wang Xian thought that the inside was about to end, all of a sudden, he saw a demonic beast that was emitting a terrifying luster. One by one, symbols were revolving around him as it rushed out from the inside with blood all over its body. It was flying towards Wang Xian. When Wang Xian saw the figure rushing out, he raised his eyebrows slightly. It was that type of unicorn ox. His entire body was extremely miserable, and some of his scales had already disappeared. His aura was extremely weak. He tried his best to escape, and soon, he arrived in front of Wang Xian. Wang Xian sized him up and his eyes were sparkling. This was a demonic beast that had surpassed the peak of the Dominator realm. It was a demonic beast that was born from the limbs of the heaven's origin creation. The strength of this Linyo was not much weaker than him. If he were to kill it, it would definitely be a terrifying resource. The Linyo flew over here. At the back, the Asgardian demonic god did not immediately chase after him from the shadow of the demonic god. It could be that he was restrained by the decaying bird or some other reason. He did not chase after him. This is an opportunity. Wang Xian saw it and his eyes shone with excitement. He moved his body and was ready to make his move. The moment Wang Xian made his move, Lin Yo, who was in front of him, also noticed him. Save me. Lin Yo saw Wang Xian and his eyes revealed a look of pleading for help. He immediately transmitted his voice. When Wang Xian heard it, he was slightly stunned and felt the energy in his body. The current him was not as powerful as a powerhouse at the peak of the universe dominator. Whoosh! He waved his arm and the galactic fragment appeared in his hand. It directly enveloped Linyo. Wang Xian did not kill him. Instead, he trapped him. Let's go quickly. The decaying bird's attack before its death caused some trouble to the Aga heavenly demon god. However, he will be able to react very quickly. Let's escape quickly. Otherwise, we will all be killed by him. Lin Yo felt that he was trapped. He was also shocked by Wang Xian's strength. However, he still shouted anxiously. If he stayed here and was captured by the Asgardian demon god, he would definitely die. If he left this place, there was still a chance for him to survive. Therefore, at this moment, he didn't care who Wang Xian was or what his intentions were. Alright, let's go. Wang Xian didn't kill him. Instead, he took him and flew into the distance. Go to the front right. That's my lair. There are some treasures there. Take the treasures away and escape to the upper level immediately. Lin Yo continued. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. With a wave of his arm, a surge of energy was injected into Lin Yo's body. As long as he moved, Lin Yo would die instantly. He came to the front of the Linyu and a planet appeared beneath their bodies. The planet brought them away at a terrifying speed. Now that Wang Xian's strength had increased, he had basically used up all the energy of the Heaven's Origin fragment. After all, this was just a fragment. With Wang Xian's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to control everything. Who are you? An expert from the sword and magic universe? Lin Yo saw them leaving quickly and felt their speed. He looked at Wang Xian and couldn't help but ask. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with vigilance. However, he could also feel that there was an energy in his body that could destroy him in an instant. I guess so. Wang Xian nodded his head with a smile on his face when he heard his words. He was also sizing up this demonic beast with curiosity. What's the situation in the 9th level of the demonic beast abyss? Why did you guys gain intelligence? Wang Xian stared at him and asked. Demonic beasts did not have intelligence. It was indeed a surprise that these 3 demonic beasts gained intelligence. Of course, he could also guess something. We are demonic beasts born from the limbs and flesh of the heaven and earth. When I cultivated to the realm of the ruler of the universe, I gained powerful intelligence. Lin Yo was silent for a moment before replying. The other 2 are also like this? Why did you 2 suddenly start fighting? Then, after the Demon Hunter King devoured you guys, can you guys achieve a breakthrough? Wang Xian continued to ask him curiously. I don't know. The Demon Hunter King and the Rotten Bird were both born from the flesh and blood of the Heaven's Origin. We share the same physique and bloodline. In the past, we didn't have much hatred and didn't fight each. However, tens of millions of years ago, we suddenly sensed something. We sensed that as long as we devoured the other party, it was possible for us to become stronger. The Demon Hunter King and the Rotten Bird began to attack me and I retaliated. Lin Yo replied. When Wang Xian heard Lin Yo's words, his face was filled with astonishment. He could sense it in his heart. As long as he could devour the other party, he would be able to break through. Why is there such a feeling? Wang Xian asked Lin Yo with slight astonishment. In the past, I didn't understand it. Now, I understand it a little. Lin Yo's eyes sparkled. Demon Hunter King is no longer him. He has already been invaded. What invaded him is the will of the Agar heavenly demon god. The reason why we were born and able to cultivate to such an extent is largely because we were born from the flesh and blood of the Agar heavenly demon god. In other words, we were born from his flesh and blood. Now, we have this feeling in our minds. There is only one possibility for Demon Hunter King to be invaded by the Agar heavenly demon god. That is, the Agar heavenly demon god has already fallen. He has completely fallen. His death gave us the feeling that we can break through as long as we devour the other party. Since the barrier in front of us has disappeared, we can also advance to the Heaven's Origin creation realm. Lin Yo told Wang Xian his guess. When Wang Xian heard it, his face was filled with shock. The birth of Heaven's Origin creation was not something that could be born just because one wanted to. Within a universe, there was a limit to the amount of Heaven Origin creation that could be created. Just like the 9 Origin universe. Once a water attribute expert broke through to the heaven origin creation realm, then other water attribute experts would never be able to step into the heaven origin creation realm. Unless this water attribute expert died. Otherwise, they would never be able to create another heaven origin creation of the same attribute. In the 9 origin universe, there were 9 attributes. In other words, only 9 heaven origin creation could be born. Of course, there was another group which was the combination of attributes. For example, the yin-yang attribute cultivating the light and dark attributes at the same time under the situation where there was a light and dark attribute heaven origin creation expert could also cultivate both attributes at the same time and step into the heaven origin creation realm. But the difficulty of stepping into the heavenly yuan creation realm through 2 attributes was twice as difficult as 1 attribute. Don't underestimate this. Currently, there weren't 9 heavenly yuan creation existences in the 9 origin universe. From this, one could see how difficult it was. There was also a second chance to advance to the heavenly yuan creation realm. For example, the 9 origin universe had the fire attribute heavenly yuan creation existence. But in the sword and magic universe, there was no fire element of the heavenly creation realm. Then the fire element great beings of the 9 origin universe could come to the sword and magic universe to complete the breakthrough. This was possible. The Great War of the Apocalypse was so tragic. Every time the Great War of the Apocalypse started, countless universe creatures were killed. And there was a very important reason. It was the quota for the breakthrough. The quota for the breakthrough that countless universe masters fought for. The reason why countless pinnacle universe masters fought crazily. They wanted to break through. They wanted the quota. For this reason, blood flowed like a river, and the universe dimmed. Those powerful universes wanted to make their own universes more powerful. They wanted to exterminate this universe being and subdue it. They wanted their subordinates, their descendants, and their disciples to use this quota to complete their advancement. Lin Yo and the others had many attributes. The energy in their bodies was extremely violent. With 2 or 3 types of energy in their bodies, it was basically impossible for them to break through. Another point was that they were born from the flesh and blood of the heavenly yuan destiny realm. How could a creature born from the flesh and blood of the heavenly yuan destiny realm advance to the heavenly yuan destiny realm? This was simply impossible. Even if there was a great opportunity, it was impossible to break through. The only point was that the heavenly yuan creator had fallen. The barrier in front of them had disappeared and they could take a step forward. Furthermore, this step would be easier for them to take than other experts. It would be easier to advance to the heavenly yuan creator realm. This was also the reason why Lin Yo and the others had a feeling that as long as they devoured the other party, they would be able to break through. If in the end one of you were to completely devour the other party, would you really be able to step into the heaven's origin blessed realm? Wang Xian asked Lin Yo. The possibility is very high. Lin Yo nodded his head. He guessed. That Agar heavenly demon god seemed to have sensed that he might die during the last calamity. Hence, he left behind a seed. This seed was left on the demon hunter king's body. After he died, he completely took over the demon hunter king's body and wanted to devour us. He wanted to revive his second life and step into the heavenly yuan blessed realm again. When Wang Xian heard that, he was slightly shocked. Was this heavenly yuan blessed realm really that terrifying? He had predicted that he might die in advance, so he set up a trap. He wanted to revive his second life. He wanted to step into the heavenly yuan blessed realm again. Moreover, as long as he devoured the decaying bird and the Linyu, he might be able to achieve a complete breakthrough in no time. It was truly terrifying. In that case, if you were to devour the decaying bird and the demon hunter king, you might be able to break through to the heavenly yuan blessed realm as well? Wang Xian was silent for a few minutes. His eyes flickered as he looked at the Linyu and asked, "The possibility is very high. The barrier in front of us has disappeared. Among the 3 of us, the one who cultivates faster will be able to step into the heaven's origin destiny realm. However, the balance has been broken. Demon Hunter King has already become the Aga heavenly demon god. Furthermore, he has already killed the rotten bird. His strength will increase tremendously. It will be very difficult for me to catch up with him." Lin Yo replied. When Wang Xian heard that, he was slightly silent. This Asgardian demon god was very strong. Even before he devoured the decaying bird, when Wang Xian fought with him, he couldn't even save his life by relying on the Heaven's Origin Fate fragment, unless he made another breakthrough. As long as he made another breakthrough, he would be able to kill him. However, if he wanted to make another breakthrough, he would have to expend a huge amount of resources. By the way, you said that you still have treasures in your lair. Are there many treasures? Wang Xian asked Lin Niu. There are many. My territory is very big and I have many treasures. Lin Niu nodded and looked ahead. It's just ahead. That's my lair. I hope you won't kill me and spare my life. As he spoke, he looked at Wang Xian with a pleading expression. If you are willing to submit to me, I can let you go. However, if you don't submit, I won't let you go. Wang Xian stared at him and spoke directly. Lin Niu's expression didn't change much when he heard Wang Xian's words. This was within his expectations. The other party was a human and he was a demonic beast. They were sworn enemies. It was impossible for them to let him off so easily. Especially after witnessing his strength, it was even more impossible for them to let him off and leave behind any future trouble. All right, PM willing to submit. In the end, Lin Niu could only helplessly lower his head. All right. Since you are willing to submit, you should consume this blood essence without any resistance. Besides, if you submit to me, I will definitely not mistreat you in the future. In the future, there might be a chance for him to step into the Heaven's Origin creation stage. When Wang Xian saw Lin Niu submit to him directly, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. He had witnessed Lin Niu's strength with his own eyes. This was a super powerhouse who could be on par with him. His strength was definitely close to the Heaven's Origin creation stage. He could even see the path of his own breakthrough. For the Dragon Palace, it was a huge battle strength to have such a demonic beast as their subordinate. After all, it was a demonic beast that was born from the blood-stained limbs of the Heaven's Origin creation after a long period of time. Let's go to your territory first. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he looked ahead. That was the territory of the Lin Niu. It's the boss. The Lin Niu swallowed the blood essence given to him by Wang Xian and a surge of will surged into his mind. He knew that he was completely under control. Hence, he greeted him respectfully. As for calling him master, he was somewhat unable to do so. After all, his own strength was extremely terrifying. One of the reasons why he was willing to submit to Wang Xian was also because of Wang Xian's strength, which shocked him. He knew that his boss's strength was not weaker than his own at his peak. Boss, we have to take all the resources and treasures away and leave this place immediately. Once the Asgardian demon god recovers, he might chase after us immediately. His strength is extremely terrifying, especially the shadow of the Asgardian demon god. I had to use all my strength to escape. Lin Niu reminded Wang Xian. I know. Wang Xian nodded. Naturally, he knew how terrifying the Asgardian demon god was. What a terrifying energy. At this moment, Wang Xian suddenly sensed the majestic energy in front of him. A look of shock appeared on his face. Boss, that is my lair. Lin Niu said. Your lair actually contains such a majestic energy. Do you have many treasures here? Wang Xian widened his eyes and could not help but ask. Think so. Lin Niu nodded his head. The birth of the abyss of demonic beasts has not only stained the blood of the Agar heavenly demon god, but it has also stained the limbs of the Agar heavenly demon god as well as the blood of the other Heaven's Origin powerhouses. It's just that the limbs of the other Heaven's Origin powerhouses did not fall here. Other than the blood of the Heaven's Fate powerhouses, there are also the blood of countless other powerhouses. I don't know exactly how intense the battle here is during the calamity. However, there are many powerful existences and mad demons that have died. This has also resulted in a lot of energy and treasures here. Among the 4 limbs of the Asgard celestial demon god, 3 of them gave birth to me, the rotten bird, and the demon hunter king. The last limb gave birth to a large number of demonic beasts as well as some resources and treasures. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly when he heard that. He looked at the unicorn ox in surprise and said, You know a lot. One learned it from some blurry image fragments. The unicorn ox answered truthfully. There are so many resources here. Why didn't the Sword and Magic Universe's Heaven's Origin creation destroy this place and take away the treasures here? Wang Xian continued to ask him. There is only one possibility. The two Heaven's Origin creation powerhouses from the Sword and Magic Universe were injured and were seriously injured. They are in a deep sleep and may not have woken up yet. Once their injuries have fully recovered, they will probably clean this place up. However, if they were a little later, the Aga heavenly demon god will be reborn into his second life. When that time comes, it will be a terrifying disaster for the Sword and Magic Universe. A battle at the level of the Heaven's Origin creation would be earth-shattering. To completely kill a Heaven's Origin creation, I'm afraid we would need more Heaven's Origin creation to work together. Lin Yo replied. Is he heavily injured and in a deep sleep? That's possible. Wang Xian nodded his head. The death of the Asgard heavenly demon god was definitely related to the battle between the Sword and the Magic Universe. To be able to cause a heavenly Yuan creator to completely leave his limbs here, his injuries back then were definitely extremely terrifying. If not, with such an expert. Not to mention losing his limbs, even if his head was missing, he would be able to recover immediately. One could imagine how that battle had injured Asgard's origin. The limbs that had fallen here were also origin limbs. The energy here is too terrifying. Let me see how many resources you have. At this moment, Wang Xian had completely arrived above the territory of the Lin Yo. He was attracted by the vast energy around him and interrupted his thoughts. He stared at the ground with a burning gaze and immediately flew over. I have set up a restriction here. Boss, I will open it now. A ray of light shot out from the unicorn's horn. When the light landed on the ground, the defense of the restriction disappeared. To be able to cultivate to such a level, and to be born from the flesh and blood of the Heaven's Origin. One's strength and understanding of combat techniques and abilities were extremely numerous and terrifying. When this layer of restriction disappeared, an even more terrifying energy gushed over. Wang Xian looked down and revealed a shocked expression. A huge sea of flesh and blood. A bunch of special flowers were blood-red like flesh and blood. However, there was no bloody smell of flesh and blood. Instead, it was filled with a sense of beauty. There was a majestic energy contained in it. This is the blood flower that accompanied me. I have absorbed a portion of it and nurtured another portion of it myself. This is the biggest resource in my domain. Lin Yo looked over and revealed a proud expression. As long as I devour a large amount of blood flowers, my injuries will be able to recover quickly. You want to use it to recover from your injuries? It's too wasteful. Wang Xian immediately said when he heard that. Yes, it was too wasteful. The resources and treasures here were too huge. Wang Xian had a feeling that as long as he absorbed all the resources here, even if he couldn't make a breakthrough, he would only need a little bit more resources. As long as he made a breakthrough, his strength would be even more terrifying. He might even be able to clash with the real Heaven's Origin. At the thought of this, Wang Xian was extremely excited. He initially thought that he would need too many resources if he wanted to make a breakthrough. He didn't expect that this Lin Yo was a treasure trove. Not only was his strength terrifying, but he was also given so many resources. This fellow was simply his lucky star. Boss, if I don't use these blood flowers to heal my injuries, I will need at least a few 100 million years to slowly heal myself. When Lin Yo heard Wang Xian's words, his single eye was wide open. The reason why he asked Wang Xian to come here was for these resources to quickly heal his injuries. In the end, he said that it was a waste to heal his injuries. This boss of his, wasn't he a little too dark? These resources are enough to upgrade me by 1 level. It would be a waste to give them to you. Take the resources away immediately and we will leave this place. Wang Xian ignored Lin Yo's words and spoke with a burning gaze. Even if the resources here were not enough for him to upgrade, he was afraid that he would not be able to find out much. Once Wang Xian was able to achieve a breakthrough, the improvement would be a huge matter to him. To the Dragon Palace, it was also a huge matter. At that time, he might be able to have a real fight with the Heaven's Origin creation. At that time, would he still be afraid of the Phoenix clan? Would he still be afraid of the Angel clan? At that time, he would just do it. Furthermore, once Wang Xian's strength had improved, he might be able to kill the Aga heavenly demon god. At that time, Lin Yo might have a chance to step into the heaven's origin creation realm. At that time, the Dragon Palace would have two existences at the heaven's origin creation realm. It was absolutely terrifying. As long as my strength breaks through, I have the confidence to kill the Asgardian demon god. At that time, you can devour the Asgardian demon god. Wang Xian regained his excitement. With a move of his body, he flew towards the resources below and quickly kept them into the mother nest. What? Boss, can these resources help you to achieve a breakthrough? To the heaven's origin creation stage. When Lin Yo heard Wang Xian's words, he was also stunned. He asked with a face full of shock. I haven't reached the heaven's origin creation stage yet. However, my strength shouldn't be much weaker than the heaven's origin creation stage. Wang Xian said with slight confidence. Boss, let me help you collect the resources. When Lin Yo heard that, he was instantly excited. His combat strength was comparable to the heaven's origin creation stage. If this boss killed the Asgardian demon god in the future, wouldn't he have a chance of breaking through to the heaven's origin creation stage? Wouldn't he be able to reach the heaven in a single step? The heaven's origin creation stage? This was an eternal existence in the universe, the most terrifying powerhouse. If he could break through to this realm, he, Lin Yo, would be willing to work hard for his boss. In the future, he could be said to be in existence above all others. What did his injuries count for? At most, he could use a few 100 million years to slowly recover. What did it count for? When he thought of this, he became even more excited. He worked hard to help Wang Xian collect all the resources. Wang Xian didn't notice the excited expression on Lin Yo's face. At this moment, he was also very excited. This time, it was really a great opportunity. Eh? You still have a lot of metal materials here. When Wang Xian and the rest arrived at the place where Lin Yo was sleeping, he looked ahead and his eyes were glowing. Yes, boss. I know that these metal materials are very precious, but they are useless to demonic beasts like me. Therefore, I use them to decorate my sleeping place. Lin Yo replied immediately. All right. When Wang Xian saw it, he broke into a smile again. There were simply too many metal materials in Lin Yo's place. Each and every one of them was of a very high level. It was dozens of times more than the amount of metal materials that he obtained in the 8th level of the Abyss of Demonic Beasts. This can almost make the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon plate break through once again. To be able to make it to where I am now. His eyes were burning with passion. With a wave of his arm, he kept it away. Let's go. After collecting all the resources, Wang Xian flew up with Lin Yo. Do you know the passage to the 8th floor? Boss, I have created a secret passage to the 8th floor. Only I know about this passage. Lin Yo replied immediately. It's not far from here. All right. I need to go to a safe and secret place to absorb all the resources and see if I can make a breakthrough. Wang Xian spoke to him. Boss, it's best for us to stay far away. I was born from the flesh and blood of the Asgardian demon god. If we don't stay far away, he might find us and sense. Lin Yo said immediately. All right, in that case, let's go to a remote place and go to the edge of this universe. Wang Xian nodded his head and had an idea. He wanted to go to the place where he came to this universe. He had improved his strength there first. After the improvement, even if the passageway was exposed with Wang Xian's strength, he had nothing to worry about. Lin Yo had no objections. He followed Wang Xian and left quickly. Lin Yo was very familiar with the abyss of demonic beasts. Under his guidance, Wang Xian quickly arrived at the highest level. Following closely, Wang Xian identified a direction and flew quickly. He flew very fast. After a year, he arrived at a city and began to teleport. In the next 10 years, Wang Xian continued to teleport. After arriving at a remote location and borrowing the power of the Heaven Origin Fate Fragment, Wang Xian flew for more than 10 years before he arrived at the passageway that led to the treasure vault of the Divine Dragon race in the 9 Origin universe. Let's do it here. You should also heal your injuries at the side. Wang Xian released the Linyu from the mother nest and instructed him. Yes, boss. The Linyu immediately responded and laid down on the side to heal his injuries. At this moment, Wang Xian did not hesitate at all. After setting up an energy shield, he immediately transformed into the body of a divine dragon. A large amount of resources were placed in front of him, and he began to devour them. At the same time, the Tai Chi Dragon Plate and the 5 Elements Millstone were also absorbing the metal materials to improve themselves. This? 9 attributes? 9 attributes perfectly fused together. Lin Yo, who was at the side, suddenly stared at Wang Xian with his eyes wide open. His face was filled with shock. Boss is also a magical beast? No, Boss is not a magical beast. He should be a creature from a powerful race. Lin Yo mumbled. He was extremely puzzled. Wasn't the sword and magical universe the universe dominated by humans? However, he didn't think much about it as he started to recover from his injuries. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, more than 10,000 years had passed. I'm still a little bit away. On this day, Wang Xian opened his eyes. His mind moved as he looked at his attributes. Name Wang Xian. Race. 9 Origin Divine Dragon. Mandragon Unity. Level. Level 6 of the universe's ruler. 9 Transformations Unity. Origin. 95%. 5% needed to reach the next breakthrough. Ability. Governs the water race. Governs the water race below its own level. Devours living beings. Devours living beings to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements. Technique. Divine Dragon Transformation. Ability, Soul Capture, Spirit Attachment. Law ability. Dragon Eye Lock, 5 Elements Dragon Claw, Yin-Yang Breakthrough, 8 Luminaries Dragon Scale, Sacred Dragon Shadow, Heavenly Dragon 8 Tribes, Dragon Tomb, Cloud Dragon Soaring, True Dragon Body. Laws and Abhijanas. 8 Dragon Pillars, 8 Dragon Clones, Towering Dragon Horns, Mighty Heavenly Dragon, God's Tail Playing with Beads, Life Dragon Breath, Shadow Dragon Clone, Nether Dragon Pursuit, Nether Dragon Transformation, Wind and Thunder Dragon Birth, Mad Dragon Star Explosion. Domain 9 Origin Dragon Domain. Control laws, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark wind and thunder. God Country, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace. Innate. Dragon Palace members. 8060450. I'm only missing 5%. All the resources had been consumed. Wang Xian looked at the remaining 5% and was slightly disappointed. I'm still a little lacking. Wang Xian looked at his attributes. All the resources had been used up. The resources that I have used up to upgrade are too huge. He couldn't help but exclaim. It was no exaggeration to say that the resources that Wang Xian had devoured this time, even if it was the unfettered Forbidden Land, he wouldn't be able to take them out. Perhaps the unfettered Forbidden Land and the flowing water Forbidden Land had more resources than the lair of the Unicorn Ox. This was mainly because the Unicorn Ox did not have any subordinates and did not need to consume resources. Other than what he used, all the other resources were stored away. However, it was still a little lacking. If I were to absorb and improve these 5% of the resources, I would probably need tens of millions of years in a treasured land. If I were to rely on my cultivation to improve here, it might take hundreds of millions of years. Wang Xian calculated in his heart. As for bringing all the resources in the Dragon Palace over, the effect was not great. The Dragon Palace was currently in the stage of improvement, so there were not many resources. Even if he were to bring all the resources over for him to use, the effect would not be great. As for the treasured land, he really did not know about it. The abyss of demonic beasts had a treasured land that could speed up cultivation. However, once he reached there, he would probably be killed by the Asgardian demon god. I should just cultivate here. A few 100 million years would be fine. After thinking about it, Wang Xian could only cultivate here. To be able to achieve a breakthrough in a few 100 million years, this speed was extremely fast. One had to know that Wang Xian's current improvement was only slightly weaker than breaking through to the heaven's origin. He sat cross-legged and began to quietly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, converting it into dragon energy. He was improving bit by bit. At the side, the improvement of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc with the 5 elements grinding was also very slow. As for the injuries on the Linyu's body, It would take at least a few 100 million years for him to slowly recover. There was no rush at all. Clang, clang, clang. And when Wang Xian's real body began to absorb the spiritual energy to cultivate. At the 5th level of the abyss of magical beasts, Wang Xian's void dragon body was engaged in a battle. A battle could allow one to break through their shackles quickly. During these tens of thousands of years, Wang Xian first came to the 4th level. After killing some magical beasts there, he encountered some weaker magical beasts. Following that, he came to the 5th level. After tens of thousands of years of battle, his mastery of the Heaven's Origin sword technique had improved a lot. At the same time, his understanding of the space attribute had also improved tremendously. It was possible that his next breakthrough would only be a few tens of millions of years at most. Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief after easily killing the 2 demonic beasts in front of him, who were at level 6 of the Universe Dominator. He sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbed some energy and began to recuperate. Over here, there are fluctuations of the space attribute over here. It's very likely that it's that fellow. At the same time, at a spot not far away from Wang Xian, 7 to 8 figures were teleporting continuously. At the center, a middle-aged man was holding a magic compass in his hand. Looking at the guidance on the magic compass, he opened his mouth and spoke. His eyes were sparkling. We have already checked the position of the 4th level of the abyss of magical beasts. He should be on the 5th level. If we can confirm that it's him, we will kill him immediately. A woman beside the middle-aged man said coldly with a fierce look in her eyes. With our strength, we can easily kill him in an instant. He won't even be able to react. The middle-aged men beside him said with smiles. That kid's body contains a great opportunity. According to junior brother Su and I, in the universe ruins, he was able to break through the demon pillars and obtain a large number of treasures. There might be a big secret on his body. And that sword technique is indeed very powerful. If we can obtain it, it can increase our strength by a lot. A middle-aged man's eyes flashed with light as he spoke. It's hard to say if we can obtain that powerful sword technique, but we can definitely obtain those 40 powerful treasures. These are 40 top-grade space swords. It's really hard to imagine how this kid obtained them. Even I am envious of his talent and fortune. But it's a pity that he isn't a disciple of our forbidden space. He is also quite high-profile. He actually dares to show off so many treasures. He doesn't know what's good for him. The middle-aged man holding the magic compass in the center said with a smile. They were all great beings from the forbidden space. The middle-aged man in the center had already reached the level 7 universe ruler realm. A level 7 of the universe dominator with spatial attributes could be considered a powerhouse in this universe. And their target this time was Wang Xian. They listened to some information from Saint Sun Su and I. Under his suggestion, they turned their attention to Wang Xian. They were interested in the resources in Saint Sun Wang Xian's hands as well as the great opportunities that might exist. Even the experts from their forbidden space were extremely tempted. They could not resist the temptation and decided to make a move against Wang Xian. Among the 8 of them, the weakest one was at the level 6 of the universe dominator. If they wanted to kill Wang Xian, it would be an easy kill. After all, Wang Xian was at the level 5 of the universe dominator. He could definitely kill him instantly. Even if he had a treasure to revive him, he would not know how he died. After searching for thousands of years in the abyss of demonic beasts, they finally found a trace. The group of 8 concealed themselves and continued to fly forward. It's him. After flying for more than 10 minutes, they immediately discovered Wang Xian's figure. When they saw the figure sitting cross-legged on the ground, their eyes were filled with excitement and greed. Disregarding the other treasures, just the 40 top-grade space swords were a huge treasure to them. Among the 8 of them, most of them only had one top-grade space treasure. It was not even a space sword. It was a supplementary one. It was far from being comparable to a top-tier spatial sword. I'll go and kill it instantly. All of you wait here. The master of the universe at level 7 in the center said. As soon as he finished his sentence, his figure had already disappeared. He was 2 levels higher than Wang Xian. He could kill him instantly with ease. At the same time, at the position below, Wang Xian, who was recovering his energy and training for a short while, sensed something when the 8 of them arrived. Although Wang Xian's void dragon body was a little weak, his senses were still very terrifying. Seeing that they were actually trying to kill him, Wang Xian was slightly stunned. He opened his eyes and a virtual image of a divine dragon appeared behind him. Wang Xian's body of the void divine dragon was very weak. He was still at the level 5 of the Overlord realm. Therefore, Wang Xian had left some tricks on this body of his. Some life-saving tricks. The 5th level of the Abyss of Magical Beasts. Wu Hongshan, who was in the forbidden space, locked his cold gaze on Wang Xian's figure. He was the saint child of the previous generation in the space base. Now he had the strength of a level 7 universe overlord. With his strength, in his opinion, it would be very easy for him to kill this little saint child in front of him. It was very easy. After all, he was 2 levels lower than him. He didn't think that he would fail. In the next second, he could even see the head of the Wang Xian Holy Sun flying up. He could see that his life force was instantly extinguished. However, when he was only about 100 meters away from Wang Xian, he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure. He felt a threat of death. He saw a phantom image that he had never seen before appearing behind Wang Xian. This phantom image contained an unparalleled power. At this moment, he was extremely horrified. What was going on? What was going on? Buzz. At this moment, in front of him, Wang Xian stared at him calmly. He slowly extended his arm. The divine dragon figure above him slowly extended his dragon claws. Wang Xian's virtual divine dragon body was equivalent to the clone of a super powerhouse no matter what. After Wang Xian left some backup plans, it would be impossible to completely destroy this clone of his. Only a powerhouse at the peak of the Universe Dominator could do it. It was impossible for this space expert who was at the 7th level of the Universe Dominator to kill him. Wang Xian stretched out his arm and clawed at Wu Hongshan with his dragon claws. In an instant, Wu Hongshan's body tensed up. He felt that the surrounding void was completely confined. He was completely confined there and couldn't move. There was only a pair of eyes filled with astonishment. Wang Xian swept his gaze over and looked behind him. Similarly, he extended his dragon claw and clawed at the other 7 people. Buzz. The dragon claw seemed to pierce through the void and appeared in front of the other 7 experts of the void zone. He grabbed them directly. What? Everything happened in an instant. The 7 experts of the void zone behind him didn't even have the time to react. From their point of view, the previous generation of saints from the forbidden space had personally made a move. It wasn't easy for a level 7 universe dominator to kill a level 5 universe dominator in an instant. All they had to do was wait for the treasures to be distributed. However, before they could react, they were already imprisoned and captured. Their eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief and shock. You guys are the experts from the void zone? Wang Xian sized them up and asked indifferently, how is this possible? How is this possible? How can you possess such terrifying strength? No, that's not right. This is not your strength. This is the strength you borrowed. There are experts who have left behind terrifying means to save your life. Wu Hongshan from the forbidden space stared at Wang Xian and shouted with a face full of fear. Are you the experts from the forbidden space? Wang Xian ignored his words and clenched his fist in the air. A terrifying flame started to burn their bodies. He asked calmly once again. Ah! In an instant, an extremely miserable scream came out from their mouths. Yes, we are. The pain that came from their souls was unbearable to an expert from the void zone. He shouted loudly. They were the experts from the void zone. With their strong background, they had never experienced life and death battles before. They had never suffered such a terrifying attack before. Tell me, why are you here to kill me? Wang Xian stared at them and continued to ask coldly. The terrifying flames on their bodies did not stop. We know that you have treasures on you. We want to obtain those treasures. Quick, let us go. Let us go. Otherwise, our space base will not let you go. The powerhouse from the forbidden space shouted loudly with a ferocious and pained expression. Wang Xian heard their words and smiled coldly. Is it possible to let you go? If you have the guts, just kill us. Let me tell you, if you offend us, We will not let you off. We will not let you off. Wu Hongshan's entire body was in extreme pain. His face was distorted as he roared at Wang Xian. Do you want to die? It's not that easy. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. The phantom of the divine dragon on his body opened its mouth and devoured them. Following that, the godly dragon phantom turned into a ball and landed in his hand. No, 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 no. Kill us. Kill us. Wu Hongshan's shrill roar came from within the ball. Now he wanted Wang Xian to kill him directly. Wang Xian smiled and revealed a mocking expression. There were resurrection treasures in the sword and magic universe. It was highly possible that they had such resurrection treasures on them. If they were killed directly, they would be resurrected directly. Would Wang Xian be so stupid? In order to specifically deal with this situation, the trump card that Wang Xian left behind could directly trap them within a domain. It would make them unable to live or die. Under such circumstances, they could not be resurrected. They could only maintain this situation. The powerhouses from the void forbidden ground are coveting the treasures on me. It should be related to the saint's son and the saintess. In their eyes, I can feel their jealousy and greed. Wang Xian mumbled as his eyes revealed a hint of coldness. They dared to come and kill him? They were really courting death. You guys are lucky. I won't kill you guys for the time being. As Wang Xian spoke, his body moved and he immediately flew toward the upper level of the demonic beast abyss. He didn't plan to seek revenge from the saint's son and the rest, nor did he seek revenge from the void forbidden ground. Wang Xian's original body hadn't been upgraded. Everything would have to wait until he was upgraded. At that time, he would have to die. If the forbidden ground of void could not give Wang Xian a perfect solution, he would have to pay a terrible price. The forbidden ground of void would also have to pay a terrible price. Of course, Wang Xian did not dare to boast that he could easily destroy the forbidden ground of void. After all, there were still two heavens' origin destinies in the universe of swords and magic. I'm not going to continue my training. I'll find a place to cultivate in seclusion first. Wang Xian prepared to cultivate in seclusion. He had already used up the trump cards left behind by his original body. If he continued to stay here, he would be in danger of dying again. Moreover, if there were more experts from the void forbidden ground coming to hunt him down, he would be doomed. If he didn't have any trump cards, he would be doomed. Although he could resurrect, it wasn't easy for him to cultivate to this stage. Wang Xian didn't want his void dragon body to die. He quickly headed to the highest level of the abyss of demonic beasts and arrived at the teleportation formation. He was teleported directly to Tianyuan City. He still had quite a lot of resources in his hands. Wang Xian rented a place and began his seclusion in a room. It was still very safe in Tianyuan City. Wang Xian didn't want to make any mistakes at the critical moment. Any accidents would happen. Even if the body of the void dragon was attacked, he could bear with it. Grovel. Grovel until his main body broke through. At that time, no one in the entire sword and magic universe would be able to do anything to him. The attack this time didn't make Wang Xian too angry. The provocation of a few ants was not enough to make him angry. When both of Wang Xian's bodies started to enter closed-door cultivation, time passed the fastest. In the sword and magic universe, a group of forbidden holy grounds and holy academies were still cleaning up the abyss of demonic beasts in an orderly manner. Long Yinin and Long Yinhao sent some messages to Wang Xian from time to time, telling him about the situation of his training. While Wang Xian was cultivating in seclusion, he also sent some replies. Tens of millions of years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Wang Xian received a message from Long Yinin and Long Yinhao at the same time. Ha! When he saw this message, his eyes narrowed slightly. At the abyss of magical beasts, a group of powerhouses from the Forbidden Grounds and the Saint Academy were suddenly attacked by a large number of magical beasts. During these tens of millions of years, a group of warriors from the sacred lands and sacred academies had already cleared the demon beast abyss to the 6th level. A large number of demon beasts were killed by them, but when they entered the 7th level, they were attacked. The casualties were extremely heavy. Over 1,000 Universe Ruler Level 5 and above warriors were killed. According to Long Yin and Long Yinhao's information, a demonic beast had launched a sneak attack on them. Furthermore, it was an organized sneak attack. The sudden attack left all the masters unable to react in time. The casualties were extremely heavy. Furthermore, an organized demonic beast army had appeared on the 7th level of the demonic beast abyss. Now, the group of Holy Grounds, Forbidden Grounds, and Sacred Academy had cancelled the actions of the various teams. Instead, they had formed an entire army. They even asked Wang Xian where he was now and if he had the time to meet them. Wang Xian ignored the questions that came after and revealed a thoughtful expression. The change in the abyss of demonic beasts might be related to the Agar heavenly demon god. The Agar heavenly demon god, as an existence who was once blessed by the heaven's origin, possessed powerful intelligence. He had even invaded the interior of the sword and magic universe. Now that he was here again, he could naturally organize the demonic beasts to launch a sneak attack. The only question was how strong this Aga heavenly demon god was. How far away was he from the destiny realm of the heaven's origin? I hope this fellow can break through slowly. When I break through, I should be able to kill him and let the unicorn ox devour him. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. After regaining his dragon's roar, Wang Xian continued his cultivation. 100 million years passed very quickly. Wang Xian's void dragon body's realm had also improved. He was now at level 6, the ruler of the universe. During these 100 million years, there were all sorts of news coming from the abyss of demonic beasts. Now, after forming an army, the group of Holy Grounds and Sacred Academies had achieved consecutive victories. They had killed a large number of demonic beasts. Furthermore, during this battle, the group of Holy Grounds, Forbidden Grounds, and Saint Academy had undergone tremendous tempering. This also made the group of Holy Grounds, Forbidden Grounds, and Saint Academy not anxious. Using demonic beasts as grindstones, they were not in a hurry to eliminate all of them. After Wang Xian received this news, his eyes flickered slightly. He didn't know if it was done on purpose by the Asgardian demon god or something else. In short, he did not care about it. Time passed and 100 million years passed once again. Wang Xian's void dragon body strength had reached the 7th level of the universe overlord. When he reached this level, his improvement speed became extremely slow. His main body was devouring energy in preparation for a breakthrough. Without the support of his main body, the speed of his breakthrough had decreased by a lot. According to Wang Xian's estimation, it would take him at least 300 to 400 million years to advance to the level 8 realm of the universe overlord. He would have to calculate the time according to the speed. After all, the place where Wang Xian went into seclusion for cultivation was not a treasured place. Moreover, sometimes, it might not be as fast as going into seclusion for cultivation. Long Yinin and Long Yinhao had been fighting and training all this while. The speed of their improvement was extremely fast. Time passed quickly. Another 200 million years passed. And in these 200 million years, the sacred lands and sacred academies had completely used the Devil Beast Abyss as a training ground. 200 million years ago, not many experts died, but a large number of experts were born. Later on, the Unfettered Forbidden Land and Flowing Water Forbidden Land even issued an order to not exterminate all the devil beasts. It was used as a training ground for the disciples and experts. This had indeed allowed countless of strong disciples to gain experience and improve. When Wang Xian looked at this information, he felt that it was very strange. This Asgard heavenly demon god must be planning something. It was just that he didn't know what he was planning. I'm going to break through. During these hundreds of millions of years, he was located at the edge of the sword and magic universe. Wang Xian had been cultivating at the edge of the universe for hundreds of millions of years. On this day, when Wang Xian converted the energy in his body into dragon energy, Wang Xian instantly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement and excitement. Crack, crack, crack. Following that, an extremely vast and mighty force was emitted from his body. Roar, roar, roar. In the sky, an incomparably huge body of a divine dragon appeared out of thin air. Wang Xian's body had already reached the size of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. He was comparable to a space beast. In a breath's time, the color of heaven and earth changed. The wind and clouds stirred. In the chaos at the side, under the might of Wang Xian, the chaos was actually shaking continuously as if there was a huge earthquake. Ding, congratulations to host for increasing your level and breaking through to the 7th level of a universe overlord. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through. The 9 origin dragon field has become stronger. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. He had broken through. He had finally broken through. He had used up all the resources of the Linneo. After another 400 million years, Wuxia had finally filled up the last 5% of his energy. Finally, he had broken through. Feeling the explosive energy coming from his body, Wuxia's body moved slowly. Boom. Crack. 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 His body moved slightly, and cracks appeared in the surrounding void. Even the universe could not withstand his might. Terrifying. Terrifying. Wuxia's eyes shone with excitement. I don't know if the current me can match up to the heaven's origin creation. However, I can kill that Agar heavenly demon god, the Agar heavenly demon god I met back then, even if he used the shadow of the demon god. At this moment, Wuxia spoke confidently. As for the real heaven's origin creation, he needed to touch it personally to know if he could fight against it. The augmentation of 9 types of energy, the fusion of 9 types of energy, and the circulation of 9 types of energy. This was the terror of the 9 origin divine dragon. He was only at the 7th level of the universe overlord realm. In a year's time, he would be able to reach Tianyuan City. In Tianyuan City, which was located in the sword and magic universe, Wuxia, who had the body of the void dragon, opened his eyes and revealed a smile. His main body had improved. The improvement of this body of the void dragon could be accelerated a little. Currently, he was at level 7, the ruler of the universe. In the past few 100 million years, he had only improved by 2 levels. In Wuxia's opinion, it was extremely slow. Let's take a stroll around Tianyuan City. Wuxia stood up. He had been in seclusion here for 400 million years. To him, it was indeed very boring. He took out his communication stone plate and sent a message to Long Yin and Long Yinhao. It had been 400 million years since he last met them. Long Yin and Long Yinhao had looked for him countless times during this period of time, but they rejected him more directly than he did. After sending the message, Long Yin received a message very quickly. Wuxia's figure moved and flew out. Brother Wuxia. More than 10 hours later, Long Yin flew over and shouted at Wuxia excitedly. Wuxia looked at the figure in front of him and smiled. Long Yin had changed a lot after not seeing him for 400 million years. Her face was still as exquisite and beautiful as ever. As he cultivated the water attribute, not only did time not leave any traces on her face, but it also made her figure even more perfect. It was not an exaggeration to call her a water fairy. Unlike Shui Linglong's cuteness, Long Yin had the demeanor of a powerful elder sister. After 400 million years, his strength had also improved tremendously. He had already reached the 6th level of the Universe Dominator. This improvement speed was even faster than Wuxia's. The main reason was that during these 400 million years, the place where Wuxia went into seclusion to cultivate was not a treasured place. Compared to the place where he fought frequently and obtained some resources to improve himself, there was a huge gap. If he continued to cultivate, he had the hope of reaching the peak of the universe overlord realm before the arrival of the calamity. Long time no see. Wuxia looked at her and said with a smile, Brother Wuxia, it's been a long time. It's been more than 400 million. Long Yin flew to his side and said with some hidden bitterness, I didn't look for you guys because of some special reasons. Wuxia smiled and said, I'm really sorry, but there's nothing else. I have a lot of time now. Where do you want to go and what do you want to eat? Let's go together. He continued to say with a smile. Yes, yes. Let's go and eat something delicious. I know a place in Tianyuan City where the food is very delicious. Long Yin nodded her head happily. Her face turned red as she grabbed Wuxia's arm and said, All right, let's go and have a taste. Wuxia nodded his head with a smile. He stretched out his hand and held her hand as they flew forward. This caused Long Yin's body to tremble slightly. Her face was filled with happiness. After not seeing each other for more than 400 million years, Long Yin had opened up a lot of things. She had also mustered up a lot of courage. The two of them flew and arrived at a restaurant. The two of them chatted as they ate. After not seeing each other for 400 million years, their relationship was much better than before. The two of them also had a tacit understanding. What I did has nothing to do with me. Xu Qing and the rest won't blame me. At the main body, Wang Xian laughed mischievously. The true colors of a man. A man would still be a teenager even if he died. Oh right, where's Long Yinhao? Why didn't he come with you? After the two of them finished their meal, they came to a beautiful scenic spot. Wang Xian suddenly asked Long Yinyin. Yinhao is currently with Saintess Luiwei. Brother Wang Xian, you would never have thought that my younger brother is dating Saintess Luiwei. Long Yinyin spoke to him. Her words stunned Wang Xian. Long Yinhao actually got together with Saintess Luiwei. Saintess Luiwei from the flowing water forbidden ground? Why did they get together all of a sudden? Not bad, this kid. Wang Xian was astonished. Although Long Yinhao had obtained the inheritance of a water elemental powerhouse's corpse in the demon pillar, Saintess Luiwei had also obtained it. In addition to the flowing moon holy maiden's background, as well as her strength being stronger than Long Yinhao's, he was indeed somewhat surprised. Hee little Xian, I didn't tell you about their matter in the communication stone plate. More than 400 million years ago, after you left, did you still know about it? Our group of powerful disciples from the Forbidden Sacred Land and Sacred Academy suffered a large number of demonic beasts' attacks. At that time, many powerful experts died. At that time, we were also attacked by demon beasts. At that time, Yinhao helped Holy Maiden Lu Yu defend against a fatal attack. Yinhao almost died at that time. Later, he was saved. In the end, his relationship with Holy Maiden Lu Yu became better, and that kid started to train hard. Now, his realm is one level higher than mine. He has already reached the 7th level of a universe ruler. After he broke through, his relationship with Holy Maiden Lu Yu was exposed. I only found out about it later. Long Yinin said with a smile. Oh? He actually broke through to the 7th level of the universe dominator? The speed of his cultivation is so fast. Wang Xian revealed a look of surprise. I'm also very surprised. Maybe it's because this kid knows that he is under a lot of pressure and is working hard in his cultivation. Coupled with the full efforts of our ancestors, his improvement is indeed very fast. Long Yinin nodded her head. With Yinhao's talent and current strength, he's worthy of Saintess Luiwei. Wang Xian said with a smile. This Long Yinhao could be considered his brother-in-law in the future. HMM. Let him bring Saintess Luiwei over when he's free. Let's have a good gathering. Long Yinin said. Wang Xian nodded his head. In the next few months, Wang Xian and Long Yinin strolled around Tianyuan City. After more than 400 million years of development, the entire Tianyuan City had undergone many changes. It would take several years if they wanted to tour the entire Tianyuan City. A few months was just a snap of the fingers for Wang Xian and Long Yinin. On this day, Wang Xian and Long Yinin were playing in a lake. Long Yinin's communication device, which was sitting at the side, trembled. When she saw the contents, her expression changed slightly. She stood up immediately. Her face turned slightly pale. What's wrong? Wang Xian saw Long Yinin's expression change drastically. He frowned slightly and asked her with concern immediately. Brother Wang Xian, Yinhao has fallen. He was killed. Long Yinin's voice trembled as she spoke. Her eyes turned red instantly. What? Yinhao has fallen. When Wang Xian heard that, his expression changed slightly as well. His gaze focused as he stood up immediately. He should have a resurrection treasure. Is he resurrected now? He has been resurrected in our dragon roar forbidden ground. Long Yinin's eyes were slightly red as she spoke to Wang Xian. Let's go. It's good that he can be resurrected. Let's go. Wang Xian nodded and spoke to her. Long Yinin nodded her head. Her face was filled with worry. Although Yinhao can be resurrected, he is already cultivated to this realm. Even if he has sufficient resources in the future, it will take hundreds of millions of years for him to recover to the level 7 realm of the Universe Overlord. This will also have a huge impact on his future. Don't worry. Wang Xian comforted her and looked at her. Yinin, do you know how Yinhao died? Father didn't tell me. He said that he would tell me after I returned. Long Yinin replied. Wang Xian's eyes flickered when he heard that. It seemed that Long Yinhao's death was not simple. If he were to die at the hands of the demonic beasts, Long Yinin's father would have nothing to hide. Wang Xian brought Long Yinin and flew quickly to the location of the teleportation formation to carry out the teleportation. Tianyuan City was still very far from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. It took them more than 10 days to reach the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. They immediately flew towards the sky peak. "Father!" Before they reached the entrance, Long Yinin shouted loudly. "Yinin, little Xian is here too. Come over." Long Yinin's father's voice could be heard from inside. Wang Xian and the rest entered and realized that many people were already seated. They were all experts from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. This included Long Yinin's ancestor, the founder of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. "Father, grandfather, forefather, what's the current situation of Yinhao?" Long Yinin hurriedly asked. "There's nothing wrong with Yinhao. It's just that all of his cultivation has disappeared and he needs to cultivate again." Long Yinin's father sighed and replied, "Uncle, how did Yinhao die?" Wang Xian stood at the side and asked directly. His words caused Long Yinin's father's expression to change slightly. Around them, the expression of the forefathers of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground gradually turned ugly. According to Yinhao, he was killed by a sneak attack. He didn't see the person who attacked him. However, before his life force dissipated, he saw a few faces. There was the current Saint Son of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground, an expert who was in the 8th stage of the ruler realm of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground, the Saint Son of Suanai from the Space Forbidden Ground, and a few experts from the Space Forbidden Ground. The one who attacked him should be an expert from the Forbidden Space, because before he died, he sensed the fluctuation of the space attribute. Long Yinin's grandfather, second elder, said slowly. In the end, he sighed helplessly. Why did they kill Yinhao? Yinhao didn't defend them. How could they do this? Grandfather, didn't the experts from the undeserved Forbidden Ground forbid any disciples from fighting? They killed Yinhao. We want to sue them and tell the experts from the undeserved Forbidden Land and the Flowing Water Forbidden Land. Upon hearing this, Long Yin's face revealed an angry expression as he said loudly, "We can sue, but without evidence, how could they believe it? Especially among them are the Holy Sons from the Flowing Water Forbidden Land, the Holy Sons from the Space Forbidden Land, and the experts from the Space Forbidden Land. Flowing Water Forbidden Ground, Space Forbidden Ground. If we have no evidence and they give us a false accusation, our Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground won't be able to bear it. There's a possibility that..." "Sigh." The second elder shook his head and said weakly, "Their Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground had been glorious for the past few 100 million years. There were the powerful Wang Xian Holy Sons and 2 Holy Sons and Saintesses with unparalleled potential. However, the experts of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground knew the real situation clearly. Saint Wang Xian was an outsider after all. His identity was so mysterious that even they didn't know a thing or two about the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. Therefore, they still relied on Dragon Roar Yin and Dragon Roar Hao. Fortunately, Dragon Roar Yin and Dragon Roar Hao were also very capable. Especially Dragon Roar Hao. At such a young age, he had already reached the 7th level of the Universe Overlord realm. He could expect to reach the peak of the Overlord realm in the future. But now he had suddenly fallen midway. Their Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground was more unbearable than anyone else. Flowing Water Forbidden Ground, Space Forbidden Ground. In the absence of evidence, even if Long Yinhao saw them before he died, what could he do? They didn't dare to say anything. This was the sorrow of a weak faction. The Holy Son of the Space Forbidden Ground and their experts, the Holy Son of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground and their experts. When Wang Xian heard their words, his eyes flickered slightly. The Holy Son of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground, Wang Xian, knew that he didn't get his hands on the corpse of the water-attributed strong practitioner in the demon pillar back then in the ruins of the universe. At that time, his eyes were filled with anger, unwillingness, and jealousy. Wang Xian could sense it. However, he didn't pay much attention to it back then. Was he taking revenge on Long Yinhao now? It might be more than that. Wang Xian thought of Saintess Luiyue. Among them, Saintess Luiyue might also be involved. "Grandpa, can we go and see Yinhao now?" Long Yinin bit her lips and said to the second elder and the rest, "He's inside." The second elder pointed to the position inside and said. Long Yinin nodded and walked straight inside. Wang Xian immediately followed by the side. The two of them entered the spot inside. Long Yinhao was sitting cross-legged in the deepest part of the pond. However, he was extremely weak at this moment. He hadn't even reached the realm of Celestial the Arch. Brother. Long Yinin looked at his brother and sensed his aura. His expression changed and he shouted, Sister, Brother Wang Xian, you guys are here. Long Yinhao opened his eyes. When he saw Wang Xian and Long Yinin, he smiled and shouted, Are you all right? Long Yinin looked at him with a pained expression and opened her mouth. Sister, what could have happened to me? I just died once. Didn't I just resurrect? However, I'm afraid that it will take some time for me to recover to my peak. Long Yinhao squeezed out a smile and said. Long Yinin looked at his smile and didn't know what to say for a moment. It's all right. Just focus on your cultivation. I will take revenge. Wang Xian said to Long Yinhao indifferently. Big brother Wang Xian, if you can cultivate to the Tianyuan blessed realm, no, as long as you can cultivate to the peak of the universe dominator with your powerful strength, you will be invincible below the Tianyuan blessed realm. At that time, you will be able to help me vent my anger. Ha, I will have to rely on you in the future. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Long Yinhao immediately laughed out loud. His mentality was pretty good. Although 400 million years had passed, he had not changed much. All right, very soon. Upon hearing his words, Wang Xian also smiled. Very soon, there was still more than a month before his original body arrived. I believe in Brother Wang Xian. In the future, Brother Wang Xian will definitely be the top existence in our sword and magic universe. Long Yinhao said with a smile on his face. Oh right, Yinhao. Does Saintess Flowing Moon know that you have fallen? Yinhao, do you know the specific reason for your death? Long Yinin asked him. Luiyue already knows. She said that she would rush over. As for the specific reason for my death, I only have a rough guess. When Long Yinhao heard this, the smile on his face disappeared as he spoke. What reason? Is it because of Saintess Luiyue? Wang Xian asked directly. Long Yinhao was silent for a moment before he nodded slightly. It should be the flowing water Halion of the flowing water forbidden ground. Flowing water connection? The grandson of the current owner of the flowing water forbidden ground. Flowing water connection. Long Yinhao's expression changed slightly when he heard that and asked. Long Yinhao nodded his head slightly. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard that. It was related to the grandson of the flowing water forbidden ground? As for the reason behind it, they could guess it without Long Yinhao's explanation. It was nothing more than jealousy. It was nothing more than the fact that he was together with Saintess Luiyue, which made some people jealous. It even involved the grandson of the master of the Luxue Forbidden Land. No wonder the experts of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land couldn't do anything about it. I didn't tell Luiyue, sister, and you shouldn't tell her when the time comes. Long Yinhao reminded Long Yinin. KMIOW. Long Yinin frowned and nodded her head. Her face was also filled with helplessness. Wang Xian didn't say too much. After chatting with Long Yinhao for a while, they left. Long Yinin's family members were also feeling a little heavy-hearted. They greeted Wang Xian briefly. We'll wait for more than a month. I'll take care of Yinhao's matter. Coincidentally, PLL take care of the previous matters as well. Wang Xian and Long Yinin came to the waterfall of the Heaven Peak and spoke to him. Brother Wang Xian, how are you going to take care of it? What were your previous matters? Long Yinin looked at Wang Xian in astonishment and asked. The reason why I chose to seclude myself in seclusion for the past few 100 million years is because I was attacked in the abyss of demonic beasts. I have already caught the attacker who was not enough. However, the subsequent matters have yet to be resolved. Wang Xian did not hide anything and spoke directly. Long Yin heard him and looked at him nervously. Just wait. Wait for more than a month. After more than a month, you will understand. Wang Xian stroked her head and did not tell her anything else. More than a month later, Wang Xian would do whoever he disliked? And he even dared to bully his brother-in-law? Wasn't he courting death? So what if there was a heaven's origin creation in the flowing water forbidden land? At that time, He really didn't believe that the heaven's origin creation in the sword and magic universe would really dare to engage in a great battle with him. If a great battle really broke out, the aftermath would cause the entire sword and magic universe to suffer heavy losses, could cause the death of billions of lives in the sword and magic universe. At this time, they absolutely did not dare to erupt into a battle that was too strong. Otherwise, when the calamity arrived, it would be the end of the sword and magic universe. Therefore, he was no longer afraid of the sword and magic universe's heavenly fate. Together with the matter from more than 400 million years ago, it was resolved. What lawsuit are you trying to sell? You are so mysterious that even our dragon roar forbidden land doesn't know your background. Longin looked at him and couldn't help but speak up. Hee, you don't have to worry about it anyway. Wang Xian smiled and said, Hee, all right. Since you've said so, I won't worry about it anymore. Longin nodded with a smile. However, just as Wang Xian was about to make his move after more than a month, half a month later, Saintess Luiyue suddenly arrived. After she arrived, she immediately went to look for Long Yinhao. At first, the two of them were having a good chat. However, 7 days later, the situation suddenly became chaotic. Saintess Luiyue suddenly called Long Yinin over. Wang Xian was also confident that he would follow her. Luiyue, Yinhao, what happened to you guys? Long Yinin noticed that both Saintess Luiyue and Long Yinin looked extremely embarrassed. She asked with slight surprise, Sister Yinin, PM going to take Yinhao to find those guys and make them pay for what they did. Saintess Luiyue said with a frosty face. Hearing her words, Long Yinin looked at her younger brother. One didn't say anything. Long Yinhao shook his head bitterly. If you didn't say anything, wouldn't I be able to find out by myself? You said that you encountered a magical beast and was killed by it. How is this possible? We have already entered and exited the 7th level of the magical beast abyss many times. I'm not a fool. How can I not know anything? What are you hiding? What are you worried about? I have some power in the flowing water forbidden land. PM also the holy maiden of the flowing water forbidden land. If someone kills you, we are in the right. Even if there is no evidence, I want them to pay the price. I may not be able to do anything to some of them, but I can still make them pay the price. The flowing moon holy maiden said with a cold expression, her face full of strength. On the other hand, Long Yinhao, who was at the side, kept smiling bitterly. There was no other way. Even when Long Yinhao was at his peak, he was still not a match for his girlfriend. Not to mention his background. Having a powerful girlfriend, he was also in pain and happy. Sister Yinin, PLL take Yinhao to the garrison. Those guys are all there. PLL asked them to give an explanation. The flowing moon saintess continued to speak to Long Yinin. You and Yinhao can decide this flowing moon. Long Yinin opened her mouth and said. In fact, Saintess Luiyue was much older than Long Yinin. However, because of her younger brother, she called him elder sister. Their ages added together, they were not as old as Saintess Luiyue. Of course, even if it was hundreds of millions of years of age difference, it was nothing in the eyes of experts at their realm. All right, Yinhao, come with me. Saintess Luiyue pulled Long Yinhao and said forcefully. She wanted to stand up for her man. Hee. Yinhao has found the right girlfriend. Wang Xian watched from the side and said with a smile. He didn't expect Saintess Luiyue to be so domineering. She treated Long Yinhao very well. Saintess Flowing Moon wanted to bring Long Yinhao to seek an explanation. It would take half a month to get to the abyss of demonic beasts from here. Coincidentally, her original body would be there by then. When Saintess Flowing Moon heard Wang Xian's compliment, her face turned red. Long Yinhao smiled foolishly, facing his domineering girlfriend. He had no way to resist and could only obey, can only be obedient. Let's go. After Saintess Luiyue learned that Long Yinhao was ambushed, she didn't stay for long. She immediately wanted to bring him to seek an explanation. Wang Xian and Long Yinin followed by the side. When the experts from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground knew about this news, they didn't stop her nor follow her. Saintess Luiyue's status wasn't something that the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground could compare to. And the flowing moon saintess was able to become a saintess in the flowing water forbidden ground because she had a master and her own elders behind her. Her elders were also experts in the flowing water forbidden ground. They were even experts at the peak of the ruler realm. The flowing moon saintess could still do it if she wanted to get an explanation for Long Yinhao. They couldn't interfere in such matters. The four of them headed towards the devil beast abyss through the teleportation array. The first 6 floors of the abyss of magical beasts had been completely cleared. There was not a single magical beast left. And on the 7th floor, a group of sacred lands and sacred academies had established a garrison here. They used the entire 7th floor of the abyss of magical beasts as a training ground for the strong disciples. The effects of these hundreds of millions of years were obvious. And now, the magical beasts on the 7th floor had basically been cleared. A group of powerhouses from the Holy Land and the Saint Academy were preparing to set up a garrison on the 8th level. After half a month of traveling, Wang Xian and the rest arrived at Tianyuan City. They entered the teleportation formation and arrived directly above the demonic beast abyss. The moment the 4 of them were teleported over, a figure appeared. A young man riding a unique one-eyed, one-horned old bull also stepped into the teleportation formation. Other than being extraordinarily handsome, there was nothing special about this young man. On the other hand, this one-horned, one-eyed old bull was about 3 to 4 meters in size. On the contrary, it looked rather silly and adorable. The young man smiled and disappeared. This was naturally the real Wang Xian who had rushed over. After his breakthrough, Wang Xian kept a low profile. Unless he was in the Tianyuan Blessed Realm, one would not be able to tell Wang Xian's actual strength. Those who did not know could look at Wang Xian, even those who recognized him as a universe knight. As for the unicorn ox, there were very few experts who could see through this terrifying demonic beast. After all, the strength of the unicorn ox was also very terrifying. Even an expert at the peak of the space elemental universe dominator was no match for the unicorn ox. Lin Yo could even be easily killed. After a year's journey, he finally arrived. Wang Xian did not fuse with his void dragon body. Instead, he was observing the situation. If the flowing moon saintess gang stood out, then Wang Xian would have to wait for a while. One's true feelings could be seen in adversity. Moreover, the flowing moon saintess gang stood out for Long Yinhao. He could also see some things. Let's see who they are. They don't want to live anymore. After entering the teleportation formation, Saintess Luiyue brought them straight to the 7th level of the Abyss of Beasts. The first 6 levels were very safe. A fast passageway was opened up. Let's go to the 8th level. Currently, a large number of strong disciples from the Forbidden Holy Land and the Saint Academy have established a base on the 8th level. Let's go there directly. When they arrived at the 7th level of the Abyss of Demonic Beasts, Saintess Luiyue scanned the surroundings and realized that there were not many people on the 7th level. She brought Wang Xian and the rest and continued flying towards the 8th level. When they arrived at the 8th level from a passageway, they immediately saw a large number of people around them. There were at least a few million strong disciples. None of them were lower than the ruler realm. The reason why there were so many ruler realm experts was related to the environment in which the sword and magic were cultivated. Furthermore, according to Wang Xian's guess, it was also related to the number of heaven origin creation realm experts in a universe. In a universe, if there were more heaven origin creation realm experts, more resources would be consumed by those at this level. Naturally, there were fewer ruler realm experts. In the sword and magic universe, there were only 2 heavenly fate realm experts, which meant that the resources here gave birth to more ruler realm experts. A large number of experts were building a floating city in the sky below. Could also be said to be a military land. A large-scale military land. Among them, a portion of the military land had already been built. It took less than a month to build the military base. The main reason was that there were too many strong people. Sister Yinin, Holy Son Wang Xian, let's go. They are over there. Saintess Luiyue looked at the communication device in her hand and led them in a direction. Soon, they arrived at a courtyard house that had been built in the military base. It was a very spacious courtyard house. Standing on it, they could see the 8th floor of the demonic beast abyss from afar. At this moment, there were a large number of powerful disciples on top of the courtyard house. The majority were young and middle-aged. There weren't many of those from the ancient generation. The group of powerful disciples were talking and talking loudly. These were all elite disciples of the Sacred Land and Sacred Academy. Saintess Liu's eyes locked onto a certain area and a figure. A trace of killing intent flashed in her eyes. She moved her palm and a magic staff appeared in her hand. Luwei, Long Yinhao, who was beside him, sensed the killing intent from Saintess Luiwei and shouted, "Yinhao, just watch from the side." Saintess Luiwei said to him gently. Then the staff in her hand released a terrifying light. Hong. In the next moment, she moved, and a terrifying water lotus bloomed. Lotus of Death. Flowing Moon Saintess' eyes focused, and she instantly attacked the space forbidden ground Holy Sun and False Saint Sun. She attacked with a killing move and her strongest attack. Saintess Flowing Moon was currently at level 7 in the universe. She wasn't far away from the level 8 realm of a universe ruler. And the Saint Sun below was only at level 50T, a universe ruler. In these hundreds of millions of years, he had only advanced one level. The reason was that it was too difficult to cultivate the space attribute. Secondly, in the universe ruins, he didn't get the inheritance of the great being in the demon pillar. If he had gotten the inheritance, he would have at least reached level 6 of the universe ruler realm. The Flowing Moon Saintess, who was at level 7 of the universe ruler realm, suddenly attacked and used her killing move. This was something none of the surrounding great being's disciples had expected. Even the false Saint Sun and the surrounding great being's disciples didn't expect that a fatal attack would directly attack. Moreover, it was at such a close distance. Who would have thought that the Saintess of the Flowing Water Forbidden Land would suddenly kill the Holy Sun of the Space Forbidden Land? After all, the Undeserved Forbidden Land and the Flowing Water Forbidden Land had already announced that no forces or experts were allowed to fight among themselves. When this terrifying energy fell toward the false saint, everyone was shocked. They quickly looked over. Boom, 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 boom. On the 8th floor of the demonic beast abyss, the Flowing Moon Saintess suddenly attacked. As the death lotus bloomed, it instantly drowned the false Saint Sun. The false Saint Sun didn't react in time. The surrounding experts also didn't react in time. The terrifying energy directly covered him, and he let out a scream. Then his life was instantly gone. What? Hissed this? That's Saintess Flowing Moon. What is she doing? She actually directly killed Saint Sun Su'ai of the Forbidden Space Zone. This? She's crazy. Why did she suddenly kill Saint Sun Su'ai? When the energy suddenly rose here, all the surrounding experts and disciples looked over with shocked expressions. Saintess Flowing Moon killed the Holy Sun of the Forbidden Space on the spot. This was too crazy. Moreover, the Holy Sun was killed before he could react. It shocked everyone. The body of the Holy Sun was lying there quietly. Around the body, the experts of the Forbidden Space, and the other sacred grounds were also stunned. Flowing Moon Saintess, what are you doing? A level 7 universe ruler expert from the Space Forbidden Grounds immediately raised his head and locked his gaze on Flowing Moon Saintess. His face was gloomy as he roared. Flowing Moon, are you crazy? What are you doing? A level 8 universe ruler from the Flowing Water Forbidden Grounds looked at Flowing Moon Saintess and roared. Flowing Water Bright Link, Flowing Qingming, Void Shocking God, Su Fengxue, Qi Jiangping, Qi Xiaohe. Get out. Flowing Moon Saintess floated in the sky and looked down at the people below, her eyes full of killing intent. As soon as she finished speaking, the staff in her hand condensed a terrifying attack again. This time, her target was Flowing Water Holy Land's current Holy Sun, Flowing Qingming. Once she attacked, it was still a killing move. The Saint of Flowing Water Forbidden Land, who was also the saint in the universe ruins, didn't receive the inheritance of the great being in the magic pillar. Facing the saint of the same sect, and it was in existence on the same level as her, she still didn't hold back. Lu Qiming saw the attack of the Flowing Moon Saintess and his face changed dramatically. He hurriedly dodged to the side with a face full of fear. Lu Yu, do you know what you're doing? Lu Shui Hao Lian's expression was extremely unsightly as he watched this scene from the side. He waved his arm and formed a powerful defense. His power was at the 8th level of a universe ruler. He was 1 level higher than Saintess Lu Yu. This? What is this Saintess Lu Yu doing? She killed the Holy Son of the Forbidden Space Zone in 1 move, and now she wants to kill the Holy Son of their Forbidden Space Zone. This is too crazy. What's going on with her? How dare she act so recklessly here? This is too terrifying, too intrepid. If she attacks directly, she will die. In the surrounding area, all the powerful disciples of the Forbidden Space and the Sacred Academy were shocked. This was too crazy. The Holy Son of the same sect wanted to kill her directly. That's right. He's very protective of his husband. I can't let him down in the future. Wang Xian looked at this scene and smiled. He smiled at Long Yinhao, who was beside him. This made Long Yinhao look embarrassed. Will something happen to Lu Yu if he does this? He asked worriedly. Don't worry. The reason why Saintess Lu Yu could become the Saintess of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground is not only because of her great talent and terrifying strength, but also because she has her own character. Wang Xian said to him. A saintess from such a forbidden ground had lived for 1 billion years. Under the intensive cultivation of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground, she was no ordinary weak girl. Since she had made her move, she must have some trump cards. From her actions, one could see some of it. She didn't kill the Holy Son of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground first. She had some scruples too. Killing the Holy Son of the Space Forbidden Ground was something she could bear. Saintess Flowing Moon, why did you kill Saint Sun Su and I of our Space Forbidden Ground? Don't think that just because you're the Saintess of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground, you can do whatever you want and kill people. You have to give the Space Forbidden Ground an explanation. The questions of the experts of the Space Forbidden Ground came from below. I killed Su and I. You should understand that I'm not strong enough now. If I am, I'll kill you. HMPH, Flowing Water Howlian, you guys, you know what you did. Flowing Moon Holy Maiden stared at them and said coldly. What did we do? Flowing Moon, tell us clearly. Lu Shuhalian looked at Saintess Lu Yu with an embarrassed expression. He then glanced at Long Yinhao, who was beside him. An unfathomable killing intent flashed in his eyes. The people around them didn't sense this killing intent, but Wang Xian did. Do you think I don't know that you guys killed Long Yinhao? Saintess Lu Yu stared at Lu Shuhalian and questioned him with a sinister expression. We killed Long Yinhao? Flowing Moon, you have to pay attention to the evidence when you speak. If you don't have any evidence, why did you attack? Lu Qingming roared with a pale face. Just now, if it wasn't for Flowing Water Howlian who helped him block the attack, he would have been killed. Eh? What? Long Yinhao was killed. Look, that's Long Yinhao. Recently, Long Yinhao and the Flowing Moon Saintess have been very close. After Long Yinhao obtained the inheritance of an expert from the ruins of the universe, he rose up and was called one of the experts who had the most hope of reaching the peak of the ruler realm in the future. He actually died. His aura is so weak, he should have died once. In the surrounding area, everyone was slightly shocked when they heard the Flowing Moon Saintess words. The current Long Yinhao could be considered a top-tier powerhouse of the same generation in the sword and magic universe. After receiving the inheritance from the universe ruins, he rose to power. His terrifying breakthrough speed and his relationship with the Flowing Moon Saintess made him stand in the spotlight of the same generation. Judging from his extremely weak body, he should have died once. Wang 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 wing. Wang 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 wang. Right at this moment, the surrounding space rippled slightly. Powerful figures appeared in the surrounding areas. 5 or 6 great beings with space attributes appeared in the surrounding areas. 6 old men, each with an aura that was not weaker than a universe ruler at level 9. 5 universe rulers at level 8 were space masters. 1 universe ruler at level 9 was a space master. This universe ruler at level 9 was equivalent to a pinnacle universe ruler of other attributes. After they arrived, their expressions didn't look too good. Their gazes were locked onto Flowing Moon Saintess. Flowing Moon Saintess, you killed the Holy Son of our Space Forbidden Land. You have to give us an explanation. Otherwise, even if you are the Saintess of Flowing Water Forbidden Land, we will still offend you. In the center, the Space Great Being at level 9 of a Universe Master said. The 6 experts of the Forbidden Space locked onto Saintess Flowing Moon. their eyes filled with coldness. The saintess of the forbidden space of flowing water killed their holy son. Although they didn't dare to directly kill Saintess Flowing Moon. But they still needed an explanation. If Saintess Flowing Moon couldn't give an explanation, she would also be punished. She would be punished by the rules. After all, the forbidden space was also the third most powerful force on the continent. Apart from the heavenly Yuan blessed realm experts, the forbidden space was extremely terrifying in terms of top-tier combat strength. Since I dared to make a move, I naturally have a reason. In-house death is related to your forbidden space, Saint Sun Su Ni, Su Jingshan, Su Fangxue, Qi Jiangping, and Qi Xiaohe. Hundreds of millions of years ago, our flowing water forbidden space and the undeserved forbidden space have already given orders to forbid any of the powerful disciples on the continent from fighting. The disciples of your forbidden space will have to pay the price for breaking the rules. It's not just Saint Sun Su Ni. Saintess Flowing Moon said coldly when she saw the experts of the forbidden space. Her strong words made the 6 experts of the forbidden space frown slightly. They looked to the side and asked Su Jingshan, Su Fangxue, and the others. Su Jingshan and the others also frowned slightly as they looked at Lu Xuehao. They didn't expect that Saintess Lu Yu would be so powerful. She would directly come and kill Saint Sun Su and I. This made them extremely shocked. This situation wasn't something they could solve. However, they weren't worried. Lu Yu, you said that we killed Long Yinhao, so show us the evidence. Without evidence, don't casually frame us. Lu Shuahalian stared at Saintess Lu Yu with an embarrassed expression and said again. He glanced at Long Yinhao with a sinister gaze. Lu Shuahalian, our flowing water forbidden land has the one question heart technique. As long as our seniors use it, whether you acted or not and whether or not you were framed, we will naturally know in an instant. Saintess Lu Yu looked at him and said with a cold smile. Her gaze swept through the surroundings, and the aura from her body soared into the sky. Seniors from the flowing water forbidden ground, please come out and uphold justice. The order given by our heavenly Yuan Lord creation, if someone wants to destroy it, shouldn't they pay the proper price? Flowing Moon Holy Maiden said loudly, and her voice spread throughout the entire garrison area. Flowing Moon, are you sure you want to shed all pretense of cordiality with? When Flowing Water Haolian heard her words, his expression changed drastically, his gaze fixed on her. Flowing Moon Holy Maiden did not speak, quietly floating in the air. Hiss, damn. This Flowing Moon Holy Maiden is so powerful. She's so powerful. She directly asked the experts of Flowing Water Forbidden Land to come over and uphold justice, to come over and punish her. What a powerful woman. For the sake of her beloved, she actually wants to punish Flowing Water Haolian and the other experts of Flowing Water Forbidden Land. She's really awesome. She is so domineering. She is indeed the saintess of Flowing Water Forbidden Land. She is known as the woman who will definitely step into the peak of the ruler realm in the future. She is the pillar of the Flowing Water Forbidden Land in the future. All the powerful disciples in the surrounding area were amazed when they saw the scene. She was truly a magnificent saintess of Flowing Moon. Ha ha ha, good, good. I really admire Saintess of Flowing Moon. She is a straightforward person. We will find out if she is right or wrong. Not far away, the barbarian saint from the unfettered Forbidden Land flew over and said with a loud laugh. All the powerful disciples in the surrounding area were attracted over. It could be said that all the powerful disciples from the Sacred Academy of the Forbidden Land in the entire sword and magic universe were gathered here. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, streams of water appeared out of thin air. Experts from the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground slowly appeared. 3 peak ruler realm experts. More than 10 peak ruler realm experts of the 9th rank. Soul. Not only the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground, there were also peak ruler realm experts from the undeserved Forbidden Ground flying over. Granny Yuan, First Elder, Second Elder. When Flowing Moon Saintess saw the figures appearing, she immediately bowed and said, Yes, we already know about your matter. An old woman with a walking stick in the middle looked at Saintess Luiyue and nodded. Xiaoye, let me handle this matter. It's Granny Yuan. Saintess Luiyue nodded when she heard that. The matter was so big that she couldn't make the decision. Moreover, she had told some seniors in the Wuxia forbidden land before she made her move. This time, she could kill the false saint child. But she couldn't kill everyone. The main reason was flowing water Halion. First, it was because he was the grandson of the master of the Forbidden Ground, and the master of flowing water Forbidden Ground wanted to protect his grandson. Second, it was over at the spatial Forbidden Ground. The strength of the spatial Forbidden Ground wasn't weak. Directly killing a few core elite disciples still needed some consideration. Of course, the main reason was still because of flowing water Halion. Flowing water Forbidden Space dared to kill those who broke the rules. But if they wanted to kill, they had to kill everyone. Flowing water Halion had to die too. Otherwise, the Forbidden Space would not accept it. If they did not kill all of them, then they could not kill all of them. We will decide this matter fairly. Long Yinhao originally had a high chance of reaching the peak of the ruler realm. Now that he has fallen, it is a loss to our sword and magic universe. Due to your talent and temperament, our flowing water Forbidden Space is prepared to accept you as a disciple. We will do our best to restore your strength and stabilize you at the peak of the ruler realm. Granny Yuan looked at Long Yinhao and said. Long Yinhao was slightly stunned. He was a little confused. Hehe, don't worry. You are still a disciple of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land. But you are also a disciple of the Flowing Water Forbidden Land. Your relationship with Lu Yu, and we won't oppose it. In the future, I will prepare all the resources you need for your recovery. You will enjoy the cultivation resources that are higher than all the powerful disciples. When Granny Yuan saw Long Yinhao's stunned expression, she continued to say with a smile, Thank you, Granny Yuan. Long Yinhao opened his mouth and looked at Saintess Luiwe beside him. He immediately thanked Granny Yuan. We will continue to investigate the other matters. If we violate the rules, we will naturally have to pay the price. At this moment, the great elder of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground spoke from the side. He swept his gaze around and said, Let's just let this matter go. As he spoke, he looked at the group of experts from the Space Forbidden Ground. All right, we'll listen to the first elder then. Let's just forget about it. When the group of experts from the Space Forbidden Ground saw this, they looked at each other and nodded their heads. Although Saintess Flowing Moon had killed the holy son of their Space Forbidden Ground, they understood the current situation. It was the best choice for them to end it like this. When Wang Xian saw this scene, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Forget it? Just let it go like that? Wang Xian glanced at Saintess Flowing Moon and understood something. This should be the limit of what Saintess Flowing Moon could do. Kill a false saint. Get some benefits for Long Yinhao. This was indeed a good choice. It was already very good that she could do this. After all, she had offended Flowing Water Halion to death. She had even offended some of the masters of the Forbidden Grounds of Flowing Water Forbidden Ground. Of course, it was unknown if the masters of the Forbidden Grounds of Flowing Water Forbidden Ground had taken this matter to heart. If they had taken it to heart, it would be very terrifying for Saintess Flowing Moon in the future. There's no problem, right? If there's no problem, then let's disperse. The first elder of Flowing Water Forbidden Ground looked around and landed on Long Yinhao as he spoke. No problem. Long Yinhao felt the gaze of the first elder of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground and replied immediately. The first elder of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground should be close to the master of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground and be more protective of Flowing Water Halion. That Granny Yuan should be closer to Saintess Flowing Moon. Wang Xian thought to himself when he saw this scene. He narrowed his eyes slightly. If Long Yinhao was merely the holy son of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground, this would indeed be a very good result. However, Long Yinhao was not only the holy son of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. He was also Wang Xian's brother-in-law. There's a problem. The moment Long Yinhao finished his sentence, Wang Xian's body moved and flew forward. His gaze swept across Flowing Water Halion. At this moment, Flowing Water Halion was staring at Long Yinhao with a hint of hatred and coldness in his eyes. Perhaps, if there was a chance, he would still make a move against Long Yinhao. If he made a move the next time, he might not deliberately appear and taunt Long Yinhao like the last time. Wang Xian suddenly walked out and spoke, causing everyone to be slightly stunned. Even the great elder, the Flowing Moon Saintess, and Long Yining looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. "Brother Wang Xian." Long Yining's expression changed drastically. She quickly flew to his side and transmitted her voice to her. "Let's forget about this matter. It has been resolved very well. It's fine. Don't speak at the side. I will settle the rest of the matters. I still have some matters to settle here." Wang Xian shook his head at him and swept his gaze across everyone. The order given by the powerhouses of Heaven Origin Creation in the Unfettered Forbidden Land and Flowing Water Forbidden Land. Anyone who breaks the rules will have to pay the price of blood. The matter with Long Yinhao cannot be settled so easily. Also, I have some matters that need to be resolved in the space forbidden. As he continued speaking, his gaze finally landed on the experts from the forbidden space. Hiss? What? What's going on? I don't know. Why did the sage Wang Xian suddenly open his mouth? What does he want to do? Does he know what he's doing? This sage Wang Xian hasn't appeared for hundreds of millions of years. Now, he actually dares to openly refute the experts from the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground. Also, he has some matters that he needs the experts from the forbidden space to settle. When all the strong disciples around saw Wang Xian suddenly flying out, their faces were filled with shock and astonishment. Saint Wu Man and the rest of them also looked at Wang Xian. The Wang Xian from hundreds of millions of years ago could be said to have appeared out of nowhere like a dark horse, suppressing all the saints' sons and saintesses. The strongest person in the same generation was recognized by everyone in this generation. However, after that, he suddenly disappeared for hundreds of millions of years and never appeared again. Today was the first time he appeared out of nowhere. Let's settle this in the forbidden space. When the experts from the forbidden space heard Wang Xian's words, their eyes narrowed slightly and their faces revealed a cold expression. They might have some misgivings about Saintess Luiyue, but they wouldn't have any misgivings about Wang Xian. They were the third most forbidden space in the universe of swords and magic. Buzz. Wang Xian looked at them and smiled. With a wave of his arm, a round ball appeared in his hand. There were 8 figures in the round ball. These 8 figures were Wu Hongshan and the rest who had attacked Wang Xian previously. The previous generation of saints from the forbidden space as well as the rest of the powerhouses. They had been imprisoned by Wang Xian for more than 400 million years. They had suffered agonizing torment in the space of this small ball. Elder, save us, save us. Elder, save us, save us. When they appeared, they immediately sensed the situation outside. When they saw the powerhouses of the forbidden space, a glimmer of hope appeared on their faces. They shouted with all their might. They had been imprisoned here for more than 400 million years. Time and pain had caused them to be on the verge of collapse. They cried out for help loudly. They looked extremely miserable. Hongshan, the 6 experts from the forbidden space, as well as the experts from the surrounding areas, saw the 8 of them and their expressions changed drastically. The leader of the experts from the forbidden space had a cold look in his eyes. He waved his arm and a terrifying force of space enveloped them. Wang Xian looked on without any fluctuation. More than 400 million years ago, they attacked me. They wanted to kill me, but I didn't kill them because I knew they could be resurrected. Since they wanted to kill me, they would naturally have to pay with their lives instead of simply dying and resurrecting once. Right? As Wang Xian spoke, he waved his arm. More than 400 million years ago, the scene of them attacking appeared. They broke the rules. Don't they have to pay a price? Are you, the experts from the forbidden space, going to give an explanation? Wang Xian looked at them and continued to speak indifferently. Oh? Damn, is there such a thing? More than 400 million years ago, the experts from the forbidden space actually attacked Saint Wang Xian. This, the previous saint of the forbidden space, Wu Hongshan, was the master of the 7th level. He was actually imprisoned by Saint Wang Xian for more than 400 million years. This Saint Wang Xian must have a powerful defensive treasure. This holy son Wang Xian was able to trap Wu Hongshan and the rest more than 400 million years ago. What kind of trump card does he have? This holy son Wang Xian is the most mysterious. No one has ever known about his background. In the surrounding area, when the group of strong disciples heard Wang Xian's words and saw the scene in the picture, they were shocked. They were discussing in low voices. Elder, we didn't attack him or kill him. He trapped us for more than 400 million years. He wants to kill us. At this moment, Wu Hongshan's furious voice rang out in front of them. He looked extremely miserable as he shouted at the strong practitioners in the forbidden space. How dare you? You dare to imprison the experts in our forbidden space? You are simply courting death. The expert who was at the 9th stage of the ruler realm in the middle of the forbidden space shouted at Wang Xian with a cold expression. He was filled with killing intent. How impudent! How dare you let an expert who dares to imprison our forbidden space be courting death? The voice of the experts from the forbidden space was filled with killing intent. They stared at Wang Xian with a sinister gaze. Their eyes were bloodshot. This Wang Xian actually dared to openly provoke their forbidden space. Did he really think that he was the flowing moon saintess? Did he really think that anyone could question their forbidden space? Hee. Wang Xian looked at them and felt the power coming from their bodies. His face was filled with disdain and an ice-cold expression. He licked his lips and stared at them. Looks like you guys aren't going to give an explanation? At the side, Saintess Luiyue looked at Wang Xian. Her expression changed slightly. He glanced at Long Yinhao and saw his worried expression. Then, he stared at the group of experts from the forbidden space. Hee, so you guys from the forbidden space are repeat offenders. Not only did your disciples attack Long Yinhao, but they also attacked Saint Wang Xian. Do you really want to kill whoever you want? Saintess Flowing Moon said with a cold face. She then looked at the seniors of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground and said, First Elder, Second Elder, please investigate this matter. Killing the future powerhouses of our sword and magic universe is an unforgivable crime. It's hard to judge what happened more than 400 million years ago. At that time, our sword and magic universe didn't mention the rule that forbids killing. This rule was only issued more than 200 million years ago. Saint Luwei, you really like to meddle in other people's business. Before the two elders could say anything, Lu Shuihao stood there and said with a cold face. No matter when it happened, the actions of the experts in the space forbidden land. All right, Luiyue. Saint Luwei wanted to say something but was stopped by Granny Yuan. She shook her head at her. Don't offend the space forbidden land. They are not weak. Although they are not as strong as our flowing water forbidden land, there are still many experts. Don't get involved in this matter. Granny Yuan transmitted her voice to the flowing moon saintess. Today, the flowing moon saintess had already offended the flowing water forbidden land, but she had offended them because the flowing moon saintess had her own reasons. The space forbidden ground wouldn't take it to heart. However, it was different now. If Saintess Luyu continued to interfere, the experts of the space forbidden ground might hold a grudge against her. It was hard to defend against a well-known spear. If she was set up in the future, there was nothing she could do. Therefore, she couldn't get involved in this matter. Sage Wang Xian, right? Let's forget about this matter. Everyone in the space forbidden ground, let's forget about it. Granny Yuan spoke to Wang Xian and the experts from the forbidden space. She wanted to resolve this matter. It's not that easy to settle this matter. You have to give me an explanation for the forbidden space. Also, you have to give me an explanation for Long Yinhao's matter. Today, I want a perfect solution to everything. When Wang Xian heard Granny Yuan's words, he shook his head indifferently. There was no change in his expression. He opened his mouth and spoke. Haha, what a joke. You want an explanation? You want us to give you an explanation? Who do you think you are? Kid, there are rules now. You are not allowed to make a move. However, you dare to provoke our forbidden space. Even if there are rules, you must die. You dare to question our forbidden space. Who gave you the courage and background? An expert at level 8. The ruler of the universe in the forbidden space laughed maniacally as he stared coldly at Wang Xian. The aura on his body rose slowly as he looked at Wang Xian. When everyone in the surroundings saw the scene, their eyes froze slightly. What is this Wang Xian trying to do? He doesn't know what he is doing now. More than 400 million years ago, the experts from the forbidden space attacked him. This is indeed hard to say. After all, more than 400 million years ago, the unfettered forbidden land and the flowing water forbidden land didn't issue any orders to stop killing each other. Now, if Wuxia really provoked the forbidden space, the experts from the forbidden space might really make a. The forbidden space is, after all, the third-ranked existence in the sword and magic universe. A holy sun was killed by Saintess Flowing Moon. Saintess Flowing Moon has a background and a reason. The forbidden space won't say anything. However, it's different if Wuxia wants an explanation from the forbidden space. The experts from the forbidden space are infuriated. If the undeserved forbidden ground and the flowing water forbidden ground didn't intervene in this matter, I'm afraid it wouldn't be good. In the surrounding area, all the experts' disciples saw this scene and discussed in low voices. They were amazed by Wuxia's boldness. However, what he was facing was the forbidden space after all. Saint Child Wuxia, this matter is indeed difficult to resolve. You should leave quickly. Seeing this scene, Holy Sun Wu Man from the undeserved forbidden ground frowned slightly and sent a voice transmission to Wuxia to remind him. Since that's the case, since your space forbidden ground won't give me a solution, I can only resolve it myself. Wuxia stood there, unmoved by the surrounding voices. A cold expression appeared on his face as he spoke indifferently. Holy Sun Wuxia, you are courting death. Everyone else has said that you have a mysterious background. Today, let us see what kind of background you have. To think that you are so arrogant and arrogant. You dare to provoke our forbidden space. If you can't give us an explanation today, I will personally kill you. At the side, Su Jingshan, an expert from the forbidden space, stared at Wuxia with a cold expression. His body was also emitting a powerful aura. With the strength of a level 7 universe overlord, he had completely sealed off Wuxia. He was ready to make his move at any time. At the surrounding area, the eyes of the disciples of the experts flickered when they saw this scene. You guys settle this matter yourselves. Our flowing water forbidden space will not participate. The great elder of the flowing water forbidden ground said coldly when he saw this scene. His gaze swept across the group of experts in the space forbidden ground. His intention was clear. You guys can settle it yourselves. It doesn't matter even if it's murder. My background? I don't have any background. My background is myself. Wuxia smiled when he heard Su Jingshan's words and said faintly, whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. Dragon King. At this moment, a terrifying sword ray suddenly appeared from the side. The sword ray soared into the sky, exuding a terrifying sword aura. Every aura had a power that was not weaker than a level 5 universe overlord. Aojian, who was in the lead, had already reached the level 7 universe overlord realm. There were more than 10,000 of them. Their bodies were emitting golden rays of light as they flew towards Wuxia. Other than them, there were 10 other charming dragon seeds at the front. The charming dragon seeds of a level 8 universe overlord. More than 10,000 figures flew towards Wuxia. The power of the sword aura, the sharp sword rays. All the strong disciples from the Forbidden Grounds and the Saint Academy had a different look on their faces. This is... There are so many strong masters in the ruler realm. The weakest one is at the level 5 ruler realm. Look at the energy in their bodies. I can feel that their combat strength is extremely terrifying. What a terrifying sword ray. What kind of sword technique is this? Each of them feels like an incomparably sharp sword. Hiss? What's going on? What's going on? Dragon King? Why did the tens of thousands of masters who suddenly flew out call the Saint Wuxia the Dragon King? King? This group of masters are the masters of the Void Dragon Holy Land. The one at the front is the Saint Son of the Void Dragon Forbidden Land. Their auras are so strong and their auras are so fierce. Why did he call Wuxia the Dragon King? What is their relationship with the Holy Sun? This Holy Sun Wuxia is extremely mysterious. This Void Dragon Forbidden Land is also very mysterious. All this while, no force has been able to find out their background. They really have a great relationship. Void Dragon Forbidden Land. Is this a confrontation with the Space Forbidden? The Holy Sun Wuxia said that his background is himself? In the surrounding area, everyone saw Ao Jian and the rest of the powerhouses who flew over suddenly. They were shocked. The Void Dragon Forbidden Ground was a mysterious forbidden ground that appeared suddenly hundreds of millions of years ago. It directly occupied the Void Moon Forbidden Ground's territory. At that time, the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground did not attract the attention of the powerful Forbidden Grounds and Saint Academy. However, the ranking of the Heaven's favorites at that time, the Sage of the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground, came out like a dark horse. The Void Dragon Forbidden Ground entered everyone's sight. This Void Dragon Forbidden Ground made all the forces and powerhouses feel that it was somewhat mysterious. That was because no one had found out their confidence. Where did they come from? And how strong were they? The Holy Sun Wang Xian was also extremely mysterious. He had even checked Wang Xian's information in the Unfettered Forbidden Ground and Flowing Water Forbidden Ground, but he didn't find anything. This Wang Xian seemed to have appeared out of thin air. He was as mysterious as the Void Dragon Forbidden Ground. Now, this group of experts of the Void Dragon Holy Sun, a group of experts with sword chi soaring into the sky, actually addressed Wang Xian as the Dragon King. Everyone could recognize this title. It was not simple. Void Dragon Forbidden Ground. Are you trying to provoke the forbidden space on your own initiative? If you guys want to seek your own destruction, don't blame us for not intervening. The first elder of Flowing Water Forbidden Ground swept his gaze across Ao Jian and the others. But his expression did not change at all. Although the strength displayed by Void Dragon Forbidden Ground was very strong and there were many experts above level 5 Universe Dominators, the strongest one was only at level 8 Universe Dominators. He did not take this strength to heart at all. Even if Void Dragon Forbidden Ground had experts at the peak of Universe Dominators, so what? This Wang Xian dared to say that there was a problem just now? They had already decided on the Flowing Water Forbidden Land, yet he dared to say that there was a problem. He was simply courting death. Therefore, he did not intend to interfere in the Void Dragon Forbidden Land and the Space Forbidden Land. The strength of the Space Forbidden Land was extremely terrifying. An expert at the peak of the Universe Dominator realm. The strength of the Master of the Space Forbidden Ground was also the strongest person below the Heaven's Origin realm. With such strength, this Saint Sun Wang Xian from Void Dragon Forbidden Ground actually dared to provoke him? He was simply courting death. I will let you guys give me an explanation for what happened here later. When Wang Xian heard the words of the first elder of Flowing Water Forbidden Ground, he spoke coldly. Hiss, this sage Wang Xian? Damn. Is he talking to the first elder of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground? This sage Wang Xian, isn't he too arrogant? How dare he say such words to the first elder of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground? Is he courting death? When everyone in the surroundings heard Wang Xian's words, their faces were filled with astonishment. Haha, you don't know what's good for you. Is this your background? It's just a small Void Dragon Forbidden Ground. How dare these powerhouses provoke our Space Forbidden Ground? Very well, I'll kill all of you today. I'll let you know the consequences of offending our Space Forbidden Ground. The leader of the Space Forbidden Ground, a level 9 master of the universe, laughed maniacally. As he spoke, a terrifying spatial domain expanded into the surroundings. In an instant, Wang Xian and the rest were surrounded. Terrifying cracks were formed in the surroundings of the space. Once he launched an attack, everyone in this space would be subjected to a terrifying attack. They would be subjected to an attack that was comparable to a master at the peak level. Brother Wang Xian. At the side of Wang Xian, Long Yinhao's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. His face was filled with worry. In the surrounding area, the eyes of all the powerful disciples from the Forbidden Grounds and the Saint Academy flickered slightly when they saw this scene. The background of this sage Wang Xian was from this Void Dragon Forbidden Ground? It was him? If that was the case, wouldn't he be courting death? When Wang Xian heard the cries of the dragons, he turned his head with a smile on his face and smiled at them. He indicated that they didn't need to worry. That's right. This is my background. My background is myself. At this moment, a figure riding a one-horned, one-eyed, ox-like demonic beast appeared out of thin air at the side. The figure sat on the demonic beast with a faint smile on his face. Wang Xian's real body had arrived. How did he appear? This? Who is he? Why does he look exactly like the sage Wang Xian? This person. Wang Xian appeared out of thin air without the slightest fluctuation. His sudden words caused all the powerful disciples around to look over. Their pupils constricted slightly and their faces were filled with shock. His appearance was exactly the same as that of the holy son Wang Xian. Who was he? What was going on? In the flowing water forbidden ground, Granny Yuan's expression changed slightly when she saw Wang Xian appearing out of thin air. At this moment, Wang Xian was only a few thousand meters away from them. This distance was too close for them. However, at such a close distance, they didn't even see how Wang Xian appeared. This made him extremely shocked. He could not sense Wang Xian's strength under his energy-sensing ability. Even his demonic beast mount could not sense Wang Xian's strength. Long Yinin looked at Wang Xian beside her and then looked at the other Wang Xian. Her mouth was slightly agape and her face was filled with astonishment. She could not differentiate between the two. Since the forbidden space won't give me a satisfactory answer, I can only make a result that I'm satisfied with. Wang Xian looked at the group of experts in the forbidden space. I'll destroy all of you. At the end, he spat out 5 words slowly. Exterminate all of you, your entire family. When Wang Xian finished his sentence, when everyone heard this sentence, on the scene, all the experts from the Forbidden Ground and the Saint Academy were slightly stunned when they heard this. Their faces were filled with astonishment and shock. This? Did I hear it wrong? What did he say? Exterminate the entire family of the Forbidden Ground of the Extermination Dimension? This Wang Xian, where did his courage and confidence come from? Isn't this sentence too arrogant? I don't know. Is he crazy? He wants to wipe out the entire family of the forbidden space? Without an existence at the level of the heaven's origin manifestation, which faction would dare to say that they could wipe out the entire family of the forbidden space? Without an expert at the heaven's origin manifestation level, even if it was the undeserved forbidden ground and flowing water forbidden ground, it would be impossible to wipe out the entire family of the forbidden space. When all the powerful disciples in the surroundings heard this sentence, their mouths gaped slightly. Their faces were filled with shock. When the powerful disciples in the forbidden space heard this, they were also slightly stunned. Ha ha ha, you want to destroy my entire sect in the forbidden space? Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard since I was born. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? On the side, the first-generation holy son of the forbidden space laughed maniacally. He seemed to have heard the biggest joke. He was a master of the forbidden space, and his seniors were all top-tier masters. In fact, his great-grandfather was a master at the peak of the universe ruler realm. One of the peak of the universe ruler realm in the forbidden space. In the entire sword and magic universe, there were only 2 people who dared to say that they could destroy their forbidden space. Only those 2 existed. The others didn't have the qualifications to compete with the forbidden space. Now, there was one person who said that he wanted to destroy their entire forbidden space? To him, this was simply a huge joke. Hee hee. In the surroundings, the other group of powerful disciples from the forbidden space also laughed coldly. Hee hee. Is what my boss said very funny? At this moment, when Lin Yo heard Su Jingshan's words, the one-eyed man looked at him and asked with a sneer, "If you want to laugh to death, then laugh to death." As Lin Yo said that, the one-eyed man's eyes flickered. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. In the next moment, Su Jingshan opened his mouth and laughed wildly. However, what made everyone terrified was that as he laughed, his body gradually collapsed. Although he laughed loudly, his eyes and face were filled with terror and despair. His body was trembling violently. That magical beast is actually speaking? Look, virtual shock god, his body is collapsing. What's wrong with him? Lin Yo suddenly spoke. Virtual shock god suddenly laughed maniacally and his body began to collapse. This terrifying scene caused everyone to reveal shocked expressions. The magical beast was actually able to speak? Without anyone being able to sense it, Void Fright God's body suddenly started to crumble. This? Courting death. Kill them. When the experts of the forbidden space saw the scene, their expressions changed drastically. The leader of the group, a level 9 universe ruler expert, waved his arm. The space domain he had just condensed directly attacked Lin Yo. You reckless thing. Lin Yo looked over. The scales on his body were flashing with special symbols. Those symbols disappeared in an instant. At the scene, all the powerful disciples did not see how the symbols disappeared. Even the surrounding experts at the peak of the universe dominator realm. Lin Yo's strength was equivalent to Wang Xian, who had not broken through before. At that time, Wang Xian was an expert at the universe dominator realm. He could easily kill him. Naturally, Lin Yo could kill an expert at the 9th level of the universe dominator realm. In an instant, the bodies of the 6 experts at the 8th and 9th level of the universe dominator realm, who had attacked Lin Yo, began to collapse. Their faces were filled with horror. The intense pain caused them to scream in pain. No, no, no. How is this possible? The leader of the group, a level 9 ruler of the Forbidden Land, stared at the Lin Yu in shock and disbelief. The demonic beast only had a flash of light on its body, but they could already feel an extremely violent force entering their bodies that they could not resist. It was tearing their bodies apart. This? How is this possible? What level was this demonic beast at? How dare you shout at my boss? Today, my boss said that he wants to destroy your forbidden space. In the entire sword and magic universe, no one can protect you. Lin Yo stared at them and said with disdain. Buzz. The energy in his body trembled slightly. The vitality of the 6 powerhouses in the forbidden space slowly dissipated. Their bodies collapsed and their flesh and blood disintegrated. Wang Xian flew down from the body of the unicorn ox and waved his arm in front of him. He wanted to test his current strength. His current means. Nether Dragon's Pursuit. Wang Xian had a thought and cast a skill. Nether Dragon's Pursuit was a kind of pursuit skill. This skill could be said to be an upgraded version of the void pursuit technique of the uninitiated Holy Wings. After killing an expert, as long as the opponent could be resurrected, he would be able to unleash the power of wind and thunder. Then, he would be able to unleash the Nether Dragon's Pursuit. Immediately, he opened a void passageway and arrived at the place where the opponent was resurrected. This skill was rather useless. Wang Xian had never used it before. This was because if he wanted to pursue the opponent, he would definitely have to enter the opponent's lair. This was extremely dangerous for him. However, now that his strength had increased, he had no qualms about pursuing the enemy's lair in the forbidden space. The experts in the forbidden space wanted to kill him. Furthermore, they wanted to kill Long Inhao. Since they didn't give him a satisfactory answer, then he would die. Ah! The 6 experts in the forbidden space and the vitality of the false alarm god disappeared quickly. Among the 3 of them, Wang Xian could clearly sense that they had the means to revive. Boom! He grabbed forward with his arm and a black hole slowly formed in front of him. The black hole was a few thousand meters in size. Through this black hole, one could vaguely see the situation inside. That was the place where the powerhouses in the forbidden space were revived. That was the lair of the forbidden space. From there, Wang Xian could instantly reach the forbidden space. Boss, is that the lair of the forbidden space? From the side, Lin Yo looked at the black hole. He was also shocked by Wang Xian's methods as he asked. Yes, the place where the few experts from the forbidden space were resurrected. Wang Xian replied calmly. Boss, leave it to me. It's just a small forbidden space. I, Lin Yo, will be able to exterminate them without your help. Lin Yo looked at the black hole and said loudly, Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. With a wild roar, his body instantly turned into thousands of meters in size and drilled into the black hole. All right. When Wang Xian saw that Lin Yo was about to go over to the space-destroying forbidden ground, his eyes flickered slightly and he nodded his head. He waved his arm and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the 5 Elements Millstone landed on his body directly. Both the 5 Elements Millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc had Wang Xian's clone. He could also see the situation over there. If Lin Yo couldn't end up, he would attack again. However, with the 5 Elements Great Mill and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc, it should not be a big problem for Lin Yo to destroy the forbidden space. Ha ha ha, boss. Leave it to me. Lin Yo laughed loudly and his body moved, instantly flying into the black hole. Forbidden space, your doomsday has come, die. Lin Yo entered the black hole and roared wildly. A terrifying power covered the entire forbidden space's domain. That overwhelming aura and the terrifying aura of demonic beasts enveloped the entire lair of the forbidden space. On their side, they could also hear his violent roar. When Wang Xian saw it, he smiled faintly and used his energy to support the black hole passage. He watched on with an expressionless face. A powerful enemy has invaded. Oh no! What level of demonic beast is this? Prepare all the experts of the forbidden space. Call the master of the forbidden space to beat us up. Call us the forefathers of the forbidden space. The shocked and furious roars of the experts of the forbidden space rang out in the black hole. At this moment, all the powerful disciples of the forbidden space and the sacred academy were dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with shock and astonishment. They were all filled with disbelief, especially when they looked at the black hole. The bodies of all the powerful ones could not help but tremble. This place was very, very far from the base of the forbidden space. Then that sage Wang Xian. No, that Wang Xian, who was known as the Dragon King, actually opened up a passageway. What shocked them the most was that magical beast that could speak human language. It was impossible to tell how it attacked, but it killed all the experts in the forbidden space in an instant. One had to know that among them, there was an expert who was at the level of a ruler at level 9. This expert who was at the level of a ruler of the universe at level 9 could be comparable to the first elder, second elder, and Granny Yuan in the flowing water forbidden space. Such a terrifying master was instantly killed by that demonic beast. What level was that demonic beast at? Even if it wasn't a heavenly Yuan creation level demonic beast, it was probably not something that a master at the peak of the universe could compare to. In fact, it might even be able to destroy the forbidden space. Then, such a terrifying existence was just the Dragon King, the mount of that sage Wang Xian? Then what level of existence was this one? A terrifying thought suddenly appeared in their minds. Could it be? Could it be an existence above the ruler realm? Could it be the heavenly Yuan destiny realm? At the flowing water forbidden ground, Granny Yuan, the first elder of the flowing water forbidden ground, and the second elder, as well as the other forbidden grounds and sacred academies, the peak stage ruler realm experts who had rushed over also looked at this scene in shock. The strength of the Linyu was so powerful that it caused them to feel fear and astonishment. Although the strength of that demonic beast has not reached the Tianyuan blessed realm, its combat strength is still able to kill any peak stage ruler level powerhouse in an instant. A peak stage ruler level powerhouse from the undeserved forbidden land muttered in astonishment. He then looked at Wang Xian, who was floating in the air. He was stunned, completely stunned. What kind of existence was this person? When did such a terrifying expert appear in the sword and magic universe? Such a terrifying expert. Was he in the heaven's origin destiny realm? He felt that there was at least a 50% chance. That was because if he was not in the heaven's origin destiny realm, how could he make such a terrifying demonic beast as his mount? Shocking. Shocking. At this moment, Flowing Water Haolian, Flowing Water Qiming, and a few other powerful disciples of Flowing Water Forbidden Ground were all stunned. As well as Su Fangxue, Qi Jiangping, Qi Xiaohe, and all the powerful disciples of the surrounding Forbidden Ground were all stunned. All of them had participated in killing Long Yinhao. At this moment, they were all stunned, especially the powerful disciples from the surrounding forbidden space. There were thousands of powerful disciples from the forbidden space around them. Just now, Lin Yo had only killed a few of them. Many powerful disciples from the forbidden space were still gathered in the surroundings. In the end, that terrifying demonic beast had already charged towards the nest of their forbidden space. It was going to destroy their forbidden space. The young man in front of them was even more unfathomable. In fact, he seemed to be in existence at that realm. This? Damn, brother-in-law, you? Long Yinhao stood there in a daze with his eyes wide open. At this moment, he was in a daze, and similarly, he couldn't believe it. This brother-in-law of his? What kind of existence was he? Brother Wang Xian, which one is you? Long Yinin couldn't help but ask again. Her small face was filled with shock. Both of them are me. There's no difference. Wang Xian's real body looked at Long Yin and said with a smile. The body of the void divine dragon at the side slowly disappeared. Brother-in-law, Brother Wang Xian, is that your clone? Is that your clone? Long Yinhao asked in a daze. Yes, it can be considered as such. Due to an unexpected opportunity, I obtained a clone. Hence, it allowed me to cultivate the attributes of the controls. In essence, there is no difference. Wang Xian smiled and replied again. Then, brother, are you in existence from the heaven's origin? Long Yinhao widened his eyes and continued to ask. His question made the hearts of everyone in the surroundings tighten. Their eyes were fixed on him. They looked at Wang Xian in fear and waited for his answer. This was especially so for the great elder and the rest of the people in the flowing water forbidden ground. They clenched their fists tightly. It was very important to them whether it was the heaven's origin creation or not. That was because the signal that Wang Xian had just expressed was not friendly to them. Furthermore, the actions that they had just displayed had also provoked this existence. He has not reached the realm yet. Wang Xian did not hide anything and answered directly. His words made many people in the area heave a sigh of relief. However, the next sentence made everyone's eyes widen. As for his combat strength, I will only be able to confirm it when I have a clash with the heaven's origin creation. This was Wang Xian's second sentence. Yes, he was going to have a duel with the heaven's origin creation. The heaven's origin creation powerhouses from the sword and magic universe would definitely have a duel with Wang Xian. This was because after Wang Xian had dealt with the space forbidden ground, he would have to deal with the matters of the flowing water forbidden ground. Some of the powerhouses in the flowing water forbidden ground would have to die. This? Brother-in-law, I will be your brother-in-law from now on. From now on, you will be my biggest thigh. When Long Yinhao heard this sentence, his face was full of excitement as he roared. This? In the surrounding area, all the experts from the Sacred Land and Sacred Academy were listening to their conversation. Looking at this scene, their faces were filled with shock. In fact, many experts couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as they stared in shock. Just who was this person? Sir, please tell me that you will know when you meet a heaven origin creation level expert. What does he mean by that? I don't know. What exactly is he? Why was there no such person in the sword and magic universe? That sage Wang Xian seems to be just one of his clones. No wonder that sage Wang Xian is so terrifying. However, why did he allow his clone to cultivate the power of space? How did he do it? Look at the black hole. There's a huge battle happening there. In the surrounding area, all the strong disciples were discussing telepathically. Their faces were filled with astonishment. At this moment, they looked at the black hole. From the black hole, they could vaguely see the situation in the forbidden space. There, the huge battle had already erupted. They could see that an extremely terrifying demonic beast was wreaking havoc in the forbidden space. The demonic beast's entire body was emitting a monstrous aura. The scales on its body flickered with special symbols. Around the demonic beast, a large number of experts within the forbidden space surrounded it and stared at it with wary expressions. Roar, roar, roar. The scales on the body of the Lin Yo let out a low roar as they exploded with terrifying power and directly attacked the surroundings. Defend! The expressions of the Forbidden Area Masters and the forefathers of the Forbidden Area changed drastically when they saw this scene. They immediately roared loudly. How did our Forbidden Area provoke you? Why did you come to exterminate our Forbidden Area? A forefather at the Pinnacle Universe ruler realm of the Forbidden Area felt the terrifying aura coming from Lin Yo's body, and his expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but roar loudly. The experts and disciples of your forbidden space are courting death. My boss wants to exterminate you, and no one can save you. Lin Yo stared at them and his entire body was filled with a berserk aura. As he spoke, symbols condensed into various berserk demon beasts, and they attacked the surroundings in all directions. Space Magic Array activate. Mountain Protection Array activate. Voices sounded one after another. At the base of the forbidden space, all the powerful disciples in the forbidden space had ugly expressions as they floated in the air. They looked at the raging Lin Yo with some fear. Their forbidden space had 4 peak universe masters. In the past, they thought that they were the strongest existences below the heavenly Yuan creation realm. However, the magical beast that suddenly charged over today spoke human language. It made them feel terrified. They could clearly sense that the terrifying energy contained within this magical beast could destroy them all. How is this possible? Furthermore, the words of this magical beast also made them feel terrified. His boss wanted to destroy their forbidden space. This made all the experts of the forbidden space look towards the black hole. There might be an even more powerful existence there. Could this existence be a heavenly Yuan creation? How did their forbidden space provoke such a terrifying existence? All the experts and disciples of the forbidden space felt fear in their hearts. The mountain protection array and all the array formations in their layers were activated. Hong, 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 hong. A terrifying explosion sounded. Lin Yo's attack landed on their array, causing their mountain protection array to tremble violently. The energy dissipated rapidly. Their mountain protection array would not be able to hold on for long. Attack! Space Forbidden Land Master roared furiously. He wielded a huge sword and slashed at Lin Yo. The other 3 Pinnacle Universe Masters also started to counterattack. Lin Yo roared, and his horn shone with light. The horn shot up into the sky as if it had broken through the sky. He lowered his head slightly, and the terrifying energy from the horn went toward the space sword. Hong! 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 The horn swept out, and the terrifying darkness, earth, and metal elements gathered together. The 3 elements gathered together in a mess. The horn swept out in all directions. The terrifying sound of collision rang out once again. The attacks of the 4 Pinnacle Universe Masters of the Space Forbidden Land slowly crumbled under the collision. But the attack of the Lin Yo didn't dissipate. How is this possible? What level of demon beast is this? An ancestor of the forbidden space roared in a low voice, his face filled with shock. Roar! Lin Yo stared at them, and his entire body went berserk once again. The scales on his body began to emit a blood-red aura. It began to change. His entire body was covered in blood-red scales, and his entire body was like a terrifying war machine. Lin Yo charged directly toward a peak universe ruler realm space forbidden ancestor. That horn was flowing with light. Defend! When the experts of the space forbidden ground saw this, they immediately roared and began to defend. Hong Hong! However, facing Lin Knight's attack, all the energy that landed on it couldn't stop his body at all. Lin Yo's enormous body charged toward the mountain protection array of the forbidden space. His horn directly broke the array. His body pressed toward the inside. Forbidden Area Master, the array is about to break. A terrified voice sounded. Especially the powerful beings below level 8 of Space Forbidden Area Universe Masters. Without the protection of the array, just the aftershock of Lin Yo's attack could kill them. This battle was not something they could participate in. This demonic beast is too terrifying. Our forbidden space is no match for it. The master of the forbidden space trembled. His expression was extremely grave and his breathing was somewhat hurried. His eyes were blood red. All the powerful disciples of the forbidden space enter the spatial bottle. Quick! Quick! Roar! In that instant, Lin Yo had broken through their mountain protection array. The symbols on the scales turned into all kinds of demonic beasts, mountains, blades, and swords. They wreaked havoc in the surroundings. Awe! Awe! Some of the disciples who were close to the master of the forbidden space did not even have time to react before they were crushed and killed by the terrifying attack. Lin Yo's gaze locked onto the master of the forbidden space and he instantly charged towards him. Master of the forbidden space, quickly escape. Let's all enter the spatial bottle and ask for help from the heavenly Yuan creator. An ancestor of the forbidden space shouted loudly when he saw Lin Yo locking onto their master. The Forbidden Lands master saw Lin Yo attacking him. His heart shook violently, and he roared loudly as well. Run! He had to run. Otherwise, he would die here. Their forbidden land had a spatial bottle that could protect their lives. However, entering the treasure bottle was something they would only use when they were in a desperate situation. They would only use it when they were facing a terrifying enemy like the Heaven's Origin creation. Furthermore, this treasure bottle had a huge drawback. Once they entered, they wouldn't be able to sense the situation outside. Furthermore, once the treasure bottle was obtained by the enemy, they would only be waiting for death. However, this treasure bottle had a powerful point. As long as they entered it, even if it was the heavenly yuan fortune, it would be very difficult to break it. Unless they were in a desperate situation, they would definitely not enter the forbidden space to hide. However, they had also made some arrangements for this treasure bottle. As long as they entered the treasure bottle would be instantly transported to an extremely remote and hidden place. At that time, they could quickly exit the bottle and escape. Of course, there was a certain amount of risk. All the powerful disciples of the Forbidden Space Zone quickly enter. We'll hold them off here. The ancestors of the Forbidden Space Zone roared fiercely. The three ancestors waved the spatial swords in their hands, and terrifying spatial power tore through the long void. It slashed towards Lin Niu. Lin Niu's entire body was glowing. He didn't dodge at all and continued to attack the spatial Forbidden Lands master. His speed was extremely terrifying. Under the powerful energy disturbance and undulations, the spatial Forbidden Lands master couldn't teleport away. He couldn't teleport. Facing Lin Niu, his speed was much slower. Heavenly Reflection Sword. The spatial Forbidden Land master roared. The huge sword in his hand floated in front of him, forming a terrifying defense. But at this moment, Lin Niu charged over. The huge sword was sent flying and landed on the spatial Forbidden Land master's body. The spatial Forbidden Land master spat out a large amount of blood, and his face instantly turned extremely pale. Half of his body dissipated under this collision. Under the circulation of energy, it condensed once again. Lin Niu's strength wasn't something they could contend against. Although they were very strong spatial attribute experts, Lin Niu was after all an existence born from the blood-stained limbs of the heavenly yuan creation. Once it came into contact with the heavenly yuan creation, it wasn't something they could compare to. Peng Peng Peng. The spatial Forbidden Land master was heavily injured by Lin Niu, but at this moment, the other three patriarchs' attacks also landed on Lin Niu's body. It made his body freeze. Boom, boom, boom. Using this short period of time, the spatial Forbidden Land master hurriedly teleported and escaped. Roar, roar. Lin Niu let out a low roar, and the violent energy on his body swept out in the surroundings. No, no, no. Some of the experts from the forbidden space who didn't have the time to escape let out desperate roars. The three patriarchs from the forbidden space managed to resist Lin Niu's attack with great difficulty. Their figures moved, and they instantly teleported toward the spatial bottle. They didn't hesitate at all and directly entered the interior of the bottle. In the short 10 minutes since Lin Niu arrived, a large number of buildings in the forbidden space had been turned into ruins. All the powerful disciples had escaped into the treasure bottle. However, there were still hundreds of thousands of corpses of the powerful disciples in the forbidden space. The number of powerful disciples in the forbidden space was very small, and added together, there were less than 1 million of them. In a short period of time, at least 1/3 of them had died. It was a battle of a completely different level. They were completely unable to contend against the Lin Niu. Roar, roar. When the Lin Niu saw them fleeing in an instant, his mind sensed something. He opened his mouth and directly spat out a violent energy flame. Boom, boom, boom. The energy swept out and all the buildings instantly turned into nothingness. Even a large area of the ground had disappeared. At the position below, a treasure bottle was perfectly undamaged in the middle. Above the treasure bottle, the power of space was flickering. Eh? Are you trying to escape? At the same time, they were on the 8th floor of the abyss of demonic beasts. In the courtyard, Wang Xian looked at the battle that was happening in the black hole. He raised his eyebrows slightly. The group of experts from the forbidden space actually wanted to escape without putting up much resistance. Even the Tai Chi Dragon Plate and the 5 Elements Grinding Mill had yet to launch their attacks. They were going to escape immediately. Wang Xian thought that this forbidden space would have a very strong trump card. From the looks of it, it was only SOSO. It was a wise choice for them to escape, but Wang Xian could not let them leave. Wang Xian mumbled. With a wave of his arm, the fragment of the starfield entered the black hole instantly and came to the sky above the forbidden space. Starfield blockade. With a wave of Wang Xian's arm, a surge of energy entered the starfield fragment. Starfield seal was activated. At that time, when the starfield fragment was in the hands of the experts from the belief universe, Wang Xian was sealed by them with the starfield for a very, very long time. The fragment of Heaven's Fate, the starfield seal, instantly enveloped a domain. At the center of the forbidden space, the space bottle trembled for a moment and slowly began to disappear. Buzz. In the next instant, the space bottle disappeared and performed a long-term teleportation. However, in the second that the space bottle was teleported, an invisible and powerful energy enveloped it. It caused the teleportation to fail. It didn't teleport to a fixed location. Instead, it was teleported to the edge of the starfield fragment. This place was within the starfield fragment's coverage. It was also within Wang Xian's senses. Now, he could completely control the power of the entire starfield fragment. With a thought, he could sense the location of the treasure bottle and control. The entire forbidden space is not a match for that demonic beast at all. It's actually trying to escape. Hiss. The three ancestors of the forbidden space, the master of the forbidden space, and the other four pinnacle universe masters are not a match for that demon beast at all. Just how strong is this demon beast? Now, the entire forbidden space is actually fleeing. Just now, under the protection of the Great Array, hundreds of thousands of great disciples of the forbidden space were instantly killed. If the battle continues, the entire forbidden space will be annihilated. This demon beast's power is too terrifying. The battle only lasted for a dozen minutes, but the entire forbidden space zone is already on the verge of collapsing. It's too powerful. This is simply inconceivable. A peak stage space elemental universe ruler. Why does it feel like there's such a huge gap between him and that demon beast? Shocked. When all the disciples saw the situation in the forbidden space, their faces were filled with shock. A powerful force ranked third in their universe. It was actually forced by a demonic beast to flee in all directions. In fact, the group of peak universe masters didn't even have the desire to resist or fight. What did this mean? It meant that the forbidden space masters knew that they weren't a match for this demon beast. Not to mention, they heard that demon beasts say that their boss wanted to kill them. How powerful would their boss be? Therefore, the forbidden space masters didn't even run away. Instead, they let all the disciples enter the space bottle. Because they knew that even if another demon beast of this level came, they wouldn't be able to escape. They wouldn't even be able to escape. Once their aura was locked, they wouldn't be able to escape from their pursuit in this universe. That was why they hid in the space bottle. As for the entire nest, all the resources and precious lands in their forbidden land could only be given up. In the universe, there was no treasure ground that could defend against such a powerful attack. On the 8th floor of the demon beast abyss, everyone was looking at this scene in shock. Such a powerful forbidden space was actually destroyed in such a short period of time. All the experts were fleeing. It made them feel shocked and furious. They looked at that figure, their faces filled with shock, especially the surrounding group of experts and disciples from the forbidden space. At this moment, their hearts were filled with panic and despair. They had witnessed with their own eyes the destruction of their forbidden space. They had seen with their own eyes that the experts from their forbidden space were running for their lives. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, Lin Yo saw that the experts from the forbidden space had actually entered a treasure bottle. When he saw that the treasure bottle had disappeared, he couldn't help but let out a furious roar. Boss, the experts from the forbidden space have entered the treasure bottle. I can sense the aura of the treasure bottle now. I will chase after them. When Lin Yo sensed that the treasure bottle was still within his senses, he immediately looked towards the black hole and reported to Wang Xian loudly. There's no need. Come back. When Wang Xian heard that, he shook his head at him. With a wave of his arm, the space within the starfield fragment began to shrink. Following that, the starfield fragment imprisoned the spatial bottle and flew towards the location of the black hole. Lin Yo sensed that the spatial bottle was flying towards him once again. He was slightly surprised. Boss is mighty. Boss is invincible. Lin Yo let out a loud roar as though he was licking a dog. He quickly flew towards the black hole. When Wang Xian heard that, he smiled and thought of something. Not far away from Lin Yo, the 5 elements grinding mill and the Tai Chi dragon plate started to search for treasures in the lair of the forbidden space. Buzz! At this moment, the spatial bottle passed through the black hole and flew towards Wang Xian. Oh no! He has obtained the spatial bottle of our forbidden space. It's over, it's over. How did he obtain it just now? Didn't he teleport away? Oh no! It's over. Our forbidden space is over. At this moment, a group of strong disciples from the forbidden space around Wang Xian saw the spatial bottle flying towards him. Despair appeared on their faces. They knew that all the strong disciples from their forbidden space were hiding inside the spatial bottle. Now that Wang Xian had obtained it, they were completely doomed. Grand Elder of the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground, save our forbidden space. Save our forbidden space. Our forbidden space is also one of the strongest people in our universe. It is also the main fighting force for the upcoming battle against the calamity. Save our forbidden space. A powerhouse of the space forbidden ground hurriedly looked at the first elder of the flowing water forbidden ground and pleaded for help with a terrified face. Now, only the 2 lords of the flowing water forbidden ground and the undeserved forbidden ground could save their space forbidden ground. That sage Wang Xian was too terrifying. Too powerful. At this moment, the first elder, second elder, and the rest of the people of the flowing water forbidden ground, as well as the powerhouses of the undeserved forbidden ground and other holy grounds and the Saint Academy who were at the peak of the ruler realm. They were also looking at this scene with a face full of shock and disbelief. The strength of that magical beast was too terrifying. There was also the saint's son Wang Xian. Although he didn't display his strength, he directly opened a black hole and connected to the space forbidden ground. With a wave of his arm, the life-saving trump card of the space forbidden ground flew over. Just these 2 moves were enough to shock them. The great elder of the flowing water forbidden zone had even sent an urgent message to the master of the forbidden zone. He also asked the master of the forbidden zone to immediately contact Lord Tianyuan Creation. In fact, although this matter had nothing to do with them at the undeserved forbidden zone. However, when an existence that seemed to be comparable to Tianyuan Creation appeared, they immediately contacted the master of the undeserved forbidden zone and asked him to contact the Tianyuan Creation of the undeserved forbidden zone. Hee. It seems that destroying a forbidden land in space is a very simple task. At this moment, Wang Xian's voice rang out. At this moment, he was holding a palm-sized spatial bottle in his hand. He was sensing the entire bottle with a smile on his face. He could detect that there was another dimension in the bottle. He could even contact the experts in the forbidden land in the bottle. However, he realized that he could not break the spatial bottle. The entire spatial bottle was a very powerful treasure. It was not a treasure of the heaven's origin, but it was very unique. It was indeed good for survival. However, it was also very useless. If it was obtained by the opponent, it would basically be a dead end. This time, they were obtained by Wang Xian. This also meant that the life and death of the forbidden space was already in his hands. Huff! Huff! When the chief elder of the flowing water forbidden ground saw the scene, his breathing became a little hurried. He suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at Wang Xian. Sir, the heaven's origin creator of our flowing water forbidden ground and the heaven's origin creator of the undeserved forbidden ground should be rushing over to us soon. Sir, please punish us for offending you in the forbidden space later. He opened his mouth and lowered his head. He couldn't help but speak up. Aren't you guys going to tell us that the flowing water forbidden ground doesn't want to get involved in the matters of the void dragon forbidden ground and the space forbidden ground? Why? Does your heaven's origin creation want to get involved now? Wang Xian looked at the great elder of the flowing water forbidden ground. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. All right, let's do it. Next, I want the heaven's origin creation from the flowing water forbidden ground to give me an explanation. If PM not satisfied, unless his strength can suppress. He smiled as he spoke. His gaze suddenly turned to the area above him as his dragon eyes narrowed slightly. If she can easily suppress me, then everything will be over. If not, someone in your flowing water forbidden ground will die. He coldly shouted as he stared at the area above him. Wang Xian said coldly. He looked at the top. At the top, his dragon eyes penetrated through the layers of demonic beast's abyss. He looked straight to the top. He saw a woman with terrifying energy flying towards him. The woman also lowered her head and looked at the bottom. She seemed to have sensed Wang Xian's gaze. She sensed the energy in Wang Xian's body. Suddenly, the roar of a divine dragon could be heard around Wang Xian. Following that, an unparalleled aura burst out from his body. A divine dragon gathered in the sky above Wang Xian. The divine dragon was about 1,000,000 kilometers in size. It carried an invincible aura and energy as it charged straight up. The moment this divine dragon appeared, all the strong disciples in the surroundings felt a pressure that came from their souls. They trembled a little. They were extremely shocked. Boom! The divine dragon flew straight up into the sky. Boom! Boom! In the next second, the terrifying abyss of demonic beasts and the thick layers of ground were penetrated by the divine dragon. The divine dragon continued to attack upwards. Wang Xian stood there and looked up. The scene of the divine dragon destroying the entire abyss of demonic beasts shocked everyone. Everyone was terrified. This kind of power was not something that a master at the peak of the universe could achieve. They could only see that the divine dragon opened up a passage to the 7th level and continued to fly upwards. Wang 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 wang. At this moment, they could feel that the entire devil-beast abyss seemed to be trembling. They could feel that the entire devil-beast abyss seemed to be about to collapse at any moment. Above them, there was also an extremely terrifying energy heading towards the divine dragon. That was water attribute energy. All the water attribute experts could sense it. What kind of attack is this? How could there be such a terrifying attack? What kind of demonic beast is that? Oh my god. That Wang Xian is definitely not much weaker than the heaven's origin creation. There's a water-type energy attack above us. It's a terrifying water-type energy. It's definitely the heaven's origin creation from the flowing water forbidden ground. She's the one who launched the attack. This is bad. Once they really start fighting, we will definitely be annihilated. In the surrounding area, everyone looked terrified when they saw Wang Xian's sudden attack. They felt their scalps turn numb. They felt as if their souls were trembling. In the face of such terrifying energy and power, even if they were the masters of the universe, they felt extremely tiny. Once a battle of this level really broke out, all of them would die. Boom! At this moment, they could feel a terrifying collision sound coming from the sky. They seemed to have seen a certain layer of the abyss of demonic beasts. Under this terrifying energy, it disappeared without a trace. They saw a blurry figure covered in water energy flying towards them. Wang Xian looked at the figure and smiled. This attack. Wang Xian was here to test the strength of a heaven origin creator. Wang Xian could feel that the opponent's strength was not much stronger than his. The attack that he launched and the aftershocks of the attack were not something that the heaven origin creator of the flowing water forbidden ground could completely deflect. This also meant that the other party's strength could not crush him. Our flowing water forbidden grounds, heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm Lord is here. Our Lord is here. Around them, a group of flowing water forbidden grounds experts and disciples saw the majestic figure shrouded in water energy and immediately shouted, "Greetings, Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm Lord. Greetings, Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm Lord." They hurriedly knelt on the ground and greeted him. In the surrounding area, the other experts from the Holy Grounds and the Saint Academy were also kneeling on the ground respectfully. In the sky, a figure flew over from the gigantic passageway that Wang Xian had broken through. It was as though she was the only one in the entire abyss of demonic beasts. It was as though the entire world was under his control. He was the master of the entire world, the destiny of the heaven, the real destiny of the heaven. However, this destiny of the heaven was staring at Wang Xian with a slightly changed expression. She didn't even spare a glance at the people around her. She stared at Wang Xian's face and sensed his aura. "You are not a living being in our sword and magic universe." She spoke to Wang Xian. "Oh? You can tell?" Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard her words. Then, he smiled and said, "That's true. You are the heaven's origin creation of the sword and magic universe. You should be able to sense it. What? However, the words of the heavens origin creation of the flowing water forbidden ground shocked everyone around. What? This Wang Xian wasn't a creature from their sword and magic universe? Wasn't he from their universe? This? How was this possible? You have an aura that I recognize. What's the relationship between you and Lord Water God Dragon? The heavens origin creator in the flowing water forbidden land opened his mouth and continued speaking. Her words stunned Wang Xian slightly. The Water God Dragon, this heaven origin creator from the flowing water forbidden ground, actually knew their Lord Water God Dragon? Wang Xian's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the book of forbidden water curses and the passage leading to this universe. He understood a little. A long time ago, a great war broke out between our Divine Dragon Clan and the Insect Clan. Both the Divine Dragon Clan and the Insect Clan were annihilated. Even our Lord Water God Dragon perished in that great war. I am merely a junior who has obtained an inheritance. The glory of the newly established Divine Dragon Clan. You came to your sword and magic universe through the passage hundreds of millions of years ago. What is your relationship with Senior Water Divine Dragon? Wang Xian did not hide anything and asked her directly. Lord Water Divine Dragon actually died? The mood of the heavens origin creation in the flowing water forbidden land fluctuated. The surrounding water energy fluctuated. During the last cataclysm war, our sword and magic universe met with danger. I happened to meet Lord Water God Dragon and received some pointers from her. I had some dealings with her, so I was able to break through to the heavens origin creation realm. The heavens origin creation in the flowing water forbidden ground spoke. He looked at Wang Xian and said, I really didn't expect that Lord Water God Dragon would fall. However, you inherited the Divine Dragon Clan. Your potential is very strong and terrifying. You are too modest. I still have a long way to go before I reach the realm of heaven's origin creation. Wang Xian replied indifferently. This heaven's origin creation in the flowing water forbidden ground actually had a relationship with Senior Water God Dragon. This was something that Wang Xian didn't expect. This scene was completely different from what he had expected when the sword and the heaven's origin creation in the magic universe met. This, our Lord Tianyuan creation from flowing water forbidden ground, actually has some relationship with this powerhouse from other universes. The Dragon King. This terrifying Wang Xian, his senior, actually guided our Lord Tianyuan creation to make a breakthrough? How could there be such a coincidence? Then how should our Lord from flowing water forbidden ground resolve this matter? Who would have thought that the Lord Tianyuan creation of the flowing water forbidden ground actually has a good relationship with this Wang Xian? The conversation between the Tianyuan creation of the flowing water forbidden ground and Wang Xian caused all the strong disciples around to show an extremely shocked expression. This? There was actually a trace of a connection. Then would their Lord Tianyuan creation of the flowing water forbidden ground resolve this matter like this? How would this situation be resolved? Everyone was extremely shocked. No one had expected that the matter would develop to such an extent. Wang. Right at this moment, the surrounding space trembled slightly and a figure that was emitting golden light slowly appeared at the side. The golden light dissipated, and a tall and sturdy figure stood there. This was an old man holding a huge axe in his hand. The old man's entire body was exuding an endless might. The terrifying sharpness wasn't concealed at all. The moment the old man appeared, everyone around him, all the experts holding metal attribute sharp swords, couldn't control the sharp swords in their hands as they fell to the ground. It was as if they had suffered a huge pressure. Some metal attribute experts felt extremely small. This old man seemed to be controlling their lives. Greetings, Lord Tianyuan creation. Greetings, Lord Tianyuan creation. When the group of strong disciples from the undeserved forbidden ground saw the appearance of the old man, they quickly knelt down and greeted him loudly. The rest of the strong disciples from the sacred land, forbidden ground, and sacred academy also knelt down and greeted him loudly. In the sword and magic universe, 2 strong practitioners of Tianyuan creation had arrived. Wang Xian looked at the old man and his eyes flickered slightly. Lu Lan, what's going on? The old man looked at the heaven's origin creation realm in the flowing water forbidden land and asked, I haven't asked yet. This powerhouse from the Nine Origin universe is the heir of the divine dragon clan. Lu Lan shook her head and introduced him to the old man. Then, she looked at Wang Xian and asked, May I know your name, Dragon King? Why did you destroy the space forbidden land? My name is Wang Xian. Wang Xian replied indifferently. He looked at the two heaven origin creation realm powerhouses from the sword and magic universe and continued. As for why you want to destroy the forbidden space, you can ask your disciples. Nine Origin Universe. The Divine Dragon Clan. The old man who was in the heaven origin creation realm of the undeserved forbidden ground muttered to himself. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the group of powerhouses from the undeserved forbidden ground. Patriarch. An expert who was at the peak of the ruler realm called out respectfully. Then, he began to report through voice transmission. Over at the flowing water forbidden ground, the first elder of the flowing water forbidden ground also hurriedly reported. He didn't dare to hide anything. He also didn't dare to tell any lies. This Wang Xian, Dragon King, the space forbidden ground is an expert from our sword and magic universe. It's a powerful force in our universe. The calamity is about to arrive. There are other solutions. After the undeserved forbidden ground's Tian Yuan creation heard this, he frowned slightly and looked at Wang Xian. He could feel the power of Wang Xian's attack just now. He could already reel LT. He could also feel the 9 types of elemental energy contained in Wang Xian's body. Although he had not reached the Tianyuan creation stage, his terrifying combat strength was no weaker than theirs. He did not dare to be domineering when facing such an expert. He could not be domineering either. I am not an expert from your sword and magic universe. Wang Xian replied faintly when he heard his words. How are you going to solve this, Dragon King? Lu Lan looked at Wang Xian and asked as well. The space forbidden land is seeking its own destruction. Besides the space forbidden land, there is also the flowing water forbidden land. As an expert at the heaven's origin blessed realm and the strongest expert in the flowing water forbidden land, I hope you can give me a complete solution. Wang Xian looked at Lu Lan and didn't give in at all. He had said that he needed a complete solution to both his matter and Long Yinhao's matter. If they didn't give him a solution, they would have to pay a price. What is it? The water energy around Lu Lan dissipated and revealed his face. The face of a woman. At this moment, she was also frowning slightly as she looked at Wang Xian. If it wasn't a last resort, they didn't want to become enemies with Wang Xian. This was because once they really started fighting, they would be at the center of their sword and magic universe. They couldn't bear the consequences, especially before the arrival of the calamity. If a terrifying battle really broke out, it could almost be announced that with the arrival of the calamity, their sword and magic universe would completely disappear. They would be conquered. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the heaven origin creation of the flowing water forbidden land or the heaven origin creation of the undeserved forbidden land, they all suppressed a trace of dissatisfaction in their hearts. You guys once issued an order that the disciples in the universe were not allowed to kill each other hundreds of millions of years ago, but I have a little brother here. Yes, the disciples of your sword and magic universe were attacked and killed by the disciples of your flowing water forbidden land. Also, today, the master of the flowing water forbidden ground protected his grandson directly. As if this didn't happen, I need an explanation for this. Wang Xian replied to Lu Lan. When Lu Lan heard Wang Xian's words, he frowned even more. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. He looked down at the group of strong disciples from the flowing water forbidden ground. Sir, about this matter. The first elder and second elder of the flowing water forbidden ground heard Wang Xian's words. When they saw the anger on Lu Lan's face, they hurriedly knelt on the ground again, wanting to explain. There's no need to explain. Just tell me everything. Lu Lan said to them calmly. Yes, sir. When the first elder of the flowing water forbidden ground and the others heard the words of their heavenly Yuan destiny realm powerhouse, they did not dare to hide anything at all. They told them everything one by one. HMPH, he did not even stop our orders. I think Xiao he has really become the master of the forbidden ground. He has forgotten who he is. When Lu Lan heard the outcome of the matter, He snorted coldly with a cold expression. His words caused everyone around to tremble. In their universe, the only ones who dared to talk about the master of the Forbidden Land like this were probably the two in front of them. Cripple his position as the master of the Forbidden Land and lock him in the flowing water cage until the calamity arrives. Lu Lan continued speaking coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, no one around dared to speak. All of them lowered their heads. Everyone could feel the atmosphere around them, and it was extremely depressing. It was as if the sky had fallen. The heaven's origin creation was enraged, and the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. Their emotions only changed, and the entire space seemed to change along with it. No one would have thought that the master of the flowing water forbidden ground would suffer such a terrifying punishment just because he protected his grandson. Below, Flowing Water's body was trembling violently. Cold sweat was dripping down his face. His face was filled with fear and despair. He did not expect this matter to reach such a stage. He did not expect that the forbidden space would be destroyed just because he made a move against Long Yinhao. Even the two heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouses in their universe were alarmed. He had a premonition that he was probably going to be finished, completely done for. Dragon King, I will investigate this matter clearly. I will settle everything properly. Lu Lan looked at Wang Xian and said, according to the rules you announced, all those who violate the rules will die. For your sake, Senior Lu Lan, those disciples who are involved in this matter will be killed immediately and cannot be resurrected. In addition, the master of the Forbidden Land and the elders who are protecting him will be spared from the death penalty. However, they will not be able to escape alive. All of their strength will be crippled. Wang Xian looked at him and said. His words caused Lu Lan's expression to change slightly. Her expression was a little ugly. Dragon King, isn't this request of yours too much? Lu Lan looked at Wang Xian with an ugly expression and said, it's not too much at all. You have to abide by the rules that you have set. I don't wish for an outsider like me to interfere. Wang Xian looked at her calmly as he replied. His tone was filled with dominance as well. Regarding the matter of our sword and magic universe, we will settle it. Internally, at the side, the Heaven's Origin Manifestation Powerhouse from the unfettered Forbidden Land spoke coldly as well. Since you guys want to protect me, I'll have to deal with it myself. Wang Xian swept his gaze across them and smiled faintly. A wave of energy directly enveloped Long Yinin and Long Yinhao. He swept his gaze across the surroundings, and with a move of his palm, the Book of Water Forbidden spell floated in the sky above him. The star field fragment turned into a planet and arrived below Wang Xian. At the same time, a wave of pressure slowly enveloped the surroundings. Under this wave of pressure, with just a thought from Wang Xian, other than those at the peak of the Universe Dominator and the 9th level of the Universe Dominator, the rest of them had to die. Book of Water Forbidden spell. Lu Lan saw that Wang Xian did not give them any face and was not afraid of them at all. Looking at the fragments of the Book of Water Forbidden spell above him, she spoke with an ugly expression. 2 treasure fragments of the Heaven's Origin creation. The Heaven's Origin creation powerhouses from the undeserved forbidden ground also had an extremely grave expression. They stared at the star field fragment beneath Wang Xian with an equally unsightly expression. The atmosphere instantly froze. Huff, 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 huff. All the powerhouses from the Holy Grounds, Saint Academy, and Forbidden Ground were watching this scene with rapid breathing. They felt as though they were about to die at any moment. The terrifying atmosphere made them feel extremely stifled. It was difficult for them to breathe. The bodies of some weaklings began to tremble violently. Fear, fear. If they were to really fight, would they be able to survive? I'm afraid it would be very, very difficult. Dragon King, are you threatening us? Lu Lan looked at this scene and spoke again with a sullen face. Wang Xian nodded his head. Although Lu Lan had a relationship with Senior Water Dragon, it was merely a relationship. What did it have to do with him? Some people in the Flowing Water Forbidden Land had to pay a price for their mistakes. Otherwise, they would not give him face. Since that was the case, Wang Xian did not need to give Lu Lan face. HMPH, your combat strength is very strong. But you haven't reached the Heaven's Origin Manifestation stage after all. If Lu Lan and I were to join forces, do you really think that we won't be able to kill you? The heaven's origin manifestation powerhouse from the unexpected forbidden ground raised the golden axe in his hand with a cold expression and stared at Wang Xian coldly. "You don't dare." Wang Xian looked at them and spoke without any fear. If the two of them were to join forces, Wang Xian would definitely not be their match. However, Wang Xian was still very confident if he wanted to escape. Wang Xian guessed that they wouldn't dare to make a move. Of course, they might have their own trump cards or they might dare to make a move. However, Wang Xian felt that the possibility wasn't high. They didn't dare to make a move. If they did, their losses would be even greater. "Do you dare to do it?" Flo Blueface gloomily stared at Wang Xian, coldly opened his mouth to say. Wang Xian smiled and raised his palm slowly. The flow of blue eyes. The body of water flow. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. However, just when Wang Xian was about to kill the second elder of the Wuxia forbidden area, suddenly a terrifying aura came from below. A demon pillar suddenly shot up from below. Buzz. 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 The world shook. The world resonated. The ground of the demonic beast abyss above vanished into thin air. Yes, from the first level to the 8th level there were layers of thick soil separating them. However, these layers of soil disappeared immediately. A mighty and violent voice came from the heaven and earth. A terrifying and destructive power came from below, acting as the heaven and earth. "Had ha, had ha, I have finally broken through. The heaven's origin destiny, the heaven's origin destiny, I have finally lived another life." Following that, an extremely excited and violent voice was heard. The sudden scene stunned Wang Xian. It also stunned Lu Lan and the powerhouses of the destiny of the heaven's origin in the unfettered forbidden ground. They looked down in astonishment. He had broken through. There was actually someone who had broken through to the destiny realm of the heaven's origin. The 8th level of the abyss of magical beasts. There was a powerhouse who had broken through to the destiny realm of the heaven's origin. The Asgard heavenly demon god has broken through. Boss, that Asgard heavenly demon god has actually broken through. When Lin Yo heard this voice and felt this aura, he revealed a shocked expression on his face. He roared out in disbelief. "Yes, I didn't expect it to have made a breakthrough." When Wang Xian received this news, he revealed an embarrassed expression on his face. If it wasn't for Long Inhao's sudden incident, he would have come here this time. He was prepared to kill the Asgard heavenly demon god completely. After that, he would let Lin Yo devour him. Perhaps in the future, Lin Yo would also be able to break through to the heavenly Yuan creation realm. At that time, the Dragon Palace would have 2 heavenly Yuan creation realm experts. At that time, even if they returned to the 9 origin universe, they would not be afraid of the Phoenix and Angel race. But what he did not expect was that the AGA heavenly demon god had actually broken through. This was not good news for him. And for the entire sword and magic universe, it was even more bad news. In fact, the Asgard demon god's breakthrough would cause the entire sword and magic universe to be destroyed. At this moment, Wang Xian's expression was a little ugly. However, his expression was even uglier. Even the flustered flowing blue and the heaven's origin creation in the unfettered forbidden ground were even more flustered at this moment. Especially when they heard what Lin Yo said. Their eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief and shock. In the sword and magic universe, if an expert at the heavenly Yuan creation level was born, it would be a blessing for their entire universe. It would be the great luck of their entire universe. But now, in the 9th level of the demonic beast abyss, there was actually a creature that had broken through to the heavenly Yuan creation level. Especially after hearing what Lin Yo said about the Agar heavenly demon god, their expressions were extremely flustered. In the last calamity battle, it was the Asgard heavenly demon god who led his army and invaded their sword and magic universe. A race in the void universe also took the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. At that time, their sword and magic universe only had 1 heaven origin creation level expert. That expert was an elder from the unfettered forbidden land. At that time, he could only defend against the Asgard heavenly demon god alone. He could not care about the other invasions at all. This caused their army to invade the center of the sword and magic universe. This caused the entire sword and magic universe to suffer terrible losses. Later, Lu Lan's breakthrough eased the crisis of the sword and magic universe. Only then did they drive Asgard away. But in that battle, although they had cut off Asgard's limbs, they had suffered different degrees of damage during the battle. This was especially so for Lulan. After the end of the calamity, it took her more than 10 billion years to completely recover from her injuries. Experts who were also at the heavenly Yuan creation realm were extremely terrifying when they fought. This was especially so for Asgard, who was a veteran of the heavenly Yuan creation realm. Even when Lulan broke through and joined forces with the unfettered Forbidden Grounds heavenly Yuan creation realm, they were still unable to completely kill him. That battle was filled with carnage. That battle was filled with countless deaths and injuries. Only a few tens of millions of sword and magic universe beings remained. One had to know that there were trillions of life forms in a single universe. This was the terror of the battle of the apocalypse. This was the calamity that Asgard brought to their universe. Now, they could not understand why Asgard would appear in their sword and magic universe. Why would the Asgard celestial demon god break through to the heaven's origin creation realm? What was going on? Asgard celestial demon god, you said he is the Asgard celestial demon god. How are you sure that the one who broke through is the Asgard celestial demon god? Lulan's body trembled as she looked at Wuxia. She could not help but ask. That's because the Lin Yo was born from the limbs of the Asgard celestial demon god. That's because I met him not long ago. Wuxia looked at her and replied indifferently. Boss, that Asgard celestial demon didn't devour me before he broke through. This? Lin Yo's expression was a little ugly as well. Once the Asgard celestial demon broke through, he would be unable to step into the heaven's origin realm in the future. That was because the path ahead of him was blocked. If the Asgard celestial demon didn't die, he wouldn't be able to break through. There's no other way. Wuxia shook his head and looked at Lulan and the heaven's origin creation in the unfettered forbidden land. He said coldly, "This is going to be interesting. If you guys can't negotiate with the Asgard celestial demon god, I'm afraid that at least half of the living beings in the sword and magic universe will die." Hee. He laughed coldly as his thoughts spun. His gaze swept across the great elder and the rest of the people in the flowing water forbidden ground. He continued to speak indifferently. When the time comes, the Agar heavenly demon god might not be the only one to make a. When Lulan and the heavenous origin creator from the unfettered forbidden ground heard Wuxia's words, their expressions changed drastically. Ha ha ha, Lulan, hopeless heaven. I can sense your auras. Old friends, ha ha ha, old friends, I can sense your auras. In the last calamity battle, if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't have fallen. However, fortunately, I've made some arrangements. Ha ha ha. This time, I want your swords and the magic universe to be a river of blood. At this moment, at the 9th level of the demon beast abyss, that violent and cruel voice continued to ring out. Following that, a terrifying figure flew out from below. The figure was filled with blood-red wings. His entire body was filled with sharp thorns. On his head, there were more than 10 blood-red eyes growing out. Each eye was half a meter in size. And what was terrifying was that within these eyes there was a ferocious face. He looked like a terrifying demon that came from the abyss. He came out from the 9th level of the abyss of magic beasts, and his blood-red eyes stared at Lulan and the unfettered heaven's origin creation expert, hopeless heaven. Every face in those eyes was filled with a ferocious and excited expression. He had returned. If it wasn't for the injuries left behind from the previous calamity, he wouldn't have died. He wanted to make the sword and magic universe pay a terrible price. He wanted to make the sword and magic universe bleed like a river. Agar Tion, it's really you. Hopelessly heaven saw the Agar heavenly demon god who flew out. When he saw his figure, his body trembled as he roared with blood-red eyes. Agar heavenly demon god. It was him. In the last calamity, the Agar heavenly demon god who killed countless lives in their sword and magic universe. Lulan, who was at the side, stared at him. His expression changed drastically. On their side, the matter of Wuxia had yet to be resolved. In the end, another Agar heavenly demon god appeared out of nowhere, a mortal enemy. Could it be that the heavens wanted to destroy their sword and magic universe? Hee Lulan, hopeless heaven. Did you not expect this? Ha ha ha. Over the past few 100 million years, I have allowed countless magical beasts to train with you all in order to buy time for me to break through. I still succeeded. You guys are still as stupid as ever, Asgard said as he extended his blood-red tongue, which was a few 100 meters long, and licked the bone spikes on his arm. His eyes turned even more blood-red. It's been a long, long time since I drank blood. As he spoke, he flapped his wings slightly. He was like a terrifying devil that could destroy the world. When Lulan and Wang Wangtian heard his words, their expressions changed drastically. In the flowing water forbidden land, all those who broke the rules participated in the killing of Long Inhao. All those who were involved in this incident committed suicide to atone for their crimes. Lulan turned his head and looked at all the strong disciples in the flowing water forbidden land with a cold expression. His voice was filled with killing intent. The hatred between Wang Xian and them wasn't that great. It could even be said that they could completely resolve it. The reason why she didn't agree earlier was because Wang Xian was too domineering. She had come to their sword and magic universe to interfere in their matters and even asked the strong ones who killed them to do so. Naturally, she couldn't agree so easily. But now, she had no other choice. Now, it was no longer about crippling the master of flowing water forbidden land and the great elder, but killing them directly. Decision. At this moment, Lulan knew how to make a decision. The sudden appearance of the Agar, heavenly demon god, made them have to alleviate the situation on Wang Xian's side. Otherwise, if Wang Xian were to make a move when they were fighting with the Agar, heavenly demon god, then their entire sword and magic universe would really be destroyed. Therefore, at this moment, she ordered everyone involved in this matter to commit suicide. What? Sir? Below, when the first elder of the flowing water forbidden land heard this, their bodies trembled violently. Their faces were filled with despair and fear. They shouted at Lulan with faces full of panic. Their faces were filled with begging. Their hearts were filled with fear. Don't make me say it again. I built the flowing water forbidden land to protect the entire universe. If the sword and the magic universe suffered heavy losses because of you, then the flowing water forbidden land would no longer have a need to exist. Lulan gritted her teeth. This matter was originally handled poorly by the experts of the flowing water forbidden ground. At this time, if the entire sword and magic universe faced the danger of extinction because of some of the higher-ups and experts of the flowing water forbidden ground, then the entire flowing water forbidden ground would be a sinner. Then what was the need for the flowing water forbidden ground that she built? Lulan's expression was incomparably cold as her gaze swept over all the strong disciples of the flowing water forbidden ground. Why? How could this be? How could this be? At the side, Lu Shui Haolian was completely stunned. He couldn't believe what he saw. He couldn't believe his own ending. He never would have thought that just because he led people to attack Long Yinhao, he had actually caused the destruction of the entire forbidden space. He had also caused his grandfather, the master of the flowing water forbidden ground, to face death. This was something he had never expected. This made him feel shocked. He felt terrified. Sir, we are sinners, we are sinners. At a side seat, the second elder of the flowing water forbidden ground heard Lulan's words, and his face was filled with bitterness. He slapped his body with his palm and his life force dissipated rapidly. Second elder. In the surrounding area, an expert from the flowing water forbidden ground shouted in a low voice. The second elder of the flowing water forbidden ground had committed suicide. When everyone saw this scene, they were shocked. However, everything that happened today was too shocking. Wang Xian's terrifying strength. The sudden appearance of the Asgard heavenly demon god, especially the Asgard heavenly demon god. He was the mortal enemy of their sword and magic universe. Next, their sword and magic universe would probably face a disaster. Now, the death of the second elder of the flowing water forbidden ground was actually insignificant. You brought this upon yourself. You can bully others if you are strong, but once others have a stronger background, you will be the one to die. It's very fair. A peak universe ruler expert from the unfettered forbidden land said. If you're strong, you can kill without being held responsible. However, if others were strong, then if they dared to kill, then the price they would have to pay would be very heavy. This was something that everyone understood. The death of the second elder of the flowing water forbidden land was something that they had no choice but to do. This was because the other party was very strong. Hee, hopeless sky, flowing blue. My revenge is about to begin. Hee. At this moment, in front of them, the Asgard heavenly demon god roared with an unbridled expression. He flapped his wings and violent bone spikes floated behind him. They attacked them indiscriminately. They attacked directly. This Agar heavenly demon god did not hesitate at all. He attacked with a killing move. He was naturally no match for Hopeless Sky and Lulan alone. However, his goal was not to kill Hopeless Sky and Lulan. Instead, it was to kill the experts and living beings in the sword and magic universe. He wanted the sword and magic universe to be plunged into misery, and blood would flow like a river. He was also confident that the chances of Lulan and Hopeless Sky wanting to keep him and kill him were very, very small. When it came to the heavenly Yuan creation, killing one of the two would require a suppression in strength. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to kill a heavenly Yuan creation. Damn it, Agarshan, this time, I'm going to kill you completely. When Hopeless Heaven saw Agarshan's attack, his eyes turned blood red. He raised the golden battle axe in his hand and slashed at him. Golden light enveloped the entire world. It slashed directly at Agar. When Lulan saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. With a move of his hand, a staff appeared in his hand. He waved the staff forward and a water curtain enveloped everyone. In the surrounding area, all the powerful disciples instantly felt the pressure relax. They breathed heavily. In a battle of this level, even if there was the slightest ripple, they would die instantly. The battle of the heavens' fate was too terrifying. Dragon King, I hope that we can forget about what happened between us. To express my apologies, after this battle, I will gift you the Heaven's Fate fragment, a part of the Book of Water Forbidden spell. Lulan looked at Wuxia. With a wave of her arm, a Book of Water Forbidden spell appeared in front of her. I will definitely believe what I say, she said to Wuxia with a serious face. All right, as long as you give me a satisfactory answer, I will not take action. Wuxia replied. He looked at the location in front of him. The heaven's origin creation in the unfettered forbidden land had no hope of striking towards the Asgard heavenly demon god. However, the Asgard heavenly demon god did not confront him head-on. Instead, he kept dodging. He continued to unleash long-range attacks. Streams of energy swept over in this direction. If not for Flowing Blue's defense, this place would have been reduced to ruins. Of all the people here, only the Level 9 Universe Ruler and Peak Ruler Realm experts would be able to survive. Hopeless Sky's strength was extremely terrifying. The golden battle axe slashed forward, and the golden light directly split open the void, forming a terrifying galaxy. Agarshan, if you have the guts, let's face it head-on. Wuxia saw Agarshan constantly dodging, and his eyes were cold as he shouted loudly, Kiki, Wuxia, do you think I would be as stupid as you? Next, I, Agarshan, will become the nightmare of your sword and magic universe. I will continue to attack, hunt, and suck the flesh and blood of your sword and magic universe. Kikik, from now on, I will destroy your sword and magic universe. He roared with a ghastly face and laughed maniacally. There was no chance for him to fight with Wuxia head-on. He would not let Lulan and Wuxia completely surround and entangle him. When Wuxia and Lulan heard his words, their bodies trembled violently. Their expressions were unusually grave and awkward. Even their breathing was somewhat hurried. The two of them had the confidence to suppress the Asgardian demon god, but they did not have the confidence to kill him completely. Once he continued to flee and wreak havoc in their universe. They had no way out either. Lulan, we cannot let him escape. Hopeless Sky stared at Agar, his expression extremely ugly. He transmitted his voice to Lulan. We cannot let Agar leave this demonic beast abyss. Otherwise, once he leaves this place, the entire sword and magic universe will not be able to withstand his torment. He could fly to any city in the sky above a magic kingdom. With a wave of his arm, he could destroy a magic kingdom. It was easier to deal with the abyss of magic beasts. There were no human beings to survive. He had to trap them here. All right, all disciples, leave the abyss of magic beasts immediately. Lulan roared and moved. She raised the magic staff in her hand and directly attacked the Asgardian demon god. You want to trap me here? Then PLL play with you here. Agar saw Lulan attacking him and laughed maniacally. Let me see if your strength has improved over the years. Roar. He roared. Roar. 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 From the 9th floor of the demonic beast abyss, the roars of demonic beasts could be heard. The demon beasts were staring at the experts of the sacred lands and sacred academies. Their blood-red eyes were attacking them. The demon beasts were giving off terrifying auras. There were only 1,000 of them, and they were few in number. However, none of them were weaker than level 8 universe masters. Among them, there were 20 to 30 peak universe masters. Come on, come on. The Asgardian demon god laughed maniacally and roared loudly. He glanced at the Lin Yo and said with a cold expression, Lin Yo, you better listen to my orders now and kill all these humans. Otherwise, I will devour you completely. After the Asgardian demon god finished speaking, he went up to meet the 2 heaven origin destinies, Hopeless Sky and Lulan. Earlier, when he was making his breakthrough, he didn't sense Wang Xian's strength. He didn't sense what was happening here. Now that his strength had made a breakthrough, he no longer placed Lin Yo in his eyes. If he wanted to kill Lin Yo, it would be an easy task. Therefore, with a warning, he attacked the 2 heavens origin destinies in the sword and magic universe. Only Hopeless Sky and Lulan were worthy of his attention. Leave this place. Hopeless Sky roared and charged towards Agar. As for the group of demonic beasts, they had no time to attack. Once they attacked the group of demonic beasts, they were worried that Agar would leave this place. Once he left this place, there would be big trouble. Hopeless Sky and Lulan charged towards Agar. They flew into the sky and engaged in a battle. Every move they made was exuding a destructive might. Roar, roar, roar. A group of demonic beasts charged towards them from below. Run, quickly run. The expressions of the disciples from the unfettered forbidden ground and flowing water forbidden ground changed drastically when they saw the thousands of demonic beasts. They also roared loudly. The strength of these demon beasts was not something they could withstand. There were only a dozen pinnacle universe rulers here. And among the demon beasts, there were a total of 20 to 30 pinnacle universe rulers. The difference was too great. Stop them. Eat them. We can't let them escape. However, a shocking scene appeared. The thousands of demonic beasts suddenly let out violent sounds. They simultaneously released terrifying long-range attacks. They wanted to stop them from escaping. On the 8th floor of the demonic beast abyss, the teleportation arrays hadn't been completely established. There were only 5 teleportation arrays. However, there were millions of strong disciples around. These 5 teleportation arrays weren't enough. They could only fly to the 7th floor where there were many teleportation arrays. However, these demonic beasts obviously didn't want them to leave. They wanted to destroy them. How can these demonic beasts, how can they speak human language? They have powerful intelligence. They actually have intelligence. Oh no, they want to leave us here. They have many more experts than us. Quickly escape. First block their attacks or else a large number of experts will be killed. Quickly block them. Shocked and angry voices came from the peak ruler realm experts. These thousands of magical beasts suddenly possessed intelligence. This caused them to feel extremely shocked. Having intelligence and not having it were 2 completely different levels. When they saw the attacks of the demonic beasts, they could only defend themselves. Boom, boom, boom. Over 1 million masters at the level of the masters of the universe launched their attacks and met the attacks of over 1,000 demonic beasts. If Lulan and Hopeless Sky are unable to finish off this Agar heavenly demon god, the disaster of the sword and magic universe will descend. At this moment, Wang Xian was floating there and watching the battle in the sky. His gaze swept to the position below. He opened his mouth and spoke. Just like in the beginning, the reason why Wang Xian dared not to give face to the 2 heaven origin creation level powerhouses was because he knew that the 2 heaven origin creation level powerhouses did not dare to shed all pretense of cordiality with him here. This was because once they really fought together, They could not leave Wang Xian here completely. This would be a disaster for the sword and magic universe. The destructive power of a heaven's origin creator was extremely terrifying. Now, this Asgardian devil god clearly believed that he wouldn't be suppressed by Lu Lan and Wang Xian. He was confident that he could escape, which was why he dared to be so unbridled. If Wang Xian and Lu Lan didn't have any trump cards to hold him back, it would be a disaster for the sword and magic universe. It would be extremely tragic. Brother Wang Xian, can you? From the side, Long Yin saw the sudden outbreak of the battle and the appearance of an enemy from the heaven's origin realm. His face was extremely pale. He looked at Wang Xian and opened his mouth, wanting to seek his help. Wang Xian, can you help us? Not far away, Saint Wuman stared at the group of demonic beasts with reddened eyes. He clenched his fists tightly and looked at Wang Xian as well. He couldn't help but shout out loud. Long Yinhao and the Flowing Moon Saintess were also looking at him. Among them, there were some masters of the universe in the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground who were also looking at Wang Xian. They knew that the current situation would be greatly alleviated if Wang Xian was willing to make a move. Otherwise, just the millions of masters of the universe might die at the hands of these demonic beasts. As for the Asgard celestial demon, they had no way of estimating it. Wang Xian saw their gazes and took a look at the battle above him. His eyes flickered slightly. Lu Lan, hopeless heaven. I will help you guys destroy this Asgard celestial demon. I want his corpse. Wang Xian felt their combat strength and destructive power and made a decision in his heart. Lu Lan, hopeless sky, I will help you to destroy this Agar heavenly demon god. I want his corpse. Wang Xian's voice rang out from the sky above the demonic beast abyss. All right, we will guarantee it with our lives. We will guarantee it with all the lives in the entire sword and magical universe. If the Dragon King helps us to destroy this Agar heavenly demon god, the Dragon King will be the benefactor of our sword and magical universe. The corpse of Asgardian and everything else belongs to the Dragon King. The moment Wang Xian finished his sentence, Wang Xian did not hesitate at all. He praised the passage directly. He did not hesitate at all. He did not hesitate at all. In the current situation, if Wang Xian was willing to help them, the crisis in the sword and magic universe would be easily solved. It was very difficult to kill a heaven-blessed realm powerhouse. They knew this. However, during the last calamity, they were in a life-and-death battle. He and Lu Lan had severed the limbs of the Aga heavenly demon god. Although they didn't manage to leave him behind in the end, they had already severely injured him. At that time, if their sword and magic universe had one more heaven-blessed realm existence, then they would have a 100% chance of destroying this Agar heavenly demon god. That was because the current Agar heavenly demon god was a little weaker during the battle of the apocalypse. What Hopeless Heaven said was also what I, Lu Lan, said. Dragon King, I have a relationship with Lord Water God Dragon. Thank you for helping me. As Hopeless Heaven's words fell, Lu Lan also thanked him loudly. Their eyes were glowing with a fiery glow. If they could get rid of the Aga heavenly demon god, it would be a great blessing for their sword and magic universe. This was equivalent to them having one less terrifying enemy when the next calamity arrived. An enemy at the heaven's origin creation level. As for the request that Wang Xian had made, it was nothing at all. They would even agree if Wang Xian asked them to give him enough treasures in exchange for his help. Not to mention, they were willing to help them completely destroy the Aga heavenly demon god. All right. When Wang Xian heard their words, a smile appeared on his face. He looked at Lin Niu, who was at the side. Old Niu, thank you, boss. Lin Niu knelt in the air and bowed to Wang Xian with an excited expression. He knew that Wang Xian wanted to destroy the Asgard celestial demon god for Lin Niu's own advancement. If he could really destroy the Asgard celestial demon god, the possibility of Lin Niu devouring it and breaking through would be more than 95%. It was such a terrifying probability. That was because the Asgard celestial demon god was already a heaven-s origin creation. There's no need. Wang Xian shook his head and stared at the spot in front of him. At this moment, on the Asgard heavenly demon god's side, his face was filled with astonishment when he heard the words of Hopeless Sky, Lu Lan, and the rest. What was going on? Lu Lan, hopeless sky, and the rest had a manifestation of the heaven's origin helper? The Dragon King? He couldn't sense any manifestation of the heaven's origin under his telepathic perception. The only suspicious thing was the young man who made Lin Yo kneel down. He was clearly not at the level of the heaven's origin creation. The heaven's origin creation was extremely accurate when it came to sensing the heaven's origin creation. Wang Xian was not at the level of the heaven's origin creation. Roar, roar, roar. However, at this moment, Wang Xian's body changed. His void dragon body remained where it was. His original body transformed into an incomparably terrifying divine dragon. Nine-colored light enveloped him as the terrifying dragon aura swept across His entire body was at least 1,000,000 kilometers in size. It was comparable to the size of a space beast. Every single dragon scale was shimmering with light. On a pair of dragon horns, light and darkness flickered. In the middle, there was an illusory dragon wing. The dragon wing revolved with 9-colored rays of light. It mainly had 2 attributes, wind and thunder. The moment Wang Xian transformed into a divine dragon, the moment he let out a roar. In the front, there was a group of demonic beasts charging over. There were more than 1,000 demonic beasts and 20 to 30 demonic beasts at the peak of the Overlord realm. They were trembling as they fell from the sky and laid on the ground. 9 Origin Dragon Field. Wang Xian growled. Without any hesitation, he activated the dragon field. 9 divine dragons flew out from his body. In an instant, they enveloped the entire world. They turned into 9-colored rays of light. Other than that, the starry lock shined brightly. Stars appeared out of thin air in the surroundings. Stars that contained terrifying energy. He swayed his enormous body and flew straight ahead. Eh? What? You clearly don't have the realm of the heaven's origin creation. How can you have such terrifying power? Damn it, you are not a living creature from the sword and magic universe. You are from the divine dragon clan of the 9 origin universe. You are from the divine dragon clan. As a veteran of the heaven's origin creation, the Asgardian demon god was very knowledgeable. He recognized that Wang Xian originated from the 9 origin universe and the divine dragon race. He widened his eyes and roared in disbelief. He could clearly sense that Wang Xian was not from the heaven's origin creation. 2 existences at the heaven's origin creation level, those below the heaven's origin creation level were all chess pieces. They were all ants. They had an endless lifespan and possessed the ability to destroy the world. For those below the heaven's origin level, they did not need to care about any cultivation level. However, how did this divine dragon possess such terrifying strength? 9 attributes? A complete fusion of 9 attributes. Agar's exclamation sounded once again. 9 attributes. He sensed that Wang Xian actually possessed 9 attributes. 9 attributes and the top physique in the universe, He found it unbelievable. The more attributes one had, the more difficult it was to cultivate. The more difficult it was to break through. In the later stages, the masters of the universe who cultivated 9 attributes at level 6 and level 7 were comparable to other powerhouses who had broken through to the heaven's origin realm. Secondly, it did not mean that everyone could cultivate 9 attributes. The more attributes one had, the easier it was for one to lose control and explode. One's body would explode. Therefore, even though Sky Demon God Agar was experienced, this was the first time he had seen an expert with 9 attributes at such a realm. Not to mention 9 attributes, he had only seen very few experts with 5 attributes. Furthermore, an expert at the peak of the ruler realm with 5 attributes was only able to exchange blows with the heaven's origin creation and was able to fight against it. The 9 attributes were even crazier. This was the first time he had seen it. Leave him here and destroy him. Wang Xian stared at the Asgardian demon god. The planets in the surrounding star field fragments revolved and surrounded the surroundings as he shouted loudly. As long as you help me, Dragon King, I Wang Xian, have no hope. Today, I will definitely behead Asgardian. Wang Xian roared furiously with a face full of fury. The sword and the magic universe and the Agar heavenly demon god were blood feuds. If there was a chance, even if both sides were injured, Hopeless Sky and Lu Lan wanted to completely destroy the Agar heavenly demon god. In the last calamity, The Agar heavenly demon god led his army and massacred too many lives in the sword and magic universe. This included their loved ones. Now, when hopeless heaven saw that he had a chance to destroy the Asgardian demon god, he instantly went berserk. All right. Wuxia nodded and replied loudly, surround him. With our strength, we can completely destroy him. Damn it! Damn it! When the Asgardian demon god sensed Wuxia's might and Wuxia's terrifying strength, his expression changed drastically. The Agar heavenly demon god was very clear about Lu Lan's and Wuxia's strength. In the past, even if the other party fought with his life on the line, he would only be severely injured. It was impossible to destroy him. This was also the reason why he dared to act so recklessly. But now, an existence with the heaven's origin creation level combat strength suddenly appeared. He was shocked. One more heaven creation level existence was enough to completely kill him. He flapped his huge wings and without any hesitation he immediately fled. The violent energy left terrifying marks. Agartian, don't even think about escaping today. Lu Lan's eyes were cold and bloodshot with hatred as she roared angrily. She waved the staff in her hand and the book of water curse floated above her head. Immediately she released a terrifying water dragon. The water dragon coiled towards the Asgardian god. When Wuxia saw Lu Lan's attack, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He turned towards the Asgardian god and locked onto him. You want to escape? Dream on. With a move of his dragon claw, the galactic fragment turned into a star and floated in front of his dragon claw. Waves of majestic energy surged into the star field fragment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this instant, tens of thousands of stars in the surrounding area emitted a terrifying luster at the same time. These stars carried all kinds of energy and attacked the Aga heavenly demon god. Countless stars charged forward. It was extremely terrifying and spectacular. Is this brother Wuxia's true strength? When Wuxia attacked from below, the demonic beasts no longer dared to move. Long Yinhao watched as Wuxia transformed into a terrifying divine dragon that was 1,000,000 kilometers in size. When he saw the terrifying stars charging towards him in the surrounding starry sky, his face was filled with shock. This scene was simply too shocking. At least visually, Wuxia's attack was much more shocking than the attacks from Hopeless Sky and Lu Lan. No wonder Brother Wuxia would give me an explanation when he talked about me. Brother Wuxia's strength is too heaven-defying. Long Yinhao continued to speak in shock. He looked at Wuxia's void dragon body and said, Brother, you really hit it well. I just broke through not long ago. Wuxia said with a faint smile. It's really unbelievable. Saint Wuxia, you actually came from another universe. You're actually the king of a race in another universe. No wonder your cultivation speed is so terrifying with this body of yours. You've reached such a level in just a few 100,000,000 years. The flowing moon saintess looked at Wuxia and said with a face full of shock. At this moment, she was also very excited. The relationship between Long Yinhao and Wuxia was needless to say. Now, the matter between Wuxia and their Lord of Heaven's origin creation in the sword and magic universe had been resolved. In the future, Wuxia would also be an existence that everyone in the sword and magic universe would revere. Long Yinhao had such a backing. It could be said that he had reached the sky in one step. This kind of reliable relationship was even stronger than the relationship between the leader of the Flowing Water Forbidden Land and Flowing Blue. In the entire sword and magic universe in the future, Long Yinhao would be the existence with the strongest background. Naturally, she could also bask in the glory and was very happy. Around them, the barbarian saint who knew Wuxia had his mouth slightly agape. He was also looking at this scene in disbelief. I didn't expect the Wuxia Holy Son to be the king of a race from the 9 origin universe. Is this the divine dragon? It's really terrifying. That's right. Sir Lu Lan said that her breakthrough was under the guidance of Sir Tian Yuan creation of the divine dragon race. This divine dragon race is really terrifying. Just this terrifying physique and this terrifying pressure is enough to make one's soul tremble. It's really powerful. Isn't the dragon roar forbidden ground about to ascend to the heavens with a single step? The ones who have ascended to the heavens with a single step are the siblings, Long Yin Yin and Long Yin Hao. In the past, this sage Wang Xian has taken great care of them. This time, he even dared to fight against us two masters of heaven's origin creation for Long Yin Hao's sake. Now that everything has been resolved, who would dare to provoke them? In the surrounding area, all the strong disciples of the Sacred Land's Forbidden Ground and the Sacred Academy were discussing. They looked at Wang Xian's void dragon body and then looked at the terrifying divine dragon in the sky. They were filled with deep respect. With such a body, he was truly invincible. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, at the position in front of him, the stars were heading towards the Agar heavenly demon god. Now, Wang Xian was able to fight against the heaven's origin creation without using treasures of the same level with the help of the heaven's origin creation fragment. With the help of the heaven's origin creation fragment, his attack power was even more terrifying. Although Agation had lived his second life, all the weapons and treasures he had in the past were gone. Under such circumstances, he had to deal with the attacks of the stars with all his might. Coupled with the attacks from Hopeless Sky and Lu Lan, he was completely suppressed. In fact, even the chance of breaking through and escaping was extremely small. Roar, roar, roar. Damn it, damn you guys, damn the Divine Dragon Clan. Divine Dragon Clan, you've ruined my plans twice. In the future, Asgard, will definitely make you pay the price of blood. I will definitely make you pay a terrible price. Asgard saw the tens of thousands of terrifying planets charging towards him. His expression changed drastically as he roared with killing intent. Boom! He flapped his wings violently and instantly went berserk. Berserk! His strength instantly increased by a lot. Countless bone spikes on his body attacked the planets one by one. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The bone spikes exploded one planet after another. But at this moment, the water dragon released by Lu Lan was also attacking him from behind. Devil's breath. The Asgardian devil god looked at the water dragon, and his blood-red pupils released a violent torrent. The torrent gathered together and charged at the water dragon. Boom! Boom! The violent devil's breath collided with the water dragon. It completely blocked it. Agar Heaven. Seeing that Agar Heaven demon god was blocking Wang Xian and Lu Lan's attacks, he used both his hands to eat the huge axe and slashed at them. The sword and magic universe was mainly based on sword techniques. However, due to the huge axe in his hands, he gave up on using his previous sword techniques. This was because this huge axe was also an extremely powerful treasure. He was the one who found the weapon from the chaos. Although Hopeless Heaven did not possess the ability to go berserk, his expression was extremely violent at this moment. This was a good opportunity for him to take revenge. The huge axe in his hand slashed towards the Asgardian demon god. A dazzling golden ray of light slashed towards the Asgardian demon god. Ah! The Asgardian demon god blocked Wang Xian's and Lu Lan's attacks consecutively. When he saw Wang Xian's huge axe attack, his expression changed drastically. His wings were directly blocking in front of him. He could only use his own defense and his own body to block it. Now, facing Wang Xian's and Lu Lan's attacks, he could only block two of them at most. And this was in a berserk state. This was also the reason why he was able to block two existences of the same level by himself back then. It was also the reason why he dared to be so arrogant just now. As long as he put up a fight, he would be able to block them. If he was really in danger, Lu Lan and Wang Tian would not be able to block him even if he were to run for his life. However, it was different now. In his berserk state, he was able to withstand the attacks of Wang Xian, Lu Lan, and the rest. He had used up all the energy he could muster during this period of time. In the face of Wang Xian's attacks, he could only use the strength of his physical body to withstand them head-on. Wang Xian's huge axe slashed onto the body of the Agar heavenly demon god, causing cracks to appear on the bones on his wings. The bones started to crumble. His body was also sent flying backward and fresh blood was flowing out. Dragon Tomb. At this moment, Wang Xian rushed over. An incomparably huge dragon tomb appeared out of thin air behind the Asmodean god. The shadows of the divine dragons grabbed towards his body, wanting to grab him into the dragon tomb and kill him completely. Roar! 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 Agarshan roared, and the eyes of the demon gods appeared around him. The eyes of the demon gods collided with the phantoms of the divine dragons. Bang! 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 The dragon tomb slowly cracked open. Forbidden spell, water in the sky, purify everything. Lulan roared, and the staff in his hand floated in the sky. The book of forbidden water spells above his head began to shine. A dark cloud appeared in the sky above Agar, and a stream of water fell towards him. This stream of water contained a terrifying destructive power. It seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Demon God's Claw Tear. Agar saw Lulan's attack instantly descend, and he roared furiously. He stretched out his demonic claws and clawed at the dark clouds in the sky. Rip! His terrifying claws tore through space. Die, 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 die. Wuxia's furious roar continued. He flew in front of Agar once again. The huge axe in his hand slashed once again. He was exhausted from defending. At this moment, Agar was completely exhausted from defending against Wuxia, Lulan, and Wuxia's attacks. One terrifying attack after another. Each attack had the power to destroy the world. With his full strength, he could defend against one or two of them, but he definitely could not defend against three. After all, Wuxia and the rest's attack power was not lower than his. Run, run, run. We have to run. The Asgardian demon god saw the attacks from Wuxian and roared furiously in his heart. Bzz. Instantly, clones appeared around him. There were more than 10,000 clones. Hopeless Sky's attack landed on Asgard's body once again. This time, many of his bones were broken again. A terrifying axe mark was left on his body. His body was also rapidly sent flying. However, the moment he was sent flying, his figure entered the tens of thousands of avatars. Whoosh! 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 The tens of thousands of avatars turned into streams of black smoke and fled in all directions. This one. Wuxia growled when he saw that the Asgardian demon god was trying to escape. Water forbidden spell. Heavy water thousand twist. Wuxia did not hesitate at all. The book of water forbidden spell floated in front of him and immediately released a water forbidden spell. Streams of water appeared in the sky and below. The streams of water formed a huge pattern and resonated with each other from top to bottom. Following that, countless streams of water flowed towards a wisp of black smoke. Roar! Damn dragon god! How did you discover me? Agar's demonic god's body was locked onto. His face was filled with rage, fury, and a hint of fear. This escape move of his was actually broken by Wuxia. How did he break it? How can it be so easy to escape? You have just broken through to the heavens origin creation stage and you are already so arrogant? Wuxia stared at Agar's demonic god. His face was filled with a cold expression. He possessed the incorporeal holy wings and the ability to search for enemies in the void. Now that the 9 attributes had fused, every strike of Wuxia contained the ability to search for enemies in the void. It was extremely easy to identify the location of his real body. Countless streams of water were swirling around him and killing him. Good. Blood boiling, explode. Lulan's eyes glowed when she saw Wuxia locking onto the Asgard celestial demon. She pointed the staff in her hand forward. Droplets of water fell towards the Asgardian demon god. Scram! Scram! The Asgardian demon god revealed a look of fear when he saw the continuous attacks. Some of the bones on his wings were broken and turned into a terrifying blood-red blade-like attack. It attacked in all directions. It was an indiscriminate attack. This move was equivalent to injuring 1,000 enemies and damaging 800 of himself. He was already going all out. He knew that if he did not go all out, he might really be killed today. He had just broken through to the heavens origin creation realm today. He had just lived his second life. Was he going to be killed just like that? He could not accept it. However, at this moment, he could only go all out when faced with such a situation. He could only fight to the death. He was no match for Wuxia and the other two. He didn't even have the qualifications to fight. Arrogant. This time he was too arrogant. He didn't expect that there would be an expert like Wuxia in the sword and magic universe. Agadian, even if PM's severely injured today, I, Wang Wangdian, will kill you. When Hopeless Sky saw this terrifying attack, he was not afraid at all. He was wearing a golden armor that covered his entire body. He was completely prepared to take Agatha's attack head-on. He was completely prepared to exchange injuries for injuries. Not only was Agatha willing to risk his life, he was also willing. Roar! 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 When the Asgardian demon god saw that Wang Xian was attacking him with all his might, his face revealed a hint of anger and fear. There was a hint of panic on his face. Now that Wang Xian had seen through his escape plan, Wang Xian had no fear. Even if he had to risk getting injured, Wang Xian would still inflict heavy injuries on him. With Lu Lan and Wang Xian by his side, he had no way of resisting. I have to escape, I have to escape. Agar roared in horror. I have to escape. I have to do everything I can to escape. If not, I might really be done for. I might really die here. It was very difficult for a powerhouse in the Heaven's Origin Destiny realm to die. However, if he did not escape today, he would definitely die. This was because Flowing Blue and the Hopeless Sky would not give up even if they were heavily injured as long as they had the chance to kill him. Pong pong pong. Asgard gritted his teeth and looked at the huge axe that was charging at him. Once again, it surrounded his wings and forcefully blocked it. The terrifying huge axe struck his wings. This time, a large portion of his right wing's bones were punctured. His entire right wing was completely cut off. His body was instantly sent flying backward. Yu Hua Tianqian. Asgard felt the intense pain coming from his wing. When they saw this scene, their eyes turned blood red. Blood began to drip down. In the next instant, his body began to collapse and turn into countless bone fragments. Countless blood-red bone shards flew in all directions. Some of the bone shards even tore through the void, revealing a black hole in front of them. Ascendance, heavenly sky. This was another means of escape for Asgard. As an old-fashioned heavenly Yuan creation, he had many means of escape. And this method did not hesitate to use up his blood and energy. If he wanted to recover from this kind of depletion, he would need at least a few billion years. He still wants to escape. When Lu Lan saw the scene, his gaze focused. In the black clouds in the sky, droplets of water fell toward the blood-red bone pieces one by one. It was as if they were going to drip into them and lock onto them. He can't escape. Wang Xian's face revealed a cold expression. Under the void search of the uninitiated holy wings, he could sense the exact location of the Asgardian demon god. This time, his spiritual ability was not limited to just one bone fragment. It was on more than 10 bone fragments. If any of the bone fragments managed to escape, he would be able to escape completely. 9 shadows of the heavenly dragon. Wang Xian let out a low growl. His body trembled slightly as the shadows of the divine dragons appeared around him. The 9 dragon shadows attacked the 9 bone fragments. At the same time, he waved his arm and the Book of Forbidden Water spells landed in his hand. Wang Xian flipped open the 8th page of the Book of Water Forbidden spell and a surge of energy surged into it. Buzz! The image of a goddess appeared on the 8th page of the Book of Water Forbidden spell. The goddess had 18 arms and 18 arms. She immediately attacked the other 7 bone fragments. Her speed was extremely terrifying. Damn it, damn it. How could he still lock onto me? How is this possible? How is this possible? At this moment, the Asgardian demon god was shocked when he saw Wang Xian's attack locked onto him accurately. It was one thing for him to be locked onto the first time. Now he was locked onto the second time as well. How is this possible? Attack the bone fragments that PM attacking. Wang Xian shouted loudly when he launched his attack. All right. Wang Xian and Lu Lan's eyes shone brightly. I have locked onto 5 of them. They are all locked onto by you, Dragon King. It seems that you have a special way to lock onto the enemy. Lu Lan shouted loudly at Wang Xian with an excited look on her face. Sure. It will be difficult for him to escape from my lock. Wang Xian replied. All right. Godly axe. Kai Yuan. Wang Xian roared and raised the huge axe in his hand. Streams of terrifying energy enveloped the area in front of him. He slashed forward and golden axes appeared one after another. They were aimed at the 17 bone fragments. Divine Dragon Clan, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Seeing that he was completely locked on, Agation revealed an extremely furious expression. All of his bone fragments gathered together again. He ignored Wang Xian and Wang Xian's attacks and fled into the distance. Mountains are water, the sky is water, the earth is water, and everything is. Lu Lan stood at the back and raised the staff in his hand as he muttered. Following his words, water mountains appeared. The sky turned into water. The ground also turned into water. The entire world seemed to have undergone a huge change. This move of his took a full second to chant and cast. To the heaven's origin creation, this could withstand thousands of attacks in a second. And this attack that required a second to chant was naturally extremely terrifying. No, no, no. I can't accept this. The Asgardian demon god felt the attack from behind Wang Xian and roared with a face full of grievance. He couldn't accept this. He died just like that. He couldn't accept this. He had just come out of his second life. We, the great beings at the heavenly Yuan creation level, have completely suppressed that demonic god. We have completely suppressed him. We might even be able to kill him. With the Dragon King's addition, that demonic god no longer dares to be arrogant. He might even be killed by the three great beings. That's great, that's great. I saw from the history of our undeserved forbidden ground that during the last calamity, our sword and magic universe had killed no less than 100 billion of our compatriots, or even more. During the last calamity, this Asgardian demon god led his subordinates and attacked the center of our universe. The entire demon beast abyss was formed during that battle. Countless creatures in our universe were killed by him, and now we can finally take revenge. A battle at the heavenly fate level is so terrifying. The three lords are already far away from us, yet they're still so terrifying. That Dragon King from the 9 origin universe is so strong. He is already so strong even though he isn't at the heavenly Yuan creation level yet. He has 9 attributes, and together with his spatial attribute body, he has a total of 10 attributes. It's too terrifying. What level of talent is this? Yeah, cultivating all 10 attributes. It's really incomparably terrifying and heaven-defying. I'm afraid that this is an extremely rare existence in all the universes. At the same time, at the back, all the strong disciples were filled with shock and excitement when they saw this scene. Now, that demonic god was completely suppressed. He might even be destroyed. Many strong ones knew that this Agar heavenly demonic god was the greatest hatred in their universe. If they could destroy him, it would be a blessing for their universe. At this moment, everyone looked at Wang Xian with more respect and respect. This Dragon King was too heaven-defying. Boom, boom, boom. The battle continued as the terrifying energy reverberated throughout the world. Lu Lan and Wang Xian's eyes were bloodshot from the battle. They only had their eyes on the Asgardian demon god. All their energy was completely locked onto him. This also made Wang Xian feel much more relaxed by the side. All he needed to do was to attack normally. The animosity between the Asgardian demon god, the sword, and the magic universe had exceeded Wang Xian's imagination. Lu Lan, hopeless guy, you want me to die. Even if I die, I will make you pay a terrible price. I will also make you, the sword, and the magic universe pay the price. The wounds on the Asgardian demon god's body were increasing. The despair in his eyes was also increasing. There was an additional existence in the heaven's origin realm. This was only his body. He had just broken through to the heaven's origin realm and didn't even have any resurrection treasures in his hands. Once he died, he would truly die. He would be completely annihilated. Now, because of Wang Xian, he was completely locked onto both his escapes. He knew that Wang Xian had a terrifying locking ability. Today, with Lu Lan and the hatred of Wang Xian, there was a high possibility that he would die here. He could die, but he also wanted to make the sword and the magic universe pay the price. Today, I, Wang Xian, will behead you to pay tribute to the lives of those who died in the sword and the magic universe. Wang Xian raised his battle axe and roared. His entire body was rapidly expanding until it was 1,000 meters in size. Boom! Wang Xian dashed out and engaged in close combat with the Asgardian demon god. Lu Lan waved the staff in his hand. Streams of energy covered the surroundings to prevent the Asgardian demon god from escaping. At the same time, streams of water were injected into Wang Xian's body to strengthen his defense and recovery ability. Wang Xian raised his head. The fragments of the starfield were suspended in the air above him. The stars were spinning above him. The stars were attacking Agar. The terrifying energy covered the sky and the sun. Agar was in an extremely miserable state. He flapped his wings and tried his best to dodge. Now, he could no longer block any attacks. He could not withstand the combined attacks of Wang Xian and the other two. However, even if he tried to block the attacks again, he could not dodge the attacks of Wang Xian and the others. He dodged the attacks of Hopeless Sky and was struck by a star. He let out a furious roar and let out a miserable shriek. Disintegration of the omen. He let out another furious roar and his eyes were filled with madness. Disintegration of the omen. Last time Agatha used this move to escape. His limbs were also left here because of this move. Lu Lan saw Agatha's move and immediately reminded Wang Xian loudly. At this moment, Wang Xian saw the body of Agatha transformed into 20 to 30 body parts. Heads, limbs, eyes, and 2 wings. There was also a chest and some bones. He quickly fled to the surroundings and far away. When Wang Xian saw this scene, his eyes focused. He waved his arm and the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon plate flew out, attacking the pupils one by one. At the same time, Wang Xian's body trembled and split into 9 parts, attacking the limbs one by one. The Starfield fragment and the Book of Water forbidden spell were also sweeping towards the bodies of the Agar heavenly demon god. Each of the 28 body parts contained a terrifying energy. They were fleeing in all directions. Lu Lan and Hopeless Heaven also tried to intercept them. They also had powerful means to intercept them. Stay here. One by one, their limbs were enveloped by Wang Xian and the rest's energy. At this moment, the head of the Asgard celestial demon flew toward the group of experts from the Forbidden Grounds and the Sacred Academy. If you want to kill me, I will make your sword and magic universe pay a terrible price. I will make all the experts from your sword and magic universe die with me. The head of the Asgardian demon god roared crazily. The eyes on his head disappeared, and he looked abnormally terrifying. But the energy contained in them was very terrifying. You want to kill the disciples of our sword and magic universe? Don't even think about it. Lu Lan's eyes were extremely cold. He waved the staff in his hand, and the water condensed into a giant hand that grabbed at his head. In the next moment, the huge hand grabbed Agarshan's head, and his head let out a blood-curdling scream. But the moment he was grabbed, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat something out. It was an eye. Inside the eye was a face that looked crazy. This face broke through the bindings of the eye and turned into a terrifying face of a demon god. The face of the demonic god grew larger and continued to attack the group of disciples. Not good. Lu Lan's expression changed slightly when she saw this. Not good. The demonic god's target is us. Run. Run. Oh no. The demonic god wants to kill us. We're not his match. Run. 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 This face is not something we can block. At this moment, all the peak stage rulers of the Sacred Grounds, Forbidden Grounds, and Sacred Academy in the surrounding area looked at this face in shock. They immediately attacked the face of the demon god and ordered all the disciples and experts to immediately flee. Die, 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 Lu Lan, Hopeless Sky, I said. Even if I die, I will make your sword and magic universe pay a terrible price. Ha ha ha, die, 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 die. Agarshan demon god roared crazily. At this moment, he didn't want to escape anymore. But before he died, he wanted to kill these million experts from the sword and magic universe. Once these experts died, when the calamity arrived, the sword and magic universe might still suffer a terrible disaster. Agarshan, you are courting death. At the front, when Hopeless Heaven saw this scene, his expression changed drastically as he roared crazily. Brother Wang Xian, run. The dragon's roar and Yin Long In-house face turned extremely pale when they saw the attack of the Agatian demon god. Only when they faced the demon god who was in the heaven's origin realm did they realize how terrifying this level was. Even just a face made them feel fear and despair. They shouted at Wang Xian's void dragon body in panic. Hehe. Don't worry. Wang Xian looked at them and smiled faintly. Transformation of the netherworld dragon. With a thought, Wang Xian's real body instantly merged with the void dragon body. The three of us are attacking you together. If we can still cause you any trouble, then we are too trash. Wang Xian raised his head and looked at the face of the demon god. He shook his head and sneered. The transformation of the netherworld dragon. Wang Xian's body transformed instantly with his void dragon body. Roar! 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 Divine dragons! You deserve to die? Deserve to die! Agar stared at Wang Xian with his face filled with anger and unwillingness. He couldn't help but roar furiously. He was filled with unwillingness. Yes, he was extremely unwilling at the moment. Now he was already severely injured. Initially, he wanted to kill some powerhouses and living beings in the sword and magic universe before he died. However, he didn't expect that he would still be stopped by Wang Xian in the end. Today, if it wasn't for Wang Xian, he wouldn't have died either. He wouldn't have fallen either. It wasn't easy for him to revive his second life. It wasn't easy for him to break through to the heaven's origin blessed realm once again. This time, once he was destroyed, he would be gone forever. Roar! Roar! He roared unwillingly, but there was nothing he could do. Wang Xian looked at the Agar heavenly demon god who was filled with unwillingness. A cold expression appeared on his face. With a wave of his arm, he transformed into a dragon claw and attacked the face of the Agar heavenly demon god. The dragon claw instantly tore apart the final attack of the Asgardian demon. Kill him completely. Wang Xian let out a wild roar. The huge axe in his hand slashed at the body parts of the Asgardian demon god. The terrifying golden glow enveloped the Asgardian demon god and completely melted his energy. Wang Xian also moved his body and attacked the body parts of the Asgardian demon god. Phew, that Lord Wang Xian has the ability to teleport. He teleported back to his other body. He's really powerful. He teleported back to his own body at such a long distance. It's fortunate that Lord Wang Xian is here. This time, Long Yin has really soared into the sky. This Lord Wang Xian is a terrifying existence that is comparable to the fate of the heaven's origin. Although he is not an expert from our universe, he is able to come to our universe and possess such terrifying strength. Even if it's a calamity, no expert would dare to provoke him. That's right. Long Yin has indeed soared to the sky this time. Why don't I have such good luck? In the surrounding area, a group of frightened strong disciples from the sacred grounds and the forbidden grounds heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the crisis had been resolved. They looked at Wang Xian's figure and then looked at Long Yin. Their faces were filled with envy. To be able to be together with this existence, he had really soared to the sky. Who would dare to provoke him in the future? He had truly soared to the sky. At this moment, Long Yin still had a shocked expression on her face. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe that Wang Xian was such a terrifying powerhouse. Now he was even ganging up with two legendary figures from the sword and magic universe to kill a powerhouse at the heaven's origin creation level. This made her feel a little dazed. In front of her, hopeless sky and Lu Lan's furious roars rang out. The vitality of every part of the Agar heavenly demon's body was diminishing. The vitality of every part of his body was dissipating rapidly. Wang Xian also quickly kept every part of the Agar heavenly demoness body. Even his blood was not spared. Even a drop of blood from the body of a heaven origin creator would contain an extremely terrifying energy. When Lin Yo saw this scene, he revealed an excited expression. Next, if he could devour all the bodies of the Asgard celestial demon, the possibility of him breaking through was very, very high. It could even be said that it would not be long before he could break through to the heaven origin creation stage. At this realm, he would truly transcend. He would truly possess endless lifespan. Eternal life. Complete eternal life. Even if it was a calamity, as long as he wanted to survive, it would be extremely easy. Furthermore, at this level, it was too difficult to die. Just like the Asgard heavenly demon god, he was completely exterminated this time by accident. It was all due to his arrogance. On top of that, he had died once. The main body of the Asgard celestial demon had already died. He had left behind a chess piece which allowed him to revive his second life in the universe of sword and magic. As long as the Heaven's Origin creator was careful and had more arrangements, it would be too difficult to completely exterminate him. He was about to step into the Heaven's Origin creation. In the sky ahead, the battle between Wuxia and the rest was coming to an end bit by bit. After the vitality of the bodies of the Asgard heavenly demon god was destroyed one by one, the resistance that his remaining body could unleash was getting weaker and weaker. Buzz. When Wuxia grabbed an eye in his hand. At the side, Lulan and Hopeless Sky had also completely destroyed the other limbs of the Asgard heavenly demon god. From then on, an existence at the heavenly Yuan creation level was completely destroyed. I can't sense any life force or aura from the Asgard heavenly demon god. He has been completely destroyed by us. Lulan sensed the surroundings and said excitedly, "Destroyed, ha ha ha, we have finally destroyed him. The countless undead in the sword and magic universe can finally rest in peace." Hopeless Heaven could not help but laugh maniacally. His expression was filled with excitement. He had experienced that dark and turbulent time. The Asgardian demon god had brought too much darkness to their universe. Now he had gotten his revenge. "Thank you, Dragon King, for your help." Hopeless Heaven looked at Wuxia, cupped his hands, and thanked him. "Thank you, Dragon King, for your help." Lulan also said gratefully, "No need. We are just doing business." Wuxia smiled at them. His gaze swept across the limbs of the Aga heavenly demon god. With a wave of his arm, he retrieved them one by one. Lulan and Wuxia did not touch the limbs of the Aga heavenly demon god. After all, they had a small conflict with Wuxia just now. Since Wuxia was willing to help them, he asked for the body of the Aga heavenly demon god. In order to prevent Wuxia from disliking them, they didn't take any limbs or blood from the Aga heavenly demon god. After the complete limbs of the Aga heavenly demon god were taken back, his face revealed an excited expression. "Lin Yo, come over," he shouted softly, and his voice was transmitted to Lin Yu. "Boss, I'm here, I'm here." Lin Yu flew over with an excited expression on his face and knelt down in the air. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." He knelt down and worshipped Wuxia incoherently as he shouted loudly, "How long will it take for you to break through?" Wuxia waved his arm and the corpse of the Asgardian demon god flew in front of him. "Boss, are you all right?" he asked Lin Yo with a smile on his face. "Boss, it will take about 100 million years. 100 million years should be enough." Lin Yo took the body of the Asgardian demon god and replied loudly with a burning gaze. "Boss, in the future, even if I, the old bull, break through to the Heaven's Origin creation realm, I will follow your lead. Anyone who wants to hurt you will have to step over my body." "Thank you, boss, for bringing me to the heavenly Yuan destiny realm. I will repay you with my death," Lin Bull promised gratefully. Lin Yo kneeled in front of Wuxia and spoke with gratitude and excitement. However, Lulan and Wuxia were stunned when they heard Lin Yo's words. Their minds moved and their eyes landed on Lin Yo. After sensing it slightly, their eyes focused. They could sense the aura of the Asgard heavenly demon god from Lin Yo's body. However, the Lin Yu in front of them was clearly not the Asgard heavenly demon god. He should be a demonic beast born from the falling limbs of the Asgard heavenly demon god in the 9th level of the demonic beast abyss. His strength is not weak and far exceeds that of a peak ruler realm existence. Now, the Asgard heavenly demon god has completely disappeared, and the obstacles in front of him have disappeared. Now that he can devour the corpse of the Asgard heavenly demon god, the possibility of him breaking through is almost 100%. In 100 million years, he should be able to completely break through. Hopeless Heaven sized up Lin Yo and transmitted his voice to Lulan. When Lulan heard this, his face revealed a shocked expression. "Doesn't that mean that he will have a heavenly Yuan creation level subordinate?" Lulan replied with some amazement. Their entire sword and magic universe had only produced 2 heavenly Yuan creation level subordinates. And this Dragon King before them already had a heavenly Yuan creation level subordinate. In addition to his own strength, he was already comparable to their sword and magic universe. The 9 origin universe is a relatively strong universe. It's much stronger than our sword and magic universe. Hopeless Sky continued to send a voice transmission to Lu Lan. Lu Lan nodded. At this time, his heart suddenly moved. His gaze swept past Long Yinin and Long Yinhao, and his gaze flickered slightly. Dragon King, I hope you can forgive me for my previous offense. Lu Lan looked at Wang Xian and spoke directly. Senior Lu Lan, I can understand your actions as well. Wang Xian smiled when he heard Lu Lan's words. Since the heavens origin creation of the sword and magic universe had taken the initiative to apologize, Wang Xian would not continue to offend them. Moreover, Lu Lan's actions just now were also normal. Was he protecting his own shortcomings? Wang Xian was also protecting his own shortcomings. Long Yinhao and the current saintess of the flowing water forbidden ground were now together. Long Yinin and the dragon roar forbidden ground were also disciples of the sword and magic universe. He did not want to shed all pretenses with Lu Lan and Hopeless Heaven. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to apologize, this was already the best situation. The Dragon King's action this time helped us to kill Agatha. This is a great favor to us. In the future, if the Dragon King has any needs, just tell us directly. If we can do it, we will definitely not decline. Hopeless Heaven also spoke very politely to Wang Xian. Putting aside Wang Xian's strength, he would have a Heaven's origin level subordinate in the future. Just by helping them to kill Agatha just now, Hopeless Heaven would also thank him properly. Alright, you read too polite. I came to your sword and magic universe by accident to gain experience. Now that I've gained something, I think it's fated to be in your sword and magic universe as well. Wang Xian replied politely. Then let's have a taste of the delicacies unique to our sword and magic universe together, Dragon King. Haha. Wang Xian smiled and invited Wang Xian. Wang Xian didn't reject him. He nodded his head with a smile. Lu Lan nodded her head with a smile as well. She moved her body and arrived in front of the group of powerful disciples from the Forbidden Grounds and the Saint Academy in an instant. My lord! The group of powerful disciples quickly bowed respectfully. Okay. Lu Lan nodded her head, and her gaze landed on Long Yinin and Long Yinhao. With a wave of her hand, the staff appeared in her hand, and a seed appeared above the lotus flower. The seed entered Long Yinhao's body along with the current. Coming back from the dead will cause some damage to your foundation. This water moon seed can restore your foundation and improve it once again. In addition, I'll use the water energy to cleanse your body, allowing you to recover to your previous realm in a short period of time. It will not be a problem for you to break through to the peak of the ruler realm in the future. This time, it is the flowing water forbidden ground that is wrong. Lu Lan said to Long Yinhao as a wave of energy surged into his body. At the same time, his realm continued to increase. In a short period of time, he had directly recovered to the level of a 5th stage venerable. A heavenly Yuan creator personally making a move was still very terrifying. Not to mention, he had even given him a powerful treasure to repair his body. Thank you, sir, thank you, sir. Long Yinhao's face was filled with gratitude as he hurriedly bowed. There's no need. You're a disciple of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land, right? Your Dragon Roar Forbidden Land is also a water elemental faction. Ask your seniors if they're willing to join the Flowing Water Forbidden Land. The Flowing Water Forbidden Land will not mistreat you. With your strength, you can also become the pillar of the Flowing Water Forbidden Land in the future. Lu Lan smiled as she spoke. She waved her arm once again, and a water elemental staff appeared in front of her. She waved her arm, and the staff landed in front of Long Yin. I have an extra staff in my hand. Its power is not bad, so I'll give it to Little Yin, she said to Long Yin. Long Yin stared blankly at the magic staff in front of him, and his body suddenly became alert. Thank you, sir, thank you, sir. Long Yin hurriedly thanked him. There's no need. Lu Lan smiled with satisfaction and her gaze swept the surroundings. There are no more magic beasts in the magic beast abyss. All of you should go back. Yes, sir. All the experts from the Sacred Land, Forbidden Land, and Sacred Academy immediately responded loudly. They glanced at Long Yinin and Long Yinhao, their faces filled with envy. Needless to say, Long Yinin and Long Yinhao would definitely become existences at the peak of the ruler realm in the future. Not to mention the Dragon King from the other universes. Just based on their Lord Tianyuan creation's intentions, it was obvious that they wanted to raise Long Yinin and Long Yinhao to the peak of the ruler realm. Although they had no hope of Lord Tianyuan making a move, he would obviously do something later on. The main reason was that the Dragon King's strength was too terrifying. Furthermore, they had also heard the conversation of that Lin Nyo. After this, Lin Nyo devoured the corpse of the Asgard heavenly demon god. After more than 100 million years, he would advance to the Tianyuan creation realm. This Dragon King would have a subordinate of the Tianyuan creation realm. With such a terrifying existence, the two lords of their universe naturally had to be on good terms with him. This would be extremely beneficial to the future calamity, and the relationship between Long Yinin and Long Yinhao and this Dragon King would be able to walk unhindered in the entire sword and magic universe in the future. On the side, when the Flowing Moon Saintess saw this scene, her eyes widened and her face was filled with excitement. Long Yinhao's background was now even scarier than hers. She was naturally very happy to see her man getting such good fortune. At the back, Wang Xian smiled when he saw the scene. Everything that happened next became simple. After the Asgardian demon god was killed, the crisis in the sword and magic universe was completely resolved. After witnessing Wang Xian's strength, Lu Lan and Wang Xian invited Wang Xian to their territory. Wang Xian didn't reject them. Following that, the undeserved Forbidden Ground and the Flowing Water Forbidden Ground held a grand celebration banquet in the universe. It was to celebrate their destruction of the Aga heavenly demon god. It was to celebrate their revenge. And after they left, the entire sword and magic universe knew that their universe's Lord Tianyuan creation had joined forces with the Dragon Palace Dragon King of the Nine Origin universe to destroy a Tianyuan creation, an enemy that had invaded their universe during the last calamity. When this news was released, it caused countless tremors. Two of us, the masters of the Heaven's Origin Destiny realm, actually destroyed a Heaven's Origin Destiny realm? A terrifying demonic god? Or is he working together with the masters of the other universe? Who is that master? He actually destroyed a Heaven's Origin Destiny realm. Isn't this too terrifying? I heard that the master of that universe is the sage Wang Xian from the Dragon Roar Forbidden Ground. His main body is a super powerhouse from another universe. This is just one of his clones. No way. That sage Wang Xian who is like a dark horse? That sage Wang Xian's breakthrough speed is extremely terrifying. So it turns out that he is actually a clone of a Heaven Origin creator. You guys don't know that Lord Wang Xian directly transformed into a terrifying divine dragon. It was 1,000,000 kilometers in size and was as big as some of the magical kingdoms in our universe. With a wave of his hand, the world turned upside down. That battle was too terrifying. Even a powerhouse who was at the peak of the Dominator realm was extremely tiny in that battle. He couldn't even get close to it. This time, the two of us have eliminated the most powerful enemy of our sword and magic universe. In the future, when the calamity of our sword and magic universe arrives, we will be able to have one less powerful enemy. This is a fortunate thing for our sword and magic universe. If not for Lord Wang Xian's help this time, according to the experts from the Unfettered Forbidden Land and Flowing Water Forbidden Land, at least 30% of the living beings in our sword and magic universe would have died at the hands of the demon god. It's all thanks to Lord Wang Xian's help this time. In the sword and magic universe, countless of the strong disciples were discussing. The battle of the demon god who was at the heaven-destroying destiny level was transmitted to every corner of the sword and magic universe. The legend of Wang Xian had also spread to every corner. During this celebration ceremony, the entire Forbidden Land of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land had joined the Flowing Water Forbidden Land. This was a huge opportunity for the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land. The founder of the Dragon Roar Forbidden Land was also very excited, even though the Forbidden Land they created was disbanded. However, after they joined the Flowing Water Forbidden Land, they had more and more resources. After the Flowing Blue Sky Yuan Creation Realm powerhouse took care of Long Yinhao, he would naturally become a top-tier powerhouse in the flowing water forbidden land in the future. Breaking through to the peak of the Overlord realm was almost 100% certain. As for Long Yining, that was even more so. It could be said that with Wang Xian's background, Long Yinhao had a high possibility of becoming the leader of the flowing water forbidden ground in the future. This was because Flowing Blue paid more attention to the comfort of their entire sword and magic universe. She paid more attention to the living beings in the entire sword and magic universe. The flowing water forbidden land was just a force that she had casually built up to nurture experts. If she could obtain the help of 2 Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm experts because of the Dragon Roar and Dragon Roar, then why not? Therefore, Lu Lan did not hide anything during the celebration. She directly gave Long Yinhao and the Flowing Moon Saintess a lot of treasures and authority. As for Long Yining, she did not need to say anything. The entire sword and magic universe's experts and disciples knew what to do. Even the powerful disciples from the undeserved forbidden ground and other sacred lands and sacred academies had sent many precious gifts during the celebration. There were all kinds of treasures at the level of innate treasures and all kinds of huge resources. There were countless of them. When Wang Xian saw Lu Lan and Hopeless Heaven's goodwill, he didn't bother too much with them. He directly gave Lu Lan and Hopeless Heaven the space bottle in the space forbidden ground. The experts of the forbidden space were still very important to the sword and magic universe. He was not a heartless person. As long as he did not perish in the future, there would not be any problems with Long Yining and Long Yining. Lu Lan and the rest would not let Long Yinhao and Long Yining have any problems either. In fact, after the experts of the forbidden space were released, they were extremely grateful to Wang Xian after surviving the calamity. After all, the experts and disciples of the forbidden space had offended in existence at the level of the heaven's origin creation. The fact that the other party did not kill all of them was already showing mercy to them. In existence at the level of the heaven's origin creation was not someone they could hold a grudge against. Therefore, the forbidden space did not blame Wang Xian at all. Instead, they blamed the bunch of reckless people who provoked Wang Xian. After learning that Wang Xian had a space attribute clone, he sent a large number of treasures related to the space attribute to seek forgiveness. These resources were enough to elevate Wang Xian's void dragon body to the peak of the universe's ruler. As for breaking through to the heaven's origin realm, that would depend on luck. Time passed day by day. Wang Xian followed the dragon's roar and toured the sword and magic universe. He cultivated and played at the same time. Occasionally, he would return to the Dragon Palace in the 9 Origin universe. Hundreds of millions of years passed very quickly. On this day, in the sky above the flowing water forbidden ground, an extremely vast and mighty aura soared into the sky. A terrifying energy pillar soared into the sky. There were dozens of energy pillars, and each of them emitted an incomparably violent energy. Terrifying and vast. It was as if the heavens and earth had been split apart. All sorts of booming sounds came from the entire sky. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Boss, I've broken through. I've broken through. Following that, an extremely excited voice sounded and spread far, far away. The flowing water forbidden ground's old nest wasn't very far from the undeserved forbidden ground and Tianyuan City. However, the size of the lair of the flowing water forbidden ground was still very large. However, this power and this voice had spread to Tianyuan City and the undeserved forbidden ground. The terrifying energy pillar could be seen from extremely far away. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. This is? That Lin Yo has broken through. When this power soared into the sky, Lu Lan and Wang Tian immediately sensed it and immediately flew over. Their faces were filled with shock. The Dragon King's mount had broken through. The Dragon King now had an existence at the Heavenly Yuan creation level. The Unicorn Ox has broken through. At the same time, in a certain area of the flowing water forbidden ground, Wang Xian, Long Yin, Yin Long, Hao, and the Flowing Moon Saintess were located in a certain area of the flowing water forbidden ground. Wang Xian saw the terrifying aura coming from the right. When he heard the Unicorn Ox's voice, he smiled. When the Unicorn Ox was about to break through, he had already informed Wang Xian in advance. Wang Xian had not left this place recently. He had been waiting here all this while. Brother Lin Yo has broken through? Long Yinhao's eyes shone when he saw this vast power. he asked with slight excitement. Lin Yo was his brother-in-law's mount. Lin Yo's breakthrough could greatly increase Wang Xian's strength. The stronger Wang Xian was, the more powerful his backer would be. Now in the sword and magic universe, which saint's son or saintess wouldn't be polite to him. Not to mention saint's son or saintess, even an expert at the peak of the Dominator realm would be polite to him. After all, he was now the strongest second generation of the rich in the sword and magic universe. Let's go. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. With a wave of his arm, he led them to the Lin Yu's location. The Dragon King's mount has broken through to the Heaven's Origin blessed realm. Hiss, this is really shocking. Even the Dragon King's mount has reached such a terrifying level. I didn't expect that I would be able to witness the breakthrough of the Heaven's Origin blessed realm in my lifetime. This is really shocking. This power is too terrifying. Let's go, Lord Dragon King and our flowing water forbidden land's Long Enin are lovers. They are very close to our flowing water forbidden land. Let's go over and congratulate them. At the flowing water forbidden land, all the strong disciples immediately rushed over, their faces filled with reverence and respect. It was the heavenly fate. There were only 2 existences of this level in their entire universe. Furthermore, they were all born during the last calamity. After the end of the calamity, there was no third Heaven's Origin creation powerhouse in their entire universe. One could imagine how difficult it was to give birth to an existence at the Heaven's Origin creation level. When Wang Xian flew over, Lulan had already arrived. Hopeless Heaven was also rushing over quickly. In the middle, the unicorn ox was floating there, in the middle of all the energy. At this moment, the scales all over his body were displaying divine ash. There were symbols on them. A pair of wings had appeared on his original body. This pair of wings was somewhat similar to the wings of the Asgardian demon god. It looked very domineering. A pair of heavy pupils had appeared in the unicorn ox's pupils. There seemed to be countless pupils in his pupils. They were deep and terrifying. Congratulations, you have achieved a breakthrough. Shui Lan looked at Lin Yo and congratulated him with a smile. Thank you. Lin Yo nodded his head happily. He looked at Wang Xian and flew over excitedly. Boss, I have achieved a breakthrough. I will be your mount in the future. Haha, a mount of the Tianyuan destiny level. It will definitely be awe-inspiring. As he spoke, he had a proud expression on his face. Hee, good. Wang Xian smiled. Lin Yo was someone who knew how to be grateful. If it weren't for him this time, it would be impossible for Lin Yo to achieve a breakthrough. Congratulations, brother Wang Xian. Congratulations, brother Lin Yo. You've achieved a breakthrough to the Heaven's Fate level. From now on, you'll have an endless lifespan. At this moment, Hopeless Heaven flew over and congratulated him with a smile. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. Around them, a large number of strong disciples from the flowing water forbidden ground flew over and knelt down respectfully. A strong cultivator at the Heaven's Origin destiny realm was worthy of their respect. Ha, there's no need to stand on ceremony. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Lin Yo laughed out loud. He waved his arm and made everyone stand up. Lin Yo, since you have made a breakthrough in the Sword and Magic universe, all disciples of the Sword and Magic universe can come and listen to the sermon today for 100,000 years. Wang Xian instructed Lin Yo with a smile. No problem, boss. Lin Yo immediately smiled and nodded his head. Then, we represent the disciples of the Sword and Magic universe to thank Brother Lin Yo and Brother Wang Xian. Hopeless Heaven immediately cupped his hands and thanked Wang Xian and Lin Yu. It was a great fortune for the strong disciples of the Sword and Magic universe to preach the Tao. It was extremely difficult to break through to the Heaven's destiny. Hopeless Heaven was the Heaven's destiny. But his understanding of cultivation was completely different from Lu Lan's understanding of cultivation. In particular, there was only one path to heavenly Yuan creation, and it could not be replicated. If the water element had heavenly Yuan creation, then the other elements would not have it. Every heavenly Yuan creation had a different understanding of breakthrough and cultivation. The power of creation they grasped was different. Lin Yo's sermon was useful to Lu Lan and Hopeless Sky to a certain extent. After all, they were all experts of the same realm. They still needed to verify each other in their cultivation. You're welcome. Lin Yo can be considered a living being in the sword and magic universe. Wang Xian shook his head. He was lucky to be able to subdue Lin Yo. 1,000 years later, Lin Yo, will be giving a sermon for 100,000 years to repay the sword and magic universe. Any living being can come and listen to my sermon. Lin Yo said loudly. Thank you, Lord Lin Yo. Thank you, Lord Lin Yo. In the surrounding area, all the powerful disciples were filled with excitement as they hurriedly replied loudly. The heavenly fate preaching the Tao for 100,000 years was a good opportunity. Lu Lan and the hopeless heaven, the two heavenly fate, had only preached the Tao 4 times in the past 20 billion years. Every time it was a feast for all living beings. It was an opportunity. Many powerhouses had a breakthrough because of this. A brand new attribute of the heaven's origin was lecturing them. This was an opportunity for many powerful disciples. Wang Xian smiled at the side. Dragon King Senior Wang Xian, come and sit with me. Let's drink some fine wine. I have brewed quite a lot recently. Lu Lan invited with a smile. Wang Xian and the rest nodded with a smile. In the following period of time, the news of Lin Yo's breakthrough spread throughout the entire sword and magic universe. The news of the sermon also spread throughout the universe. Countless powerful disciples rushed over. Due to the orders given by the undeserved forbidden ground and flowing water forbidden ground, the two great fortunes of the heaven origin emphasized once again. Now, no faction dared to make a sound about the massacre. Hence, this also resulted in a grand event in the sword and magic universe. It was a prosperous one. Countless creatures came to Lin Knight's sermon. Wang Xian was also watching from the side. He was prepared to return to the Nine Origin universe after Lin Yo's sermon. He would bring Lin Yo along with him to the starry universe. Regardless of whether it was searching for resources or other things, it was time for Wang Xian to return and take a look. When the time came, he would let the body of the Void Dragon continue to cultivate here. 100,000 years passed very quickly. Lin Yo was giving a sermon while Wang Xian and the rest were listening at the side. This was also very useful for Wang Xian and the rest in their cultivation. For those who were at a lower level, it was even more enlightening. Some of those below the Universe Night level even broke through on the spot after listening to Lin Yo's sermon. Those who were lucky and had sufficient resources could raise their levels by 2 or 3 levels with one sermon. After all, Lin Yo had been lecturing for 100,000 years. For those with lower levels, 100,000 years was a very, very long time. In the past, Lu Lan and Hopeless Sky had not been lecturing for so long. During the last calamity, Lu Lan and Hopeless Sky had also been heavily injured in the battle with Agar Sky Devil God. This was especially so when Lu Lan had yet to make a breakthrough. Wang Xian had sustained serious injuries when he fought the Asgardian demon god alone. It was not something that could be recovered in a short period of time since the heaven's origin creation was severely injured. They had been in a deep slumber for over 10 billion years just by recovering from their injuries. They would occasionally come out in the middle. Coupled with the fact that the Lin Yo's sermon would mobilize the energy of the heaven and earth, the surrounding area was filled with energy that was comparable to some paradises. This allowed many strong disciples to receive a huge boost. Brother Wang Xian, are you going back? Why don't you bring us along too? 2 years after Lin Yo's sermon ended, Long Yinhao asked Wang Xian with a smile. When you enter another universe, you will be suppressed by the other universe. Furthermore, I still have some matters to deal with. Come back when the calamity begins. Wang Xian smiled at him and replied, I still have 2 hostile forces in the Nine Origin universe that need to be dealt with. Big brother, you still have hostile forces in the Nine Origin universe? Long Yinhao asked with a face full of astonishment. Yes. Before I made a breakthrough, I provoked 2 powerful races. Both of them have the existence of the heaven's origin creation. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. Big brother is indeed big brother. When you didn't have the strength of the heaven's destiny, you dared to fight against 2 forces of the heaven's destiny. Now that you have broken through, coupled with big brother Lin Yo, you can easily defeat them. Long Yinhao flattered him. It's not as simple as you guys say. However, there's one thing. Regarding safety, there won't be any problems. I will leave the Void Dragon body here and continue to cultivate here. The Void Dragon body is also equivalent to myself. Wang Xian replied with a smile. Then pay attention to your safety when you go back. Long Yi reminded him. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Wang Xian nodded his head. Brother Wang Xian, you must come when Yin Hao and I have broken through to the peak of the Overlord realm and are preparing for our wedding. Saintess Lu Wei said with a smile. No problem. Wang Xian nodded his head. Wang Xian chatted with them for a while. Help me inform Senior Lu Lan and Senior Wu Wantian. I won't say goodbye. Finally, Wang Xian said something to Saintess Lu Yu. She was from the flowing water forbidden land. It would be better for her to inform them. Although Wang Xian's Void Dragon body was still here. After saying that, he left with Lin Niu. When they arrived at the Nine Origin Universe, Wang Xian only needed to give the Heaven's Origin Jade Horn to the Unicorn Ox. The Unicorn Ox would be able to get rid of the suppression of the Nine Origin Universe. Buzz buzz buzz. However, just as Wang Xian was bringing the Unicorn Ox to the Nine Origin Universe, it was located in the east of the Nine Origin Universe. This place did not belong to the Nine Origin Universe. Instead, it belonged to the chaotic space on the side of the Nine Origin Universe. In this extremely remote place, there was an incomparably huge tree growing in the chaos. The tree was extremely lush and had countless branches. Every branch was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Every branch was like an incomparably huge mountain range. Could be called a huge city territory. This incomparably huge and vast tree supported a piece of space. Within this space, there was a vast amount of energy. 9 attributes plus the space attribute as well as other energies. All sorts of energies opened up a space that could allow other living beings to live. It was comparable to a powerful grotto heaven-blessed land. This is truly a blessing for our Nine Origin universe. I didn't expect that a primal chaos tree would actually come to a place not far from our Nine Origin universe. This is truly the good fortune of our Nine Origin universe. Beside this enormous tree, there were a few slightly tiny figures. However, even though these figures looked tiny, they contained an extremely terrifying might. Moreover, the only ones who could enter the primal chaos were the existences of the heavenly Yuan's good fortune. The 8 figures stood there, their eyes flickering with fervor and excitement. No one understood the tree of chaos better than them. This kind of tree appearing around a universe meant something. In the boundless chaos, apart from the deathly stillness, there were also many mystical treasures and items. Among them, the tree of chaos was the largest treasure in the entire chaos. Unfortunately, even the heavenly Yuan creator was unable to control the tree of chaos. The tree of chaos opened up a chaotic space that contained a huge amount of energy. It was comparable to a powerful grotto heaven-blessed land. In addition, once a primal chaos tree appeared, it was very likely that all sorts of treasures would appear around it. The primal chaos tree was also known as the treasure-gathering tree. The primal chaos tree moved at all times. Not long after it moved to the Nine Origin universe, it was sensed by them. With this primal chaos tree, during this period of time when the calamity arrives, the number of great beings in our Nine Origin universe will be doubled. In the center, a noble woman in green clothes said faintly. She was the Elven Empress, the heavenly fate of the Elven race in the Nine Origin universe. And the other 7 figures around her. They all took human forms. There were the Phoenix race, the Angel race, the Saint race, the Demon race, the Dark race, the Black Tortoise race, and the Royal race. Yes, the 8 of them were all the heavenly fate in the Nine Origin universe. Among the 12 peak clans, there were 8 heavenly fate existences. If the Divine Dragon clan was still at its peak, then there were 9. This was a very large number. Moreover, no one would have thought that the weakest royal clan would have a heavenly fate existence. On the contrary, powerful races like the Skeleton clan and the Wizard clan did not have a heavenly fate. However, the 12 ancestor wizards of the Wizard clan were enough to fight against the heavenly fate. When one's cultivation reached the heavenly fate, the increase in strength would be very slow. If one wanted to increase their strength other than having a large amount of resources, there was another way, which was to step into the chaos, to search for opportunities and treasures in the chaos. But in the chaos, there were dangers. The appearance of the Tree of Chaos was a huge opportunity for the Nine Origin universe. It was also an opportunity for the Heavenly Yuan creation level experts. If they were lucky, they might be able to obtain powerful treasures. The eyes of the 8 Heavenly Yuan creation level experts flashed. If that's the case, then let some of our 9 Origin universe's disciples come. An old man with a turtle shell on his back said with a smile. And that's fine. Currently, our 9 Origin universe still has a Heaven Origin creation realm seat. Let's see if there's any expert who can fill it. A middle-aged man dressed in black clothes with a huge writing brush and a scroll on his back nodded and said, "We'll see when the time comes. It's been a long time since we've returned to the 9 Origin universe. I wonder if there are any good seedlings. Everyone, call out those disciples that you've nurtured in the secret land. The calamity is about to arrive in 2 billion years. This time we'll see if we can attack the Void universe." Humph, in the first 2 calamities, they provoked us time and time again and killed countless of our disciples. This time we'll teach them a lesson. A middle-aged man covered in flames said with a sinister expression. The others nodded, their eyes filled with coldness. Call the 12 ancestral warlocks over and have them set up a long-distance teleportation array. Let's return to the 9 Essences universe to take a look. An illusory figure said as he flew straight towards the 9 Essences universe. Eh? Our clan leader has ordered us all to return. The Starry Universe. In a piece of void space, a huge starry city was floating in the air. On top of the city, there were the powerful disciples of various races. Among the peak and high-level races in the 9 Origin universe, other than the Phoenix race and the Angel race, there were no other races. There were powerful disciples from other races. Since the battle in front of the Starry Giant City, after Wang Xianli killed the Phoenix race and the Angel race, the 2 dominant races, there were no strong disciples of the 2 races in the entire Starry universe. When the strong disciples of the Dragon Palace met the strong disciples of the 2 races, they would also hunt them down. Now, the Phoenix race and the Angel race had completely given up on the Starry universe. On this day, the powerful disciples in the Starry Cosmos received an order. The order to return. The other peak races have also given this order. It seems that all of us peak races are going back. Did something happen? I don't know. Something big must have happened. We can go back too. Now, the entire Starry Cosmos has been searched by us, and there aren't many treasures left. We can't enter the infinite universe. The treasures and resources in other places have basically been used up. In these hundreds of millions of years, we've improved a lot. The disciples of the peak races discussed. There wasn't much loss if they went back now. Now, they only had the infinite universe that they hadn't explored. But that place wasn't something they could touch. Soon, all the powerful disciples of the peak races returned to the 9 Origin universe. What happened? At the same time, Prime Minister Gue and the others in the Dragon Palace received this message and looked puzzled. He took out the Universal Owl and sent a message to some powerful experts of the peak races. A few 100 million years ago, although the Dragon Palace was at loggerheads with the Angel race and the Phoenix race, they would not rest until one of them died. However, their relationship with the other peak races was not bad. The Dragon Palace was the strongest in the universe, and many of the peak races had cooperated with the Dragon Palace. Especially the Skeleton race and the ELF race, they had cooperated with the Dragon Palace many times. Soon, an expert from the Skeleton clan sent a message. It was the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm expert who asked them to come back. When this message reached the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gue was slightly stunned and showed a stunned expression. Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm expert? Why did they ask all the strong disciples of the 9 Origin universe to come back? Coincidentally, the Dragon King has also come back. The Dragon King's strength is not weaker than the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm now. Prime Minister Gue muttered, his eyes shining. All the disciples of the 9 Origin universe above the level of a universe knight have come to the holy literature field. All the living beings around the heaven-opening primal continent have entered the inner part of the heaven-opening primal continent. After that, no fighting among the powerful beings of any race is allowed. Anyone who disobeys will be beheaded. A month later, a news spread throughout the entire 9 Origin universe. The news came from the Saint lineage. It wasn't a message from the saint lineage, but a message from the Hatian, saint himself. This news was released on the universe's owl and spread to every corner and every place in the Nine Origin universe. Once this news was released, it caused a huge sensation. The Hatian saint was the founder of the saint lineage and one of the top existences in the Nine Origin universe. He was a legendary existence. He was a supreme existence at the heaven origin creation level. No race or powerhouse dared to ignore this news. All the powerhouses of the peak races rushed toward the sacred literature field. As for the races outside the heaven-opening desolate continent, they rushed toward the continent excitedly. No one dared to disobey the orders of the Hatian saint, and no one dared to disobey the orders of the Unity saint. Even the races that were mortal enemies immediately stopped fighting and did not dare to offend him. Anyone who dared to disobey the orders of such a great being was courting death. And now that they were able to enter the land, it was a huge opportunity for them. Countless disciples of the races rushed towards the land. At the location of the holy literature field, a large number of universe night-level great beings were rushing there, including the other peak races. This time, what was to be announced was very important to the entire Nine Origin universe. It was related to the future calamity, the future strength of the Nine Origin universe. And during this period, a large number of unfamiliar great beings suddenly appeared among the peak races. These experts were all at least at the level 6 universe overlord realm. The strength of each peak race seemed to have inexplicably increased by a lot. That divine dragon clan actually killed so many experts of our Phoenix clan. The former divine dragon clan has already been destroyed, and now we actually suffered such a huge loss from the newly risen divine dragon clan. Over 1 million purebred phoenixes flew towards the sacred literature field in the void. In the center, a flame-wing phoenix spoke with a cold gaze. Flame-wing phoenixes were mutated existences within the Phoenix clan. Every powerful peak race, every heaven origin destiny realm expert. For their own race, for the calamity, many arrangements had been made. A long time ago, a group of heaven origin destiny realm disciples with relatively good talent from their respective races had been brought to the special place they discovered to be nurtured. The Nine Origin universe wasn't something that the sword and magic universes could compare to. The Nine Origin universe had 8 heavens origin creatures. This was already quite a lot in the universe. After all, the number of heavens origin creatures in each universe was limited. For example, in the Nine Origin universe, there were 9 heavens origin creatures in the past. Each attribute had one. That was metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, 9 attributes. In theory, it could give birth to dual, 3, and 5 elemental heavenly fate, but that was only in theory. At least in the history of the Nine Origin universe, there hadn't been any experts with such attributes. The power of the Nine Origin universe also made the heavenly fate experts of the Nine Origin universe stronger, and they had more trump cards. Long ago, a batch of disciples of the Phoenix clan had been taken away by the heavenly fate of the Phoenix clan to cultivate. This batch of phoenixes numbered over 1,000. Now that they had returned, they were all at least level 8 universe masters. This was cultivated by the heavenly fate to deal with the upcoming calamity battle. The calamity battle was an extremely terrifying battle. Originally, this group of experts would return 2 billion years later before the calamity erupted. But now, because of the appearance of the Tree of Chaos, they were all called back by the Nine Origin universe's heavenly Yuan destinies. 7th Elder, the current Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, should have inherited the entire Divine Dragon clan and has a large number of opportunities. Most importantly, in the Starry universe, our experts cannot enter, while in the Nine Origin universe, the Dragon Palace has long been hiding. We don't know where they are hiding. If they dare to appear, we can easily destroy them. A phoenix spoke to the flame phoenix in the center. Although the phoenix who spoke was only the 7th elder of the Phoenix clan, his current strength was at the peak of the entire Phoenix clan. Before he was taken away by the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts of the Phoenix clan, he was already the 7th elder of the clan. However, according to his strength, only a few Phoenix kings of the Phoenix clan could be compared to him. Humph, we used to be polite to the Divine Dragon clan. But now a small dragon palace dares to be so reckless. They dare to wantonly kill our Phoenix clan's disciples. They are simply courting death. The seventh elder said with a grim expression, his eyes full of killing intent. Seventh elder, if we meet the Dragon Palace in the future, we will definitely destroy them. Some of the phoenixes next to him said. They knew that the seventh elder was so angry because a descendant of the seventh elder had died in the Dragon Palace. However, regardless of the seventh elder's anger, if they met the Dragon Palace in the future and found the nest of the Dragon Palace, they would definitely destroy it. The group of phoenixes flew quickly. Soon, an extremely large and quiet place appeared in front of them. The entire area, mountains, rivers, and forests, was extremely quiet. All kinds of words were carved on the rocks. Some white cranes were flying inside. It was filled with the aura of books, the sacred literature field. The sacred literature field was said to be a learning field, but in reality it was extremely large. It was the holy land of countless cultivators from the saint lineage. This place was also the base of the saint lineage. This time, a group of disciples from peak races and all disciples at the universe night level came here. It was also the decision of a group of heavenly creation stage great beings. When they arrived, the other peak races had also arrived. Apart from that, there were also countless disciples at the universe night level. They looked around with respect. They were filled with respect as they looked at the numerous great beings. This time, the number of great beings disciples gathered was unprecedented. There were all beings above the universe night level. How many would there be? Especially for pinnacle races, the number of universe night disciples reached millions. The other high-level races and even the middle-level races and independent cultivators numbered in the hundreds of millions. However, the number of over 100 million experts wasn't too many. After all, the creatures of the entire universe were too vast. The disciples of the Phoenix race looked at the center and flew straight over. In the center, the experts of the 12 peak races had already arrived. The Water Phoenix King, Fire Phoenix King, and Golden Phoenix King of the Phoenix race were already there. The leaders of the Angel race, the Skeleton race, and the Wizard race had also arrived in the surrounding areas. After the powerful disciples of the Phoenix race arrived, they looked around and arrived at their respective positions. The 12 peak races had gathered. As time passed, more and more disciples above the Venerable Realm arrived. A year later, almost all the powerful disciples arrived. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, figures appeared in the sky above the sacred literature field. Phoenixes, angels, Black Tortoise, and the Netherworld race. Each of them had a vast power, and the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts from all races appeared. At this moment, all the disciples' gazes landed on the 8 figures. Greetings, Lord Tianyuan creation. Greetings, Lord Tianyuan creation. All the disciples immediately knelt down when they saw the 8 figures. Especially the powerful disciples from the high-level and middle-level races. They were extremely shocked when they saw the 8 figures. This was the first time they had seen an expert of Tianyuan creation since they were born. In existence at this level was someone they had to look up to. This was the true overlord of their entire universe. They were also extremely shocked by the identities of these 8 figures. From the auras of these 8 figures, they could also tell which faction these 8 figures came from. The disciples of many high-level races were still very shocked by the existence of the royal family who had the heavenly fate realm. Stand up. All the disciples above the venerable realm in the 9-origin universe have arrived, right? Wearing scholar's clothes and carrying a brush and a scroll on his back, Saint Hetien glanced around and asked indifferently. Saint, except for the powerful disciples of the Dragon Palace, all the other powerful disciples have arrived. An old man from the Saint's faction immediately answered respectfully. Dragon Palace? The Divine Dragon Clan has risen again. When the Hetien Saint heard this name, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes as he asked. Yes, Saint? The Dragon Palace is not weak now, but they had some conflicts with the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan, so they didn't come. The old man didn't hide anything and continued to report. The heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouses didn't know about this. As long as it wasn't a war between the peak races, it wouldn't disturb the heavenly Yuan creation level powerhouses. Although the battle between the Dragon Palace, the Phoenix Clan, and the Angel Clan was so fierce, In fact, even the heavenly Yuan creation-level powerhouses of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan didn't know about this. This was because their war was fought in the starry universe. Moreover, other than the accidental deaths of two peak ruler realm experts, there weren't many casualties among the top experts of the Phoenix clan and Angel clan. Therefore, none of the heavenly Yuan fortunes knew about this. Oh, the Divine Dragon clan was extremely powerful back then, but for some reason, they perished together with the Insect clan. Now, they've actually risen so quickly. They really have a deep trump card. When the Hetian Saint heard this, he also sighed. The Divine Dragon clan had been born several eons earlier than the Saint clan. The Saint clan had only risen after the last calamity. At their peak, the Divine Dragon clan was much stronger than the Saint clan. Although the Divine Dragon clan has perished, Shueyun must have made some arrangements before the Divine Dragon clan was annihilated. It's impossible for the Divine Dragon clan to completely extinguish their heritage. This newly risen dragon palace is not weak. In the sky, the Elven Empress spoke up. Wuxia had been to the Elven clan's lair. She had met him before. She was very appreciative of Wuxia. In addition, the relationship between the Divine Dragon clan and the Elf clan was pretty good. Therefore, the relationship between the Elf clan and the Dragon Palace was pretty good. Oh, in just a few 100 million years, the strength of the Dragon Palace is pretty good. On the side, the Emperor of the Phoenix clan, the heavenly creation-level Fire Phoenix, raised his eyebrows and asked, Emperor of the Phoenix clan, the power of the Dragon Palace is not weak. According to our understanding, there should be 200,000 to 300,000 disciples who are masters of the universe. Although their realms are not high, they have great potential. The Elven Queen cupped her hands and reported, Oh, their strength is not bad. When the apocalypse comes in the future, they will be quite powerful. The Black Tortoise clan's heavenly creation said, The apocalypse is coming. Our nine-origin universe should not engage in internal strife. It is time to calm down and prepare for the apocalypse. The Elven Empress spoke as she looked at the other heavenly fate experts. Elven Empress, that Dragon Palace killed a peak stage ruler of our Phoenix race. He also killed tens of thousands of pure-blooded phoenixes. Our Phoenix race cannot afford not to take revenge. Below, the Fire Phoenix King of the Phoenix race cupped his hands and replied to the Elven Empress. That's right, Lady Elven Empress. The peak stage overlord of our Angel clan was also killed by that Wang Immortal. A large number of our angels were massacred by him. Furthermore, he drove us out of the starry universe and caused us to suffer heavy losses. Our Angel clan will seek revenge for this. Please understand, Lady Elven Empress. On the side of the Angel clan, the Radiant Angel King cupped his hands and spoke to the Elven Empress. As they spoke, the eyes of the Emperor of Angels and the Emperor of Phoenixes shifted slightly. There is no hatred that cannot be resolved. The Hetian Saint looked at them and frowned slightly. He said, We are all beings from the nine-origin universe. Our only target is enemies from other universes. How about this? Let the Dragon Palace expert who killed our angel race pay with his life and give him some compensation. This matter will be over. The Emperor of Angels glanced at his own disciple and spoke. He didn't care too much about the enmity between the Angel clan and the Dragon Palace. Let the Dragon Palace pay a price and this matter can be resolved. Let me say, there is a very simple way. It is a good choice to use all the divine dragons of the Dragon Palace as mounts. The Phoenix Emperor's eyes flashed with a cold light as he spoke. He knew more than anyone else about the destruction of the Divine Dragon clan. Someone had obtained the inheritance of the Divine Dragon, so this grudge might continue. He didn't allow this to happen. However, there were 7 other heaven origin creation existences around, so he couldn't directly act. The Divine Dragon race is a top-tier race in our 9-origin universe. After all, Shueyun once fought alongside us. The elder from the demon race said. He was obviously refuting the Emperor of the Phoenix. Shueyun was an old-fashioned heaven origin creation after all. These old-fashioned heaven origin creations had fought together during the calamity for the 9-origin universe. Although they had fallen, there was still some friendship. Some of the heavenly Yuan fortunes wouldn't allow the Dragon Palace's divine dragon to be reduced to a mount. Then kill all the disciples of the Dragon Palace who killed the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan. Also, after the calamity, the disciples of the Dragon Palace will be the first line of defense. The Emperor of the Phoenix said directly. Yes, there will be a price to pay. The lives of the disciples of the Angel clan are also lives. As soon as the Emperor of the Phoenix said that, the Emperor of the Angels nodded in agreement. Their words made the other 6 heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouses frown slightly. However, they didn't refute. That was the best they could do. After all, the heaven origin creation realm of the Divine Dragon clan had already fallen. The heaven origin creation realm of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan still existed. It would not be good for them to directly offend the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan for the sake of the Divine Dragon clan. It was not worth it, especially since the upcoming calamity was about to erupt. At this time, the peace of the 9 origin universe was even more important. The decision of the 2 heaven origin creation realm experts. Below them, all the disciples were shocked when they heard what they said. Doesn't this mean that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is going to be sentenced to death? Absolutely. The decision of the 2 heavenly Yuan creators of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan is to announce the death penalty for the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The other heavenly Yuan creators have already spoken for the Dragon Palace, but they can't completely offend the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan. The Dragon King and the others are completely finished. The Dragon Palace is currently hiding somewhere. Can they find the Dragon Palace? Perhaps the Dragon Palace is already in the starry universe. Now, the Dragon King is completely finished. Both the Angel and Phoenix clans have heavenly Yuan creator realm experts. For such a terrifying existence to not destroy the Dragon Palace is already a great fortune for the Dragon Palace. Below, all the strong disciples heard the decision of the 2 strong cultivators in the heavenly Yuan destiny realm. Hearing their conversation, their faces were full of shock. Everyone, you should all be in contact with the Dragon Palace. Please contact the Dragon Palace and tell the heavenly Yuan creator to send them over. The order of the Emperor of Phoenix and the Emperor of Angel caused the eyes of all the powerful disciples of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan to shine. The Fire Phoenix King looked at the experts of the peak races and said. He knew that the peak races had connections with the Dragon Palace. He knew that they could contact the Dragon Palace. Okay. The experts of the other peak races frowned slightly, but they agreed. Now, the experts of the heavenly Yuan creation realm issued an order. Unless the other heavenly Yuan creation realm experts objected, they couldn't refuse. Soon after, news spread to the Dragon Palace one by one. At the same time, Prime Minister Gue quickly received a message from the disciples of the top races in the Dragon Palace. Besides, there were also some messages from the disciples of the top races that the Dragon Palace had secretly trained. When he saw this message, he narrowed his eyes slightly. The message sent by the peak races was very simple. It was a major event in the 9 origin universe. The heavenly Yuan creation realm expert had asked the Dragon Palace to come to the sacred literature field. Some of the disciples who had good relationships with the Dragon Palace sent an additional message. It was not a good thing. They did not dare to send all the information to the Dragon Palace, but they did give some reminders. However, the subordinates that the Dragon Palace had secretly trained sent all the information. 2 of the heavenly Yuan creator realm subordinates said that they would punish the Dragon Palace. The Angel clan and the Phoenix clan also knew that the Dragon Palace would receive all the information. However, they didn't care too much about it. The heavenly Yuan creator realm's decision wasn't something that a small Dragon Palace could resist. If the Dragon Palace really hid this time, what awaited the Dragon Palace in the future would be complete destruction. They would still have a chance to survive this time. If they didn't come, their chances of survival would be completely gone. The Angel clan and the Phoenix clan had never paid too much attention to the Dragon Palace. From the beginning to the end, they didn't engage in a direct battle with the Dragon Palace. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but the Dragon Palace didn't dare. Just like now, the Dragon Palace had gone into hiding and didn't dare to appear in the open of the 9 origin universe. Let's continue what we're about to do. This time, we've gathered all the disciples above the night level in the 9 origin universe. It's a great opportunity. The catastrophe will arrive in 2 billion years. At that time, a great war between universes will break out. You should have some understanding of the catastrophe these days. The catastrophe war has started and we have our own enemies. Before this catastrophe, our 9-origin universe was quite lucky. A tree of chaos appeared in the chaos next to our universe. The surroundings of the tree of chaos are like an extremely powerful blessed land. You can quickly increase your strength in there. In the next 2 billion years, it won't be a problem for our 9-origin universe to double its strength. At this moment, Hatien Saint continued speaking to all the disciples. After saying this, all the experts above the venerable realm were shocked. The tree of primal chaos? The powerful grotto heaven paradise? It could double their strength in the 9-origin universe. Didn't this mean that their strength could also increase a lot? This made them look excited. As for the apocalypse, when the starry universe was opened, all the beings in the 9-origin universe knew about the existence of the apocalypse. They also knew about the specific situation of the amount. At the same time, this news also reached the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace was located in a very remote place in the 9-origin universe. There were few people here and it was a dead zone. The surrounding energy was also very thin. Beside it was a lifeless, chaotic space. In the Dragon King Palace, Wang Xian's figure slowly appeared. Standing beside him, Lin Yo looked around curiously. In the treasure vault of the Divine Dragon Clan, Lin Yo had refined the Heaven Origin Jade Horn and completely eliminated the suppression from the 9-origin universe. Dragon King. The moment Wang Xian arrived, Prime Minister Gue flew over quickly. Upon returning to the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian revealed a smile. He was in a very good mood. Dragon King, something has happened. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue spoke to Wang Xian. His words stunned Wang Xian. He looked at him and asked, "What happened?" "Dragon King, this is a message from a group of peak races. Furthermore, this is the information obtained from some spies in the Dragon Palace." As Prime Minister Gue spoke, he handed a document to Wang Xian. "Dragon King, it's fortunate that you are back this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do." Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and took the document. When he saw the contents, his eyes sparkled. "The Emperor of the Phoenix and the Emperor of the Angels, the destiny of the heaven. Do you want the Dragon Palace to pay the price?" Wang Xian mumbled as he looked at the document. When he saw the last piece of information, his eyes lit up. The Tree of Chaos? The Grotto Heaven Paradise? Prime Minister Gue, how many disciples are there in the realm of the ruler of the Dragon Palace? Wang Xian asked Prime Minister Gue. Hundreds of millions of years had passed. This period of time was a period of rapid improvement for the Dragon Palace. There were resources obtained from the starry universe. There was a large amount of faith in the Dragon Palace. However, Wang Xian did not know exactly how many Tian Yuan fortunes the Dragon Palace had. Dragon King, after hundreds of millions of years of development, our Dragon Palace currently has around 300,000 Overlord Realm disciples. Among them, the Blue Dragon Queen, who has the highest realm, has now reached the level 9 Overlord Realm. Currently, our Dragon Palace does not have any experts at the peak of the Overlord Realm. The remaining 33 strongest Overlord Realm level 8 succubus dragon species. Overall, the rest of the disciples of the Dragon Palace are all below level 3 of the ruler of the universe. Prime Minister Gui reported. Currently, there were many masters at the ruler realm in the Dragon Palace. However, their realms were not very high. There was still a gap between them and the other peak races. After breaking through to the ruler of the universe realm, the improvement in realms would be much slower. Not bad. Wang Xian was very satisfied with the current strength of the Dragon Palace. Get all the strong disciples to prepare for the holy literature field. Since all the disciples from the other peak races have gone, our Dragon Palace cannot fall behind. Let them experience the current strength of our Dragon Palace. As Wang Xian spoke, his eyes sparkled. From now on, our Dragon Palace will stand upright in the 9-origin universe. Anyone who dares to provoke us will have to pay a heavy price. It's the Dragon King. When Prime Minister Gue heard Wang Xian's order, he nodded his head in excitement and replied loudly. In the past few 100 million years, the Dragon Palace had a huge advantage in the starry universe. They had even expelled the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan. However, they did not dare to appear in the 9-origin universe and had been avoiding it. However, the return of the Dragon King would change everything. This return would shock the entire Nine Origin universe. This also meant that the Divine Dragon Clan had returned to its peak. Update by Noon 0L. Dragon King, I'll immediately have all the disciples of the Dragon Palace return. Prime Minister Gue said once more and immediately gave orders. At the same time, he flew out and gave some orders. Not long after, the roars of dragons and roars rang out in the Dragon Palace. The disciples of the Dragon Palace flew into the dragon field one by one. The divine dragons danced in the air. Each and every one of the dragon seeds unleashed a powerful aura. Wuxia looked into the dragon field and flew over with a smile on his face. At the side, Lin Yo transformed into his human form and followed in front of Wuxia. Greetings, Dragon King. Greetings, Dragon King. When Wuxia arrived at the front of the dragon field, in the dragon field more than 8 million disciples of the Dragon Palace had arrived and greeted him respectfully. Currently, there were only more than 8 million disciples of the Dragon Palace. And among these 8 million disciples, the lowest realm was that of a universe knight. This time, Wuxia was prepared to bring all his disciples to the holy literature field. Now, the Dragon Palace also had the ability to conduct activities in the Nine Origin universe without any scruples. Get up! Wuxia's gaze swept across the disciples of the Dragon Palace and said with a smile, Wild Dragon Seed, Imperial Dragon Seed, Arrow Dragon Seed, Spiky Dragon Seed, Starwood Dragon Seed, Heaven Lightning Earth Fire Dragon Phoenix Seed, Poisonous Horn Dragon Seed, Golden Dragon Guard, Dragon Wizard Dragon Seed, Cursed Dragon Seed, Charm Dragon Seed, Devouring Dragon Seed, Fire Hammer Dragon Seed. Wait, the top dragon seed of the Dragon Palace. There was also scientist Lin Wenluo who joined the Dragon Palace. Apart from the dragon seed, there were 9 legions of divine dragons. Divine dragon legions: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and darkness. The number of divine dragons with 9 attributes was in the tens of thousands. These purebred divine dragons were the fruits of blood refinement that Wuxia instructed Prime Minister Gue and the others to bring along the branches of the ancestral tree to the blood plasma domain. This allowed the number of purebred divine dragons in the Dragon Palace to reach 90,000. This was already a huge number. And now, the leader of the divine dragon army was Wuxia's disciple, the Frost Divine Dragon of the Dragon Palace, Northern Frost. In addition, the Dragon Palace had given birth to a mutated divine dragon. Currently, the mutated divine dragon of the Dragon Palace was the Northern Frost Divine Dragon and the Bone Dragon of Xiaoyu and Fan Qinglan. Later on, another Bone Dragon and a Wind and Thunder Divine Dragon were born. You should be aware of the current situation in the Nine Origin universe, right? Let's go. We will also go to the Holy Literature field. After this, our Dragon Palace will be openly active in the Nine Origin universe. No race or faction would dare to offend us. Wuxia's eyes sparkled as he spoke to the group of disciples. It's the Dragon King. The group of disciples from the Dragon Palace responded loudly. Let's go. Wuxia instructed them indifferently. The group of disciples from the Dragon Palace responded loudly. Roar! 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 The 9 wind god dragons immediately flew to the front while a dragon throne was condensed at the back. These were the 9 wind god dragons that followed Wuxia first. Currently, they had the strength of a level 5 universe overlord. Their strength was not strong. However, they were considered pretty good in the Dragon Palace. Wuxia moved his body and came to the dragon throne. Prime Minister Gue and Lin Yo were standing on the left and right. Lin Yo had transformed into a middle-aged man. Roar! 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 Accompanied by the roars of the 9 divine dragons, the Wind Divine Dragon pulled the dragon throne and carried Wuxia quickly toward the teleportation formation in the Dragon Palace. All the other disciples of the Dragon Palace immediately followed behind. This time, except for Lan Qingwei and the Dragon Queen, Xiao Lan and the rest who didn't come, the other disciples of the Dragon Palace followed behind. Now, Lan Qingwei, Little Blue, and the others had completely merged with the universe. When they returned to the Nine Origin universe, they would be suppressed by the 9 origin universe. Guan Shuqing and the others were with Lan Qingyue. They were in the land of thunder and lightning. They were at the edge of the infinite universe. They had the token of chaos, so they were safe. Buzz. The main dragon palace was in a very remote place. However, there were still many dragon palaces in other places in the 9 origin universe. They could teleport between dragon palaces. They came to a dragon palace which was close to the Saints branch and teleported there. Roar! 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 They arrived at the center of the heaven-splitting chaotic land. After flying out of the dragon palace, the 9-winged divine dragons roared once again. They flew toward the Saints' lineage's sacred literature field in a mighty manner. Linyu, hide your strength for a while. I want to see what tricks the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan are trying to pull. Wang Xian waved his arm and sped up the flying speed of the disciples of the Dragon Palace. He instructed Linyu, who was beside him. All right, Dragon King. I will do my best to hide my aura. If I don't use my energy, it will be hard to detect it. Linyu nodded immediately. After a period of time, Linyu's strength had increased by a lot. Lin Yo was different from an ordinary heavenly Yuan creation realm expert who had just broken through. His breakthrough relied on devouring the heavenly Yuan creation above him to evolve. He was born with the flesh and blood of the heavenly Yuan creation realm, and then he devoured the corpse of this heavenly Yuan creation realm expert. His breakthrough in strength also inherited all the secret skills and combat abilities of the Aga heavenly demon god. His strength was much stronger than the heavenly Yuan creation realm that he had just broken through. After all, experience was also very important. Under the situation where the unicorn ox was motionless and fully concealed, unless it was a heaven's origin creation that used energy to probe over, he wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to detect it at all. As for Wang Xian's own strength, he was at the 7th level of the Universe Dominator. This was his realm. Under the situation where Wang Xian wasn't hiding, he was able to detect the heaven's origin creation. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at the location in front of him. This location was not too far away from the domain of the saints. With Wang Xian's acceleration, their speed was extremely terrifying. In fact, they only needed a dozen hours to reach the holy literature field, when Wang Xian led the disciples of the Dragon Palace over there. At the holy literature field, a group of strong disciples were already preparing to enter the Tree of Chaos through the teleportation formation. From the sacred literature field to the Tree of Chaos, there was a teleportation array set up by the 12 ancestral magi. After a year of preparation, a group of powerful disciples from the peak races were about to step into the domain of the Tree of Chaos. All powerful disciples, start the teleportation. A voice sounded in the sky above the sacred literature field. Following that, the powerful disciples in the sacred literature field stepped into the teleportation array with faces full of anticipation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One figure after another began to disappear quickly. After the last disciple was teleported, there were only 3 peak stage rulers guarding the teleportation array in the sacred literature field. Update by noon 0L. The other hundreds of millions of powerful disciples had all entered. The Tree of Chaos is a treasure land, and it will be of great benefit to us. However, the luckiest ones this time are the water elemental cultivators. The 8 heavenly fate masters said that in the last 2 billion years it would be best to cultivate a water elemental heavenly fate. Unfortunately, we are not water elemental. At the teleportation array, when all the experts and disciples entered the teleportation array, an elder from the saints' side said indifferently, "The water phoenix king of the phoenix race, the floating water queen of the immortal nation, and the scholars from your saints' side. The 3 of them have the best chance of entering the heavenly Yuan creation realm." At the side, an expert from the black tortoise race who was at the peak of the ruler realm said, "That's true. Many people are envious of the position that the divine dragon tribe has vacated." The elder from the saint tribe nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 peak stage rulers looked toward the right. The peak stage ruler of the saint tribe waved his arm, and an image appeared in his line of sight. The 3 experts narrowed their eyes when they saw the image. The Dragon Palace is here. So fast. There are 7 or 8 million experts from the Dragon Palace, right? All of them are at least at the Supreme Being level. This number is terrifying. There are at least 200,000 to 300,000 at the Supreme Being level and above. A great elf at the peak stage ruler realm from the elf clan said, "The number of experts is terrifying. The Dragon Palace is developing too quickly. It seems that the Divine Dragon clan made many arrangements before their fall." The elder from the Saint's side exclaimed, "The number of venerables and ruler realm experts was already more than the Saint's side. Was this the foundation of the Divine Dragon clan? Even if the Divine Dragon clan fell, they still rose up in such a short period of time. They still gave birth to so many powerhouses in such a short period of time. One had to know that the Saint clan had developed for more than 20 billion years. 20 billion years was not as good as the development of the Dragon Palace for hundreds of millions of years. Of course, leaving aside the top-level battle strength of the rulers. Yes, this speed of development is really terrifying. Unfortunately, the dragon, king of the Dragon Palace, is too arrogant. He shouldn't have offended the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan like this. He lost a heavenly Yuan-blessed realm expert and offended the two peak races of the Phoenix and Angel clans so badly. It will be difficult for the Divine Dragon clan to return to its peak in the future. At the very least, the Dragon Palace will lose the Lord of the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm in the future. The Black Tortoise clan's peak ruler said. The great elf beside him also shook his head. The elf clan could not help with this matter. After all, the elf clan could not be enemies with the Phoenix clan's Angel clan. The three peak ruler realm experts were talking. Soon, the figure of the Dragon Palace appeared in their line of sight. Roar! Roar! The three peak-level rulers looked over and were shocked. Peak-level dragon species, so many peak-level dragon species. There are more of them than when the Divine Dragon clan was at their peak. Right? In addition, there are more than 90,000 pure-blooded divine dragons, and there are a few mutated divine dragons among them. The big elf of the elf clan said in slight shock. Although the elf clan had a good relationship with the Dragon Palace, it was his first time seeing all the forces of the Dragon Palace. The number of peak-level dragon species and mutated divine dragons shocked them. It seems that the Divine Dragon clan received some benefits from the Insect clan before they perished. The Black Tortoise clan's powerhouse mumbled. What a pity! The elder from the Saint lineage shook his head. His gaze landed on Wuxia. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, right? You should head straight to the Tree of Chaos through the teleportation formation. When you reach there, the Lord of Heaven's origin will carry out some judgment on all of you. Oh? Hee. Wuxia was sitting on the dragon throne in front of them. He smiled when he heard the voices coming from below. All right. Wuxia didn't say anything else. The 9 divine dragons carried him and flew towards the teleportation formation. Buzz. 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 When they arrived at the teleportation formation was activated. Let's go inside. That's the Tree of Chaos. The great elves spoke to Wuxia and the rest. All right. Wuxia nodded his head and gestured to the group of divine dragons. Buzz. Buzz. Roar. Roar. They let out a low roar and entered the teleportation formation. Under the guidance of the 3 masters at the peak of the Dominator realm, they entered the teleportation formation. In the next instant, the scene before them changed. A majestic energy was transmitted over. Wuxia sensed this vast energy and revealed a surprised expression. This energy was comparable to a top-notch grotto heaven-blessed land. The heaven's origin creation in the 9 origin universe must have brought a large number of powerhouses here because the energy here was more abundant. Under such circumstances, if one cultivated here for more than 2 billion years until the arrival of the catastrophe, one would definitely be able to increase the strength of the 9 origin universe by a huge margin. This tree is truly enormous, simply boundless. Is this the towering tree that lives in the primal chaos? What terrifying energy! If I can cultivate here for tens of millions of years, I'll definitely be able to break through. If I can cultivate here for 1 billion years, I might be able to step into the peak ruler realm. Are there any other treasures here? At this moment, exclamations could be heard from the front. A group of 9 origin universe great disciples who had just entered were looking around in shock. This place was like a new world. However, at this moment, Some of the great disciples felt the power coming from behind them, and they were slightly shocked. They immediately looked toward the teleportation array. The Dragon Palace is coming. The Dragon King is coming. The Dragon Palace is here. The Dragon King is here. When the strong disciples of the Nine Origin Universe saw Wuxia and the strong disciples of the Dragon Palace, they were shocked. There are so many purebred divine dragons. They are much more than the ones we saw in the Starry Universe. There are so many experts in the Dragon Palace. There are about 8 million of them. Even the weakest one is a venerable. Is this the strength of the Dragon Palace? How is this possible? Don't you see that there are only about 100,000 dominators in the Dragon Palace? Now there are more than 300,000 of them. How can they develop so fast? Hiss, is this the full strength of the Dragon Palace? So powerful and terrifying. Although there aren't any peak dominators, there seem to be quite a few level 8 dominators. They haven't developed for more than 1 billion years. Right? All the disciples of the top-tier races looked over. When they saw the disciples of the Dragon Palace, they were shocked. The number of powerful warriors far exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the peak races were filled with astonishment. The powerful disciples from the Divine Tiger race, the Shaman race, the Abyss race, the Immortal nation, and the royal family were even more shocked. This was because the number of powerful warriors from the Dragon Palace was even greater than theirs. How long had the Dragon Palace been developing for? It's a pity that they provoked the Phoenix and Angel clans. The two peak races' Heavenly Yuan creation realm experts have spoken. A skeleton king from the skeleton clan sighed softly. However, they only felt a little pity. After all, this time, the two Heavenly Yuan creation realm experts from the Angel and Phoenix clans were punishing the Dragon Palace. First, they would kill all the experts from the Phoenix and Angel clans. Second, they would let the Dragon Palace be the vanguard when the catastrophe arrived. The first point aside, the second point was a good thing for the disciples of the peak races. After all, the Dragon Palace was on the first line, which could reduce their losses. Seventh Elder, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, is here. The moment the Dragon Palace appeared, it was in front of them. At the Phoenix clan, an expert at the peak of the Sovereign Realm glanced over with killing intent in his eyes. He said to the Seventh Elder, That's the Dragon Palace? The Seventh Elder looked over with killing intent in his eyes. As he spoke, he flapped his wings and immediately flew towards the Dragon Palace. That courting death Dragon Palace is here. If it wasn't for the orders of our Phoenix Emperor, I would have killed all the disciples of the Dragon Palace right now and hung their dragon heads on our Phoenix clan. This damn Dragon Palace has finally appeared. HMPH, he must be hiding somewhere in our 9 Origin universe. This time, they are really lucky to not be able to kill all of them. Killing intent instantly surged out from the bodies of the Phoenix clan's expert disciples. They flapped their wings and quickly flew towards the front of the Dragon Palace. Come, let's go. Humph, this small Dragon Palace doesn't even have the strongest ruler at the peak of the ruler realm. How dare they oppose our Angel clan? They are courting death. Kill that Dragon King. The group of experts from the Angel clan flew over quickly. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. The King of Light and the King of Darkness both locked their cold gazes on all the expert disciples from the Dragon Palace. The King of Water, Golden and Fire Phoenixes also flew over from the Phoenix clan. The expert disciples from the two peak races came to the front of the teleportation formation and immediately surrounded Wuxia and the rest. Pairs of eyes were staring at them. Although the Dragon Palace is very strong and there are many strong warriors, the gap between them in terms of top-notch combat strength is still too big. Not far away from them, all the strong disciples above the level of a 9 Origin Universe Knight looked over. When they saw the strong warriors of the Angel race and the Phoenix race surrounding the Dragon Palace, their faces were filled with shock. These were the 3 peak races of their 9 Origin Universe. After all, they have only developed for less than 1 billion years. They are already very strong with this strength. Some experts sighed slightly, but unfortunately, now that the experts of the Heavenly Yuan creation realm have spoken, the Dragon Palace doesn't dare not to come, because if they don't, once the Heavenly Yuan creation realm makes a move, the Dragon Palace will be completely finished. At the moment, other than the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan, the other lords of the heavenly Yuan creation realm don't want the Dragon Palace to be destroyed. After all, the Dragon Palace is a powerful race in our 9-origin universe. It was passed down from the Divine Dragon Clan. The Divine Dragon Clan also had the heavenly Yuan creation realm back then. The lords all know each other and have some old friendships. All the disciples looked over. In the distance, 8 figures stood on the branches of the Tree of Chaos. They had also sensed the arrival of the Dragon Palace. "They're here." The Elven Empress looked over and said, "Hee. It seems that Shuayun has made a lot of arrangements for the Divine Dragon Clan." The Emperor of Angels glanced over and smiled faintly. "The Divine Dragon Clan's foundation is very strong. Shuayun was once our comrade. We should act according to what you said. Don't go too far." The Black Tortoise Clan's heavenly Yuan manifestation expert asked the Emperor of Angels and the Emperor of Phoenixes. "Don't worry, leave this matter to the people below to handle. This Dragon Palace killed our Phoenix Clan's disciples. With their strength, even if I don't make a move, our Phoenix Clan will be able to easily exterminate them. By doing so, I am already thinking of our old friendship." The Sovereign of the Phoenix replied indifferently. He looked in the direction of the teleportation formation and shouted softly, "According to what we said, cultivate well after you redone." His voice spread throughout the entire space. "It's the Sovereign of the Phoenix." The Fire Phoenix, Water Phoenix, and the Golden Phoenix King immediately replied to the Sovereign of the Phoenix clan. Following that, they looked at Wang Xian and the rest with eyes filled with killing intent. "Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, it's your good luck this time. It's also the mercy of the few good fortune masters of the heaven's origin that spared your Dragon Palace's dog life." The Fire Phoenix King stared at Wang Xian. With a cold expression, he said, "However, the strong disciples of our Phoenix clan cannot die in vain. All the strong practitioners of your Dragon Palace who killed our Phoenix clan have to pay with their lives. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, do you want us to do it personally, or do you want to commit suicide?" As the King of the Fire Phoenix spoke, everyone's gaze landed on Wang Xian. This was the order of the strong practitioners of the Heaven Origin creation realm. The Dragon Palace could be spared from destruction, but some of the strong practitioners of the Dragon Palace had to die. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was the first to bear the brunt. "Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, do you want us to do it personally, or do you want to commit suicide?" When the King of the Fire Phoenix said this, all the strong disciples in the surroundings looked at Wang Xian. The masters of the Heaven's Origin Destiny realm have already given the order. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is going to be finished. This might be a good choice for the Dragon Palace. Although the Dragon Palace is very strong, there is still a huge gap between them and the 2 peak races. Once the Dragon Palace's lair is exposed or when the calamity arrives, the Phoenix and Angel clans will definitely destroy the Dragon Palace. Since they haven't destroyed it yet, this can be considered as giving them a chance. Some of the experts from the peak races around looked at Wang Xian and the rest and whispered to each other. "Hee. Wang Xian laughed when he heard the words of the King of the Fire Phoenix. "If you want revenge, then do it yourself. There are tens of thousands of phoenixes that have died in my hands. Hee." He looked at the King of the Fire Phoenix and continued to mock with a smile. Wang Xian didn't have a good impression of the Phoenix clan. It wasn't just because of the hatred between them. There was also the matter between the Divine Dragon Clan and the Phoenix clan. If he had the chance, he wouldn't mind exterminating the Fire Phoenix clan. However, he didn't have the ability to do so yet. However, his Dragon Palace wasn't someone that the Fire Phoenix clan could bully. "You're courting death, little Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Today, we will behead you to honor the disciples of my Phoenix clan." As soon as Wang Xian finished his sentence, all the strong disciples in the surroundings were slightly shocked. Their faces were filled with shock. The 7th elder of the Phoenix clan instantly burst into flames of fury. He stared at Wang Xian and instantly flapped his phoenix wings to attack Wang Xian. This Dragon King still dares to be so arrogant at a time like this. Kill him. If it wasn't for Lord Tianyuan, all the disciples of your Dragon Palace would have died. All of them would have been annihilated. He doesn't know what's good for him. How can a small Dragon Palace be so arrogant? The group of strong disciples from the Phoenix clan looked at Wang Xian and roared furiously as well. The eyes of the angel race's radiant angel king and the rest turned cold as well. They also flapped their 12 wings and held the archangel sword in their hands. The Phoenix clan's strong ones are making their move. This is a flame-wing phoenix at the peak of the universe overlord realm. His strength is very terrifying. He should be a strong one specially nurtured by the Phoenix Emperor. The sudden attack of the 7th elder of the Phoenix clan shocked all the powerful disciples around him. They could feel the terrifying power of the flame-wing phoenix and their faces were filled with respect. An existence at this level was the most powerful existence under the heaven's origin in the entire 9-origin universe. It was above the peak of the universe dominator realm. Humph! When Wang Xian saw the flame-wing phoenix attacking him, a cold and disdainful look appeared in his eyes. The flaming phoenix arrived 10,000 meters in front of Wang Xian in the blink of an eye. Its body was exuding an extremely terrifying power of flames. The power of flames covered a large area. It was a completely alien attack. This move didn't just want to destroy Wang Xian. It also wanted to destroy all the strong disciples around Wang Xian. Wang Xian stared at him with a cold look in his eyes. He waved his arm and a sword of wind and thunder was formed instantly. The sword of wind and thunder was exuding a terrifying speed and disappeared in front of him in an instant. In the next moment, the 7th elder of the Phoenix clan who was flying towards Wang Xian froze. His charging momentum weakened instantly. His pupils dilated slowly. They were filled with disbelief and shock. However, it was not just the 7th elder of the Phoenix clan. At the back, the Phoenix clan's Fire Phoenix King, Water Phoenix King, and Golden Phoenix King. At this moment, all of their bodies trembled violently. There was a bloody scar on their necks. The terrifying power of wind and thunder had already entered their bodies and wiped out their vitality in an instant. In an instant, Wang Xian killed 4 of the top existences of the Phoenix race. However, at this moment, a Phoenix egg was burning above the heads of the 3 Fire Phoenix Kings. The Phoenix egg landed in the bodies of the Fire Phoenix King, the Water Phoenix King, and the Golden Phoenix King. It brought them back to life. Lord Emperor of the Phoenix, save me. At this moment, the 3 Phoenix Kings widened their eyes and let out a furious roar filled with fear and shock. They quickly retreated. Retreat, all Phoenix disciples, retreat. As they retreated, they roared crazily. They looked at Wang Xian with disbelief and shock. The sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. What was going on? What was going on? At the side, all the strong disciples of the Angel clan were also dumbfounded. This? What's going on? An expert of the Phoenix clan could not help but growl in a low voice. At this moment, the body of the 7th elder of the Phoenix clan was falling from the front. It answered everyone. Hiss! How is this possible? The 7th elder of the Phoenix clan was killed in an instant. It was the Dragon King. It was the Dragon King who made the move. A shocked voice rang out. The rest of the strong disciples in the surroundings were also looking at this scene in shock. Buzz! Buzz! You recording death! The Emperor of the Phoenix, who was standing on the branch of the Tree of Chaos, saw this scene from afar. His expression changed drastically. In fact, the moment Wang Xian made his move, they could sense this terrifying power. This power was definitely not something that a ruler could unleash. The Heaven's Origin Creation. The Heaven's Origin Creation. The Dragon Palace has the Heaven's Origin Creation? The Unity Saint was slightly shocked. He looked in the direction of the Dragon Palace and revealed a shocked expression. He also moved his body and flew over instantly. The Elven Empress was also slightly shocked. She immediately flew over. In front of the Dragon Palace, the 8 Heavens Origin Destinies were staring at Wang Xian. A piece of trash dares to attack me? When Wang Xian saw the Emperor of Phoenix and the rest flying over, he waved his arm and directly grabbed the corpse of the 7th elder of the Phoenix clan. His head and body had already been separated. Just nice, this phoenix head can be used as a decoration for the Dragon Palace. He looked at the head and said indifferently, Buzz. When the Emperor of Phoenix heard Wang Xian's words, an extremely ugly expression appeared on his face. He stretched out a phoenix claw. The The phantom of the phoenix claw instantly clawed at Wang Xian. When the other 7 heaven origin creation realm powerhouses saw the scene, they frowned slightly and didn't move. They also wanted to see if Wang Xian had the strength of Tianyuan. The Emperor of the Phoenix, Feng Qinglu, HMPH. Wang Xian looked at the attack of the Emperor of the Phoenix, and a cold expression appeared on his face. He stretched out his palm and formed a dragon claw that went straight for the phoenix claw. Bang! A terrifying collision sound was heard. The dissipating energy was blocked by Wang Xian and the Emperor of the Phoenix. This? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has broken through to the Heaven's Origin Destiny realm. How is this possible? How long has it been? How can he break through so quickly? The Heaven's Origin Destiny realm is able to receive the attack of the Emperor of Phoenix. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is a Heaven's Origin Destiny realm. Why is his speed of improvement so terrifying? Hiss! How is this possible? How is this possible? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has only cultivated for a short period of time. They were stunned. At this moment, all the living beings in the 9 Origin universe were completely shocked when they saw Wang Xian receiving the attack of the Emperor of the Phoenix. The Heaven's Origin Creation. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace possessed the strength of the Heaven's Origin Creation. This made them feel extremely incredulous. Was it so easy to break through the Heaven's Origin Creation? How long had the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace cultivated for, and he had already reached this realm? It was unbelievable. It's not the Heaven's Origin ability. Does he have 7 attributes? No, it should be the powers of the 9 attributes. He has completely fused the powers of these 9 attributes together. The Xuanwu clan's Heaven's Origin ability stared at Wang Xian and suddenly spoke. There was a hint of shock in his voice. He could sense the 9 attributes contained in Wang Xian's body. These 9 attributes were perfectly fused together. This made him feel a little incredulous. The fusion of the 2 attributes was already considered a mutation. The fusion of the 3 attributes was rare in the entire 9 Origin universe. In the past, only the 5 elemental divine dragons of the Divine Dragon clan were considered to have the highest number of attributes. However, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had actually fused the 9 attributes together. The strength of the 9 attributes combined allowed the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace to fight against the Heavenly Yuan creation without reaching the Heavenly Yuan creation realm. This went against their knowledge. How did the 9 attributes merge? When I met him in the past, there were only 7 attributes. At that time, it was impossible for the light and darkness attributes to merge with the 5 attributes. He had the wind and thunder attributes at that time, but the wind and thunder attributes were external objects. How did he merge all 9 attributes together? Was it the arrangement of Shuiyun? Shuiyun has paved an unprecedented path to heaven for him. The Elven Empress was also looking at Wang Xian in shock. The fusion of the 9 attributes was too unbelievable. What? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has 9 attributes. The Dragon King has not reached the Heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm, but he can fight against the Heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm? Is it because he has fused 9 attributes? Attributes can be cultivated in the later stages, but with each additional attribute, the speed of cultivation will be twice as difficult. The increase in combat strength will be limited. The Dragon King actually has 9 attributes. How did he cultivate? When the surrounding 9 Origin universe's strong disciples heard the words of the few Heaven's Origin creation stage powerhouses, their faces were filled with shock. The expressions of the other few Heaven's Origin creation stage powerhouses changed slightly as they stared at Wang Xian. When the Emperor of Phoenix saw Wang Xian easily blocking his attack, he knew that Wang Xian was not on the same level as him. However, their combat strength was not much different. The Heaven's Origin creation realm had the same level of combat strength. Even if he was stronger than him and could suppress him, it would be extremely difficult to destroy him. His expression did not look good. He did not expect that the remnants of the Divine Dragon clan would give birth to an existence on the level of the Heaven's Origin creation realm so quickly. A combat strength at the level of the Heaven's Origin creation. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, do you think that you don't have to pay a price just because your strength has reached this level? The Emperor of Phoenix's eyes gradually turned cold. He swept his gaze across the Emperor of Angels and continued speaking coldly. Your Phoenix clan deserves to die. Wang Xian looked at the Emperor of Phoenix and replied with a cold expression. He looked around and swept his cold gaze across the powerful disciples of the Phoenix clan. Dragon King, do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the combat strength of the Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm? You dare to provoke the Phoenix clan and our Angel clan. Do you know that powerful people in the Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm can also die? The Emperor of Angels stared at Wang Xian and narrowed his eyes. He asked coldly, Emperor of Angels, do you think that I don't dare to kill the disciples of your Angel clan just because they provoked my Dragon Palace? Wang Xian stared at the Emperor of Angels and replied coldly, You also know that the Heaven's Origin Destiny Realm will die. Ha ha ha. Crazy, really crazy. A kid who has just attained the strength of the Heaven's Origin Destiny Realm is actually so arrogant. It's the first time I've seen such an arrogant fellow after experiencing 2 eons. The Emperor of Phoenix laughed maniacally when he heard Wang Xian's words. A red cloud suddenly appeared in the sky above him. The red cloud contained a terrifying power. He stared at Wang Xian with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. He is indeed a little arrogant. He is still a little arrogant. The Emperor of Angels said coldly. With a wave of his arm, a gray sword appeared in his hand. There were 12 wings on his back. The luster on them began to shine. He stared at Wang Xian calmly, but he could unleash a fatal destructive attack at any time. At the side, the other 7 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses from the 9 Origin universe frowned slightly when they saw this scene. Please calm down. The 3 of you are also powerhouses from the 9 Origin universe. The calamity is about to arrive. We are on the same side. Hetian Saint extended his hand and said to them, wanting to reconcile. It's a good thing for us to have one more Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm expert in our 9 Origin universe. Don't fight with each other and fight against the outside. The middle-aged Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm expert from the royal family also said. Yes, there's no need to fight. Emperor of Phoenix, Emperor of Angels, it will be very difficult for you to get rid of the Dragon King. To put it bluntly, even if you can get rid of him, your Phoenix family and the Angel family will suffer heavy losses. It's not an irreconcilable grudge. Let's shake hands and make peace. The Netherworld race's heavenly fate was also in agreement. The Emperor of the Phoenix and the Emperor of the Angels frowned slightly when they heard the heavenly fate powerhouses speak. The other heavenly fate powerhouses were also telling the truth. The Emperor of the Phoenix and the Emperor of the Angels were confident that they could kill the Dragon King now. However, the Dragon King definitely had a resurrection treasure. What if he resurrected and killed the disciples of their Angel and Phoenix race? They don't have much confidence in destroying them 100%. But they aren't willing to let it go. The disciples of our 2 races cannot die for nothing. The Emperor of Phoenix stared coldly at Wang Xian and said coldly, The Dragon Palace must pay the price. Other people, the one who died was not a disciple of your race. This Dragon King is powerful, but he does not have the strength yet. Let my Phoenix race prevent this from happening. As the Emperor of the Phoenix spoke, his gaze swept past the other Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts. It's impossible to just let this go. Someone has to pay the price for our disciples' death. The Emperor of the Angels also spoke with a cold expression. When the other 6 Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts heard their words, they slightly furrowed their brows. Then Dragon King, take out some compensation. The Phoenix clan and the Angel clan are much stronger than all of you. If this continues, it won't be of any benefit to your Dragon Palace. Take out some treasures to compensate us and end this enmity. In the future, we will deal with the arrival of the calamity together. The Hetian Saint looked at Wang Xian and said, Saint Hetian, enmity is not so easy to end. If it were not for the betrayal of the Angel clan, the Divine Dragon clan would not have perished. When Wang Xian heard the words of the Emperor of Phoenix and the Emperor of Angels, a cold look appeared on his face. He looked at the Hetian Saint who was trying to resolve this grudge and spoke indifferently. His words shocked all the powerful disciples of the peak races around when they heard it. The eyes of a few of the Heaven's Origin destinies also flickered slightly. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? Do you know what you are talking about? When the Emperor of Phoenix heard Wang Xian's words, a terrifying killing intent burst out from his eyes. A terrifying aura surged toward Wang Xian directly. Hee. Wang Xian smiled coldly and stared at the Emperor of Phoenix. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Emperor of Phoenix, let me tell you clearly. The grudge between the angel race can be settled. However, the grudge between your Phoenix race and my divine dragon race cannot be resolved. You are all clear about what your Phoenix race has done." Ha, I am naturally clear about what my Phoenix race has done. Why? Do you still want to exterminate my Phoenix race? For the sake of the overall situation of the 9 origin universe, I can let you off the hook for the sake of the other few heaven origin destinies. However, you actually want to take an inch and take a mile. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? The Emperor of the Phoenix's aura began to climb up. The aura belonging to the heavenly Kismet gushed out in all directions. The expressions of the disciples below the heavenly Kismet changed drastically when they felt this scene. Their faces were extremely pale. Those at the supremacy level were trembling as they retreated continuously. This was even under the influence of the other heavenly Kismet experts. The Emperor of Angels was staring at this scene with a thoughtful expression on his face. This situation obviously involved the destruction of the Divine Dragon Clan. There was obviously something going on behind the scenes. The Dragon Palace now possessed the heavenly Yuan Creator realm. If their angel clan joined in, they wouldn't gain anything. Dragon King, if you want to settle the grudge with my angel clan, give me a satisfactory answer. The Emperor of Angels stared at Wang Xian and said coldly, "If this result is not satisfactory, you will bear the consequences yourself. The entire 9 origin universe knows about the matter between your angel clan and my dragon palace. It is your angel clan that is courting death. The so-called settling of the grudge means that it is over. This is my answer to you." Wang Xian replied directly when he heard the Emperor of Angels' words. The Emperor of Angels' face instantly turned gloomy as soon as he finished his sentence. What did he mean? Letting it go was a response to the angel race? This was simply too arrogant. He did not put his angel race in his eyes at all. A hint of coldness and fury appeared in his eyes. The other 6 powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm opened their mouths slightly when they heard Wang Xian's words. A hint of shock appeared on their faces as well. What the fuck? What was the meaning of this? Although the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had reached the Heaven's Origin manifestation stage. However, the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan had 2 Heaven's Origin manifestation stage powerhouses. Furthermore, they were both veteran Heaven's Origin manifestation stage powerhouses. If they were to really fight, the possibility of destroying the Dragon Palace was still very high. The problem that could be solved by just paying a little of the resources was now going to be decided by the 2 peak races? The Dragon King is so strong. Isn't this too strong? The Dragon King is so arrogant that he doesn't care about any of the heavenly Yuan's fortunes. Is the Dragon King going to start a war with the Angel race and the Phoenix race? All the powerful disciples in the surrounding area were shocked when they saw this scene. The Dragon King was too arrogant. He was simply too ferocious. Was he going to start a battle directly? Alright. It's been a long time since I've had any activity. Let's have a big battle then. The Emperor of Angels smiled coldly. His hands slowly clenched the angel sword in his hands. The angel sword was emitting a radiance. Around him, the shadows of angels were flickering. You are really courting death and no one can stop you. The Emperor of Phoenix was also staring at Wang Xian with murderous intent. He flapped his wings slightly. The red clouds above his head seemed to be brewing a terrifying might. Everyone, we have already given him a choice. He has chosen to die. If we do not fulfill his wish, he will think that our Phoenix and Angel race are afraid of him. Today, in this 9 origin universe, there is no us with their Dragon Palace. Retreat. The Emperor of Phoenix swept his gaze across the 6 powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin blessed realm and spoke coldly. The Hatian Saint, the Elven Empress, and the rest frowned when they saw this scene. Dragon King, there's no need for that. The Elven Empress looked at Wang Xian, sighed, and spoke. The situation before her was clearly disadvantageous to the Dragon Palace. She didn't understand why Wang Xian still wanted to make a move. At the beginning, they could still persuade him. But at this stage, they had a way out, but Wuxia had broken it. In that case, they could no longer persuade the Emperor of the Phoenix and the Emperor of the Angels. All the powerful disciples in the surrounding Nine-Origin universe were also staring at this scene. Senior Elven Queen. Everyone in the Nine-Origin universe knows the cause of the enmity between the Dragon Palace and the Angel race of the Phoenix race. So what if they are two peak races? Wang Xian looked at the Elven Empress and said, so what if they are two peak races? So what if they are two heavens' origin destinies? What does our Dragon Palace have to fear? Just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, from the back, the Kylan bull flew over slowly. He flew to a step behind Wang Xian. Boom! His body trembled and transformed into his own body. At the same time, the aura that belonged to the heavens' origin destinies charged towards the Emperor of Angels and the Emperor of Phoenix. When Lin Yo turned into his true form, he let out a low roar. Hua hua hua! The leaves of the Tree of Chaos in the surrounding area were shaken until they rustled. Heavenly Yuan fortunes. In the Sword and Magic universe, our Dragon King teamed up with others to kill one. Now, we're afraid of the two Heavenly Yuan fortunes and the two peak races. Lin Yo stared at them and said with a grim expression. Now that he had come to the Nine-Origin universe, he had a detailed understanding of the forces in the Nine-Origin universe. Now, the Dragon Palace had the Dragon King and his two peak races. They were afraid of the other peak races. Ridiculous. None of the other peak races had two of them. Why would the Dragon Palace be afraid of them if they had two? Even if they were all veteran Heavenly Yuan fortunes, they could still escape in a 2-on-1 situation even if they couldn't beat them. And once they took revenge in the future, they had 100% confidence that they could destroy their race. However, at this moment, Lin Yo's words rang out, when he flew over to show his power. In front, the Emperor of Angels and the Emperor of Phoenixes narrowed their eyes and revealed a shocked expression. The other 6 Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts were also shocked as they stared at Lin Yo. Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm. Another Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm. Hatian Saint stared at Lin Yo and roared. He was in disbelief. The Dragon Palace actually had 2 Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts. This was 2. That's not right. The attribute on your body is not water attribute. You are not a creature of our Nine-Origin universe. The Black Tortoise Clan's Heaven Origin Creation level expert's gaze focused as he stared at Lin Yo and shouted loudly. I, Lin Yo, am a creature of the Sword and Magic universe. Boss Dragon King is my benefactor. I am Boss's mount. I am a disciple of the Dragon Palace. Anyone who goes against the Dragon Palace will be my enemy. Lin Yo did not hide anything and replied coldly. Sword and the Magic universe? Mount. The 8 Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts were stunned when they heard this. A Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm mount? A Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm expert publicly said that he was the Dragon King's mount? This made them feel shocked and incredulous. Such a level of existence was actually willing to be the Dragon King's mount. How did the Dragon King do it? The Dragon Palace actually has another Heavenly Yuan Creation level existence. The Dragon Palace actually has another one, and it's even the Dragon King's mount. This is the Dragon Palace's trump card, right? 2 Heavenly Yuan Creation level combat strength. In just a few 100 million years, the Dragon Palace actually has 2 more such terrifying existences. This is too heaven-defying. When the Divine Dragon Clan was at its peak, there weren't even 2 Heaven's Origin Creation level existences. No wonder the Dragon King isn't afraid of the Phoenix Clan and the Angel Clan at all. Even if they really fight, so what? 2 Heaven's Origin Creation level existences. 1 race, 2 supreme existences. In the surrounding area, all the powerful disciples were shocked. This matter was simply too sensational. They were all dumbfounded. The powerful disciples of the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan were also dumbfounded at this moment. In their eyes, a Dragon Palace that was hiding in a corner like a rat crossing the street didn't dare to face them directly. The Dragon Palace that they could easily destroy actually had 2 Heavenly Yuan fortunes. This meant that if their peak race fought the Dragon Palace alone, even if their emperor was the old Heaven's Origin creature. However, they might still not be the Dragon Palace's match. If they really fought, they might suffer heavy casualties. The birth of Heaven's origin creatures was too difficult. Although there were strong and weak Heaven's origin creatures, the advantage in numbers was also very terrifying. In the past, there had never been a peak race that had 2 heavenly Yuan fortunes. How could this not be shocking? When the Emperor of Angels saw the appearance of the Lin Yo and felt its power, his expression sank and his face revealed an extremely solemn expression. At this moment, when he saw the 2 heavenly Yuan fortunes of the Dragon Palace, he wanted to curse. 2? There were only 9 heavenly Yuan creation realm experts in the entire 9 origin universe. 1 attribute and 1 heavenly Yuan creation realm. In the end, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had the strength of a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert. The Dragon Palace also had another heavenly Yuan creation realm expert. And it was the Dragon King's mount. A heavenly Yuan creation realm mount? Wasn't this a joke? This was simply too surprising and terrifying for them. There was no record of 10 heavenly Yuan creation realm experts in the 9 origin universe. How could he not be shocked when this suddenly appeared? Now he understood why the Dragon Palace had such confidence. Why the Dragon Palace dared to directly harden their 2 peak races. This was the Dragon Palace's trump card. Their biggest trump card. Furthermore, according to what Lin Yo said, the Dragon King had once teamed up with other heavenly Yuan creation realm experts in another universe and killed a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert. In that case, his true combat strength would definitely not be weak. His experience would not be too bad either. He took a deep breath as his mind spun. Forget it, Dragon King. If you fight with the Phoenix Tribe's Angel Tribe, both sides will suffer heavy losses and there won't be any results. The Elven Empress' eyes flashed as she swept her gaze over the Emperor of Angels and the Emperor of Phoenixes and spoke once again. Now, the steps had appeared once again. If the Dragon King was the only one in the Dragon Palace, the Emperor of Phoenixes and the Emperor of Angels, they might still be able to destroy the Dragon King. But now, don't even think about it. The Dragon Palace had 2 heavenly fate realm cultivators. In terms of overall strength, they had already surpassed their single peak race. Under such circumstances, it wasn't a wise choice to go against the Dragon Palace. After all, the Phoenix and Angel races were 2 peak races. The Dragon Palace was 1. The Dragon King was the king. The Phoenix and Angel races couldn't do this. Yeah, forget it. First of all, congratulations to the Dragon King. Your Dragon Palace has 2 heavenly Yuan creation realm experts. This is a good thing for the 9 origin universe. Emperor of Angels, let me understand the enmity between the Dragon Palace and you. It was indeed your Angel clan that made the first move. The Dragon Palace was forced by you to hide outside for hundreds of millions of years without appearing. Now that the Dragon King has said that it's over, then it's Emperor of Phoenix, forget it here. Neither of you can think of destroying the other. There's no need to hurt yourself and the enemy. The Hettian sage acted like a good person once again and started to persuade him. Wang Xian didn't refute his words. He also knew that it was impossible to wipe out the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan today. It was too difficult to wipe them out. Unless the Dragon Palace had 6 powerhouses who were in the Destiny realm. However, there was only a slight chance of having 6 of them. After all, the Emperor of the Angels and the Emperor of the Phoenix were veteran in the Destiny realm. The words of the Hettian saint gave everyone a way out, including the Emperor of Phoenix and the Emperor of Angels. The Emperor of Phoenix and the Emperor of Angels hovered in the air, their expressions constantly changing. The situation in front of them was something they had never expected. They had never expected that a small Dragon Palace would have 2 heavenly Yuan creation experts. Huff! Huff! The Emperor of Angels took a deep breath as his eyes flickered slightly. If the dispute between your Dragon Palace and my Angel clan is because of my Angel clan, then this matter shall be dropped. He took the lead and spoke to Wang Xian. During this period of time, he also understood the enmity between the Angel clan and the Dragon Palace. However, as the Emperor of the Angel clan, even if there was something wrong with the Angel clan, it was because of the death of a disciple who was at the peak of the clan's dominance. In this matter, there was no one who was right or wrong. It was only who was strong and who was weak. Right now, the Dragon Palace's strength was stronger than the Angel clan. Then he could just let it go. Anyway, he already had a way out. Hee hee. When Wang Xian heard the words of the Emperor of Angels, he smiled faintly and didn't say anything. His gaze was fixed on the Emperor of Phoenix, and his eyes were flashing with a cold luster. It was a pity that he could not kill the Emperor of the Phoenix this time. After settling the grudge with the Angel clan, he wanted to kill the Emperor of the Phoenix clan with 100% certainty. To be on the safe side, the Dragon Palace would need 4 powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin realm. Of course, if Wang Xian could improve himself again, there might be a possibility. Do you want to try fighting? Wang Xian stared at the Emperor of Phoenix and said coldly. The Emperor of Angels has given up on the fight with the Dragon Palace. In other words, they will bear the losses suffered by the Angel clan in the past. The Dragon Palace is too strong. At this moment, which peak race is willing to make an enemy of the Dragon Palace? Now that the Divine Dragon clan has returned to its peak due to the Dragon Palace and has 2 existences of the Heaven's Origin creation, some of the peak races who are on good terms with the Dragon Palace will probably favor the Dragon Palace even more. It's obvious that we can't afford to fight this battle. The strength of both parties are about the same, but the Dragon Palace is still the best. 1 versus 2, the Dragon King is simply invincible. The Heaven Origin Destiny realm has become his mount. The Dragon King is now taking the initiative to provoke the Emperor of Phoenix. All the powerful disciples of the 9 Origin universe around them were discussing in shock when they saw this scene. Their eyes were flickering. When the Emperor of Phoenix heard Wang Xian's provocative words, his face immediately turned gloomy. His gaze swept past Lin Niu and Wang Xian, and his expression changed drastically. He was hesitating whether he should make a move. However, once he made a move, unless he could fight 2 people at the same time, it would not be beneficial to the Phoenix tribe if he was suppressed. I really didn't expect the Divine Dragon clan to rise up so quickly. Good. The Emperor of Phoenix stared at Wang Xian coldly and gritted his teeth. The calamity is coming soon. After this calamity, we will deal with the matters between us. He did not give in. He knew that the grudge between the Phoenix clan and the Divine Dragon clan could no longer be resolved. He also knew from Wang Xian's words just now. The Dragon Palace might seek revenge against the Phoenix race in the future. The possibility was very high. However, the other party was too strong. He could only give in temporarily. They will. Wang Xian sneered when he heard his words. For the sake of the Cataclysm and for the sake of the 9 Origin universe, I have the cheek to thank you on behalf of the living beings in the 9 Origin universe. At this moment, the Hetian Saint spoke again. He was a good person and said with a smile, "One have long heard of the name of the Hetian Saint." Wang Xian looked at the Hetian Saint. He was the first Heaven Origin creator whom he had heard of when he came to the heaven-opening desolate land. He cupped his hands with a smile on his face. Dragon King, you are full of praise. It is truly amazing that the Dragon Palace has developed so quickly. Hetian Saint smiled and swept his gaze across all the disciples around him. All right, now that all the disciples of the 9 Origin universe above the venerable level have arrived, there's one more thing that needs to be announced today. Hetian Saint spoke again. His gaze landed on some water elemental experts again. The calamity is about to arrive in 2.5 billion years. After the calamity arrives, our 9 Origin universe will become a whole. We must take revenge and our 9 Origin universe will not be invaded. Once there is an intruder, all disciples and all living beings must participate in the battle and fight against the external enemies together. We, the Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts, are no exception. This is the rule of our 9 Origin universe. Once any disciple of any expert dares to violate this rule, regardless of any peak race or expert, they will all be killed together. Under the circumstances of ensuring the safety of our 9 Origin universe, then everything else will not be restricted. Hetian Sage said, "The Battle of the Apocalypse was a war between the universe and the universe. It was a very cruel war between homes. Therefore, even if the 9 Origin universe wasn't very harmonious, many disciples of experts were still archenemies. But during this period of time, all living beings had to form a united front. Even if it was a Deke race, even if it was the heavenly Yuan creation realm, The Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm had already made an agreement that even if a Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm expert went against it, they would be surrounded and killed by the other Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts, until he was completely destroyed. There's one more thing. The He Tian Saint continued. The second thing is about the heaven's fate. As he spoke, he glanced at Wang Xian. He continued, Lord Shui Yun of the Divine Dragon Clan has already fallen. Our 9-origin universe now has an additional slot for the Heaven's Fate Master and a Water Elemental Heaven's Fate Master. All the Water Elemental disciples will have the chance to fight for this slot. Furthermore, we also hope that before the calamity arrives, our 9-origin universe will have an additional Water Elemental Heaven Element creation. We will nurture the disciples with potential. In other words, we will guide the disciples with potential and help them break through to the Heaven Element creation realm. Dragon King, you guys don't have any objections on this, right? At the end of his sentence, He Tianxing asked Wang Xian for his opinion. I don't have any objections. Wang Xian nodded his head. This spot was once vacated by the Divine Dragon Clan. Naturally, Wang Xian wanted this spot. However, it was too difficult for the Water Elemental disciples of the Dragon Palace to break through to the Heaven's origin realm. Currently, the strongest water god dragon in the Dragon Palace, Shui Linglong's father, was only at level 6, the ruler of the universe. It would be very difficult to break through to the Heavenly Yuan Blessed Realm in 2 billion years. In addition, before Senior Shui Yun died, he poured all his efforts into the invincible Divine Dragon system. He didn't leave any special inheritance. It was very difficult for the Dragon Palace to obtain the Water Element Heaven Origin creation. It should be obtained by the Water Element experts of the other peak races. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the surroundings and landed on a few figures. He lingered on the Water Phoenix King of the Phoenix race for an additional moment. If he had known earlier, he would have exterminated this Water Phoenix King once again. He thought to himself. The words of the He Tian Saint made the experts at the peak of the Water Attribute Ruler Realm look excited. Their eyes were burning. This was an opportunity. This was their chance to break through to the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm. In the 9-origin universe, the quota for the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm was limited. Other than the Dragon King, there were only 9 slots. These 9 quotas corresponded to 9 attributes, and now only the Water attribute had 1 quota. Moreover, the He Tian Saint also said that their group of Heavenly Yuan Creation would try their best to add 1 more Heavenly Yuan Creation to the 9-origin universe before the calamity arrived. They would do their best to nurture it. This was an incomparably huge opportunity for them, a chance to ascend to the heavens in 1 step and live forever. All the Water Elemental disciples have this chance. For fairness, we'll give all of you 500 million years. After 500 million years, we'll choose the 3 strongest disciples who are closest to the Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm and cultivate them at the same time. At that time, it'll depend on your destiny and opportunities. He Tian Sage continued. Thank you, sirs. The group of Water Elemental disciples immediately thanked him loudly. All right, let's continue with our cultivation. The He Tian Saint waved his hand and the group of disciples quickly retreated to the surroundings. Everyone, let's take action as well to help with our good luck. If you discover any treasures that are difficult to deal with, you can come and join hands with me. The fate of the Netherworld race saw that everything was over. He glanced at Wang Xian and the rest and said with a smile. After he finished speaking, his figure moved and disappeared immediately. Hee. I wish everyone good luck. Dragon King, I'm gonna look for treasures now. Let's discuss the Tao together when we are free. The elder from the Xuanwu race said to Wang Xian and flew away directly. In the surrounding area, the powerhouses from the fate of the Netherworld race also left immediately. Looking for treasures? When Wang Xian saw them leaving one by one, he raised his eyebrows slightly. In front of them, the Elven Queen did not leave immediately. There are all kinds of treasures in the chaos, especially around the Tree of Chaos. Almost 100% of them are there. The Elven Queen saw Wang Xian's doubts and explained with a smile. Senior Elven Queen, there are many things that I don't understand. Can you tell me a thing or two? Wang Xian looked at the Elven Queen, cupped his hands and asked humbly. At this moment, Wang Xian did not have any understanding of the realm of the heaven's origin creation. Lin Yo had a breakthrough, but he did not obtain the memories of the Aga heavenly demon god. He also did not know the subdivision of the realm of the heaven's origin creation. As for the 9 origin universe, they only had 2 heaven's origin creation powerhouses. After the eruption of the apocalypse, they had been defending against external enemies, so they did not know much about it. However, the heaven origin creation realm powerhouses in the 9 origin universe should have a very good understanding of it. After all, the strength of the 9 origin universe was much stronger than the sword and magic universe. No problem. The elven empress nodded and gestured to him. Their bodies moved and immediately flew toward a branch in the distance. Lin Yo followed behind Wang Xian quietly. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Find a place to cultivate. Prime Minister Gue saw the Dragon King leaving and instructed all the disciples. The disciples of the Dragon Palace were also filled with excitement. The scene just now made their Dragon Palace completely proud. In the future, in the 9 origin universe, the strong disciples of any peak race would not dare to look down on their Dragon Palace. They didn't need to hide in a remote place anymore. Their Dragon Palace had 2 heaven origin creation realm experts, so they weren't afraid of any peak race. They weren't afraid of any living beings. The Dragon Palace has completely risen this time. No one will dare to provoke them in the future. 2 heaven origin creation realm experts, especially the Dragon King. His improvement speed is too terrifying. This time is too short. Now that he has a heaven origin creation realm mount, his overall strength is at the top of the group, right? It's mainly 2 Tian Yuan fortunes. Their mobility is too strong. One is involved and the other is secretly attacking. Who can withstand this? The Emperor of Angels is a veteran Tian Yuan fortune, and his strength is definitely higher than the Dragon King. But he doesn't dare to provoke the Dragon Palace because the Dragon King and his mount can fight on their own. One is involved with the Emperor of Angels, and the other is attacking the disciples of the Angel clan. Even the Emperor of Angels is afraid. Yes, the Dragon Palace has made history. 2 heavenly fate experts are too strong. We should be more polite to the disciples of the Dragon Palace in the future. The lords want to nurture a water element heavenly fate expert. I wonder which expert has such luck. In the Tree of Chaos, the beings of the 9 origin universe didn't cultivate immediately. Instead, they were discussing in shock. They were discussing the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King. They were discussing the Lin Yo. They were also discussing who could become the new water-type heaven origin creation stage powerhouse. Senior Elven Empress, I have a few questions. At the heaven origin creation stage, has there been a breakdown of strength at this stage? Wang Xian did not care about the discussions of the disciples from the 9 origin universe. He and the Elven Empress came to a distant branch of the Tree of Chaos and asked the Elven Empress. The heavenly Yuan realm of destiny, of course there are. The Elven Empress smiled and nodded. Let me tell you what I know. The heavenly Yuan realm of destiny is very rare. There are only a few in every universe. However, in the case of many universes, the heavenly Yuan realm of destiny is not considered few, but the division of realms is not very clear. The heaven's origin realm is divided into beginner, mastery, great Tao, and chaos. Currently, there are only these 4 divisions. This division is based on one's strength. One-on-one, one can easily kill a powerhouse who has just entered the heaven's origin realm. It can be called the mastery level. One-on-one, one can easily kill a powerhouse who has reached the mastery level. It can be called the Great Tao. One-on-one, one can easily kill a powerhouse who has reached the Great Tao realm. It can be called chaos. The Elven Queen explained in detail. When Wang Xian heard his introduction, he raised his eyebrows slightly. In other words, 3 powerhouses who had just entered the heaven's origin creation realm could fight against an existence at the control level if they joined forces. The gap in strength of this realm was not very big. 9 people who had just entered the heaven's origin creation realm could fight against an existence at the Great Tao level. 27 people who had just entered the heaven's origin creation realm could fight against an existence at the chaos level. Senior, what are the levels of the heaven's origin realm cultivators in our 9 origin universe? Wang Xian couldn't help but ask curiously. The 9 origin universe was a powerful universe. Its strength far exceeded that of the sword and magic universe. Furthermore, the 9 origin universe had many veteran peak races, and some peak races had even passed through several eons. The flowing blue and hopeless sky of the sword and magic universe were definitely at the initial heavenly yuan creation level. As for the 9 origin universe, it was uncertain. In our 9 origin universe, the strongest person is the fallen shadow demon emperor of the demon race. His strength is the strongest in our 9 origin universe, and he has already reached the level of Great Tao. The Elven Empress spoke to Wang Xian. The Elven Empress' words made Wang Xian slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the strongest person in the heaven's origin creation level was actually the demon race. The demon race was relatively low-key in the 9 origin universe. Just now, when they were having a dispute, this fallen shadow demon emperor was also among them. But he didn't say anything. Yes, the fallen shadow demon emperor is the strongest. What you saw just now was one of his avatars. His avatars had just entered the heavenly yuan creation realm. As for his original body, it should be cultivating in the chaos to find treasures. Besides the Shadow Devil Emperor, there are 3 people at the control realm. I am one of them. There are also the Dark Clan's heavenly yuan creation realm and the Black Tortoise clans. The rest are all at the initial stage. However, there are strong and weak at the initial stage. The Great Tao realm does not mean that one can kill the initial stage of the heavenly yuan creation realm. Some initial stage heavenly yuan creation realm warriors can fight 2 people at the same level alone. This is the old beginner level Tianyuan creation. Only the old Great Tao level can destroy this kind of Tianyuan creation. In short, the gap between the Tianyuan creation is not like the ruler realm, where one level higher can easily kill one level weaker than oneself. Like the Emperor of Phoenix and the Emperor of Angels, they are both at the beginner level of Tianyuan creation. They can fight and escape even if they fight 2 people alone. Of course, this is my understanding of them in the past. I don't know if they have improved or not. However, I believe that they have not reached the level of control. The Elven Empress gave Wang Xian a detailed introduction. Wang Xian nodded his head. The strength of the 9 origin universe was already very powerful. There was even 1 at the Great Tao level. There were also 3 at the control level. One must know that 1 Great Tao level cultivator could easily fight against 9 beginner level cultivators. In other words, if the 9 origin universe wanted to destroy the sword and magic universe, it would be a piece of cake. And with their powerful strength, after the calamity began, they could completely occupy other universes and obtain some spots to break through. For example, the 9 origin universe had 9 elements of the heavenly fate. Then, after all 9 spots of the heavenly fate were occupied, the disciples of the 9 origin universe could go to other universes to break through. Of course, it didn't mean that every universe had 9 spots. For example, in the belief universe, the disciples of the 9 origin universe wouldn't be able to break through to the heavenly fate realm. Because the cultivation system was different, because that universe didn't have the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As such, it didn't support the experts with the attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to break through. Once the calamity erupted, it would be a disaster for those weak universes. Thank you for informing me, Senior Elven Empress. Wang Xian thanked the Elven Empress. There's no need. It's really out of my expectations for you to be able to reach this step. The fusion of the 9 attributes into one, and before you reach the Heaven's origin realm of destiny, you already possess the Heaven's origin power of destiny. This is enough for you to protect yourself. It's enough for the Dragon Palace to establish itself in the entire 9 origin universe. The Elven Empress smiled and shook her head, then said, "All right, I'm going to go to the chaos around the Tree of Chaos and see if I can find any treasures." The place where the Tree of Chaos appears usually has treasures. You can also go there to look for them, but you have to be careful. There's nothing like what you imagine in the chaos, only dead silence. There are also some dangerous environments. For example, some terrifying chaotic storms that can cause the fate of the Heaven's origin to perish. The Elven Empress reminded. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Elven Empress. I will take note of it. Wang Xian nodded. Yes, that's right. The Elven Empress nodded. Suddenly, she looked at Wang Xian and said, in our 9 origin universe, the Wizard clan is very special. The combined strength of the 12 ancestors of the Wizard clan is very terrifying. Under the heaven revolving formation, they are able to resist the fate of the heaven's origin at the control level. Their bodies are rather special. Their lifespans are one more calamity than those below the ordinary fate of the heaven's origin. In the last calamity battle, they killed a fate of the heaven's origin. You should pay attention to the wizards. It's best not to provoke them. Their attacks are very strange. Also, don't provoke the Hetien Sage in the 9 Origin universe. The Hetien Sage has received the recognition of the universe's L. This is a terrifying treasure at the heavenly Yuan creation level. Although it's auxiliary and has almost no destructive power, the Hetien Sage uses the universe's L. In the 9 Origin universe, those at the control level can't do anything to him. However, the Hetien Saint is not bad. He cares about the living beings of the 9 Origin universe and is more fair and considerate of the overall situation. After the Elven Empress said these 2 points, she left immediately. When Wang Xian heard the last 2 pieces of information, he revealed a look of astonishment. The wizard clan? The 12 ancestors of the wizard clan working together was actually so terrifying? To be able to receive such a high evaluation from the Elven Empress. There was also the Unity Saint. The lineage of the saint was established after the last calamity. The Unity Saint had also broken through after the calamity. With the help of the universe's Al, his strength had soared. A heaven origin creation level weapon is still powerful. Wang Xian sighed slightly. The universe's Al was the only publicly announced heaven origin creation level treasure in the 9 Origin universe. He did not expect that the Hetien Sage could actually control some of it. It was rumored that this heaven origin creation treasure was controlled by a group of heaven origin creation powerhouses. Clearly, there were some differences. After listening to the Elven Empress explanation, Wang Xian had a complete understanding of the 9 Origin universe. Currently, although the Dragon Palace had 2 heaven origin creation treasures, they were still not the strongest. Not to mention the great Dao-level fallen Shadow Devil Emperor. The heaven origin fortunes of the Xuanwu clan, the Elven Empress, and the Netherworld race were all able to fight against Wang Xian and Lin Niu. As Lin Niu had obtained the Agar Heavenly Demon God, he should be considered as a veteran who had just entered the heaven origin fortunes. Overall, he and Lin Niu could fight against those at the control level. Especially if they were separated, their mobility and threat would be higher. More terrifying. Next, let's see if I can still improve my strength. After the Elven Empress left, Wang Xian stood on the branch of the Tree of Chaos, deep in thought. It was extremely difficult for a group of powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm to improve their strength. Even if it was tens of billions of years, there was a possibility that their strength would not improve at all. However, Wang Xian was different. His current realm was only at the 7th level of the Universe Dominator. His current breakthrough did not have any restrictions at all. As long as he had sufficient resources, it would be fine. As long as he had the resources, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough very quickly. It would be comparable to the control level of the Heaven's Origin creation, or even the Great Tao level. However, the amount of resources required for Wang Xian to achieve a breakthrough was too much. It was so much that it was a little terrifying. The resources in the Dragon Palace could not satisfy his consumption at all. He needed to search for them himself. There will be treasures appearing around the Tree of Chaos. You can go and search for them yourself. Wang Xian spoke as he scanned his surroundings. This was an incomparably vast tree with no end in sight. A single leaf was as big as a continent. Standing here, Wang Xian's human-shaped body felt extremely tiny. Tree of Chaos. He looked at the branch under his feet and his mind stirred slightly. The branch of the ancestral tree appeared in his palm. The branches of the ancestral tree landed on the Tree of Chaos. However, the Tree of Chaos did not react at all. Wang Xian did not feel any changes to the ancestral tree either. I wonder what level of existence this Tree of Chaos is. Wang Xian mumbled. After a while, he did not bother about the Tree of Chaos anymore. His body moved and he immediately flew out of the Tree of Chaos. Outside the Tree of Chaos, there was a dead silence of chaos. Within the chaos, there was some great terror. Wang Xian had entered the chaos before. It was dead silent inside and there was no energy at all. Only existences at the Heaven's Origin level could travel in the chaos. Lin Yu, let's go. Let's enter the chaos and see if we can find any treasures. Wang Xian said to Lin Yu. It's the Dragon King. Lin Yu nodded his head. He flew to Wang Xian and brought him directly into the chaos. Buzz. After entering the chaos, they released a stream of energy. Everything around them was gray, as if the world had yet to open. Wang Xian's mind stirred, and the energy started to explore the surroundings. The Lin Yu also scanned his surroundings and flew straight in one direction. They scanned their surroundings, but they did not sense anything. The entire space seemed to be dead silent. There was no sound at all. It gave off a very oppressive feeling. There was no sound, no vitality, and no light. There was even no direction. They could only remember the route they took or the sensing they left behind at the Tree of Chaos. Dragon King, this chaotic world feels so terrifying. There isn't even any energy being absorbed in the surroundings. Even after flying for more than 10 days, they still couldn't sense anything. There was nothing but a grayish color. A grayish aura. Yes, there are no living things in plants or animals. Wang Xian nodded his head and continued to observe his surroundings. In such an environment, even if the heaven's origin destiny was roaming in the chaos, it could go crazy after a long period of time. It was too depressing. There was no sign of life. It was as though he was the only one in the world. Wang Xian continued to fly forward while conversing with the unicorn ox. Buzz buzz. After flying for another month, some sounds were suddenly heard. When Wang Xian heard the sound, his eyes narrowed slightly. Dragon King, there's movement. Lin Yu also sensed something and spoke to Wang Xian. Let's go. Wang Xian nodded and instructed him. Lin Yu's body moved and immediately flew towards the source of the sound. Boom, 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 boom. When they got closer, the sound became louder and louder. At the same time, all kinds of energy charged towards them. This is the power of lightning. Lin Yu sensed something and said as he rushed over. When they got closer, a shocking scene appeared in their sight. In the chaotic space in front of them, there were terrifying bolts of lightning flashing continuously. Around this bolt of lightning, it actually formed a space of lightning. The lightning tore open a brand new space. This scene was as though it was creating a world. What's going on? Wang Xian looked at the shocking scene in front of him and was filled with shock. Dragon King, this scene should have a great effect on the cultivation of the lightning attribute. These bolts of lightning contain a special charm and possess a powerful attack method. Lin Yu stared ahead and spoke. Wang Xian felt something as he watched. His gaze was fixed on the thunderbolts in front of him. However, he did not see anything. The improvement of a heaven origin creator was entirely due to his understanding of the universe. Wang Xian himself was not at this realm. In fact, his true realm was merely the 7th level of the universe overlord. Therefore, he could not see anything from the thunderbolts in front of him. Wang Xian stared at the lightning carefully. However, what surprised him was that as time passed, the lightning was getting weaker and weaker. The space around the lightning seemed to be being squeezed bit by bit. What's going on? Wang Xian looked at this scene. The lightning could not break through the shackles of the chaotic space. It could not be born successfully. What would happen if the thunderbolt was born successfully? Would it be born into a powerful treasure? Would this thunderbolt even give birth to its own intelligence? This was the first time Wang Xian had ventured deep into the chaotic space. He was completely clueless about the scene in front of him. Dragon King, the thunderbolt is about to disappear. It will be destroyed by the chaotic space. However, Dragon King, this thunderbolt is material. Can we put it away? Lin Yu suddenly spoke to Wang Xian. This made Wang Xian's heart skip a beat. The energy contained in this lightning was far beyond the peak of the Overlord realm. Material lightning was not a virtual object. If there was no interference from the energy, he would gradually disappear into the chaos. A complete fusion with the chaos. However, what would happen if he was put away? Could it be used as a powerful treasure? Could it be absorbed? Wang Xian's eyes focused. His body moved and he immediately flew towards the lightning bolt. Lin Yu did not hesitate and flew towards the lightning bolt. The lightning bolt was too big and it covered an area that was comparable to some small planets. However, the energy from Wang Xian and the rest could completely envelop it with a wave of their hands. Wang Xian stretched out his palm and transformed it into a gigantic dragon claw. He wanted to hold the thunderbolt in his hand. Crack! Crack! Sensing Wang Xian's attack, the thunderbolt seemed to possess intelligence as it attacked the dragon claw directly. The terrifying lightning struck towards Wang Xian. The dazzling purple lightning struck Wang Xian's dragon claw as though it was about to break through Wang Xian's grasp. Humph! Wang Xian snorted softly when he saw this scene. His body moved and instantly transformed into the body of a divine dragon. His gigantic body moved towards the purple lightning. Wang Xian let out a low roar. From the dragon horn, chains were moving towards the purple lightning bolt. Walala! Countless chains wrapped around the entire lightning bolt. Crackle, crackle. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The terrifying lightning bolt tried to break free, but it was completely blocked by Wang Xian. Crack, crack, crack. Wang Xian stretched out his dragon claws again and clawed at the purple lightning. The exploding lightning was clawed over by him. Wang Xian could sense the power of the lightning. Substantial energy, born in the chaos, has a terrifying destructive power. It can be refined and used as a treasure. Can also be absorbed. However, to absorb it, one may need to be extremely strong. At the very least, one must be at the peak of the universe overlord realm. If one can absorb it at this realm, one's combat strength will be greatly enhanced. Wang Xian spoke as he felt the energy on the lightning bolt. Unfortunately, this lightning bolt wasn't of much use to him. Boss, the items that can be born in the chaos are all treasures. Lin Yo, who was at the side, spoke up. They should all be treasures. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. In the chaos, there was a dead silence. The items that could be born here were all treasures. Moreover, they were all powerful treasures, just like the purple thunderbolt in Wang Xian's hand. Its rarity was far from what an innate treasure could compare to. This thunderbolt shouldn't be considered as a very precious treasure in the chaos. Wang Xian spoke again. Although this purple thunderbolt was born, there was no energy in the chaos. It was dead silent. In the chaos, it would suffer from the wear and tear of energy. From the situation just now, it could not withstand the wear and tear of the chaos. Before long, it would be completely destroyed. According to Wang Xian's guess, an item that could truly stand in the chaos was definitely a very powerful existence. Just like the Tree of Chaos. If the Tree of Chaos possessed offensive energy, it would definitely be an existence that could destroy the world. Could easily destroy a universe. Let's continue our search. According to the Elven Empress, there will be treasures around the Tree of Chaos. Let's see if we can encounter some powerful treasures. Wang Xian spoke to Lin Yo and flew straight ahead. It's the Dragon King. Lin Yo nodded and followed at the side. Wang Xian and the rest were flying very fast in the chaos. However, it was unknown how big the chaos was. In short, the chaos encompassed a large amount of the universe. The size of the chaos was not something the universe could compare to. Wang Xian and the rest continued flying. However, their luck was not as good. After flying for more than 10 years, Wang Xian and the rest did not sense the existence of any treasures. There was nothing unusual either. It was all gray. Loneliness, loneliness. They continued to fly. In the blink of an eye, they flew for another 10,000 years. Boom, 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 boom. There was some time lost in the chaos. On this day, the rumbling sound was heard once again. Wang Xian, Lin Yo, and the rest, who had been flying for more than 10,000 years, had a gleam in their eyes. Boss, there's movement on the right front. It's been more than 10,000 years. Finally, there's movement again. Lin Yo's excited voice was heard. Flying in the chaos was very boring. This was the first time they had flown for more than 10,000 years. One must know that with their strength, they could fly more than 100 times in the same universe. And in the chaos, they didn't notice anything strange for more than 10,000 years. Wang Xian smiled too. Boom, 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 boom. However, at this moment, he focused his gaze and looked at the position in front of him on the right. There, he could sense an extremely terrifying energy attacking him. Boss! Something doesn't seem right. Lin Yo stared ahead and his heart tightened. He growled in a low voice. Something doesn't seem right. Wang Xian nodded his head. At this moment, their eyes suddenly focused. The area in front of them suddenly turned fiery red. A sea of fire and a wave of fire suddenly surged towards Wang Xian and the rest. It wasn't heading towards Wang Xian and the rest. Instead, the area of this sea of fire and wave of fire was too huge. It was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it. It covered Wang Xian and the rest completely. What's the situation? Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly when he saw the terrifying sea of fire. The power of the sea of fire wasn't very strong, but it was enough to rival the attack of a fire-attributed heaven origin creator. The sea of fire was surging towards Wang Xian and the rest at a terrifying speed. Boss, the power of the sea of fire isn't that great. Lin Yo said. That's not right. If it's just this kind of power, it will be extinguished very quickly in the chaos. It's impossible for it to cover such a terrifying area. We should be at the edge of the sea of fire, so the power isn't that great. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he said. A powerhouse at the peak of the universe dominator wouldn't be able to survive for long in the chaos. And this sea of fire was like a flaming storm that was wreaking havoc in the chaos. It was definitely not that simple. Boss, doesn't that mean that there might be a powerful treasure in the middle of this sea of fire? Lin Yo's eyes lit up. It's possible. The power and range of this sea of fire is millions of times greater than the lightning we encountered. Wang Xian spoke. Boom. They stood there without moving. At this moment, the edge of the sea of fire covered them. A wave of heat surged over. Following that, they fell into the sea of fire. The flames in the sea of fire were not all fiery red. There were also blue and white flames, especially those white flames. They were abnormally terrifying. Wang Xian was covered by the sea of fire and was fine. Let's go to the center. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and said. He moved and approached the center of the sea of fire. He could sense that the power of the flames in the center was much stronger. There should be a physical energy body in the sea of fire. Lin Yo guessed as he sensed the surrounding flames. The surrounding flames were not physical. This also meant that this sea of fire was emitted by a flame that had a physical form of energy. Wang Xian nodded his head in agreement. How powerful was an existence that could emit such flames? Wang Xian and the rest were in the middle of the sea of fire. They flew straight towards the center. The closer they got to the center, the more terrifying the temperature became. Both Wang Xian and Lin Yo possessed the fire attribute. Hence, they had a higher resistance to the fire attribute. However, before Wang Xian and the rest could get close to the center, a violent sound suddenly came from the center. When Wang Xian and the rest heard the sound, they were slightly stunned. A hint of shock appeared on their faces. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, Wang Xian could feel the flames around him starting to become violent. They attacked Wang Xian and the rest directly. Countless flames came charging at them with a might that could threaten them. Boss, be careful. Lin Yo's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. He immediately shouted at Wang Xian. Boom! Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. His body trembled as he activated the 9 attributes in his body. All of them were converted into the fire attribute. Terrifying flames erupted from his entire body. The power of the flames covered the area around him. A ray of light bloomed from Lin Yo's single horn. It enveloped him completely and was prepared to take the attack head-on. Without seeing their opponent, they didn't dare to launch an attack rashly. Boom! However, what surprised Wang Xian the next second was that the flames that were attacking him suddenly stopped and attacked the unicorn. When Wang Xian saw this scene, he was slightly stunned. On the other hand, the unicorn was covered in flames. The powerful attack force caused him to fly backward. Lin Yo let out a low roar. His gaze swept over Wang Xian's side and he revealed a stunned expression. Boss, why aren't you being attacked? Why am I the only one being attacked? Lin Yo shouted loudly. Boom, 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 boom. Just as he finished his sentence, countless flames started to brew in the surrounding area. The even more terrifying flames were aimed at Lin Yo. Wang Xian, who was standing at the side, felt that the surrounding flames were extremely gentle. "Boss, the attack of these flames is too fierce." When the Linyu saw this scene, his expression changed again as he shouted at Wang Xian. Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly as well. Why did the sea of flames only attack the Linyu and not him? Could it be because I have the fire attribute? Wang Xian thought to himself. He looked at the Linyu and said, "Linyu, show me your fire attribute." Fire attribute? When the Linyu heard Wang Xian's words, his heart skipped a beat. Waves of fire energy burst out from his body. The Linyu had the fire attribute, the thunder attribute, and the darkness attribute. His three attributes were not a perfect combination. The reason why he could have three attributes was due to his physique. His unique physique allowed him to possess the abilities of three attributes. It was different from what Wang Xian possessed. Terrifying flames erupted from the body of the unicorn ox as it charged towards the surrounding flames. Boom! 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 However, the surrounding flames did not stop attacking because of the flames that erupted from the body of the unicorn ox. Instead, they continued to cover the sky and earth. When Wang Xian saw this scene, he frowned slightly. What was going on? Was it not working? Fuck! When the Linneus saw that the flames were still attacking him, he could not help but let out a low growl. He quickly defended himself. Boom! 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 The terrifying collision began. At this moment, Wang Xian could feel that the temperature on this side was increasing rapidly. He could feel a terrifying fire energy approaching from the center. If you want to read more chapters, please visit. He focused his gaze. The unicorn ox also sensed something. It looked at Wang Xian and said, "Unicorn ox, hide first." Wang Xian waved his arm and a wave of energy enveloped the unicorn ox. The unicorn ox did not resist. Wang Xian kept it into the mother nest. The next moment, when the unicorn ox disappeared, the sea of fire around it stopped boiling. It gradually regained its calmness once again. Wang Xian floated there quietly and looked to the right. That was the center of the sea of fire. He could sense that a powerful flame was approaching. Wang Xian didn't dodge immediately. The attack just now was obviously controlled by this flame. He wasn't attacked. It must have triggered some special reason. At that moment, he saw a white spark appear in his line of sight. It was a flame that contained incomparable purity and brilliance. White, a pale white spark. In this world of fire, it was abnormally dazzling. This white spark was like a rayal flower. Extremely beautiful, but it contained an incomparably enormous power of fire. It seemed to be able to burn everything. The surrounding chaotic space had been burned into a domain by it. This white flame flower was only 100 meters in size, but it was extremely dangerous. This flame flower is probably able to burn the fate of the heaven's origin. His eyes were filled with vigilance. If anything bad happened, he would be prepared to escape at any time. This flame flower was very, very strong. The white flame flower didn't seem to have any intelligence. It stopped right before Wang Xian. It seemed to have sensed that the intruder had disappeared. Then it continued to fly forward. Wang Xian looked at this flame flower and sized it up carefully. Then he followed at the side. The flame flower treated Wang Xian as if he didn't exist and continued to wreak havoc. It bloomed. Wang Xian flew along for a period of time. His body moved and his huge body swayed as he flew towards the back of the flame flower. After 2 days, he observed the entire territory covered by the flame flower. The entire territory was huge and vast. However, there was nothing substantial in this territory. The only treasure in the entire sea of fire territory was the white flame flower. This flame flower had no intelligence and was flying aimlessly. If I can subdue and use this flame flower, it would be amazing, Wang Xian thought to himself. However, this kind of object that had no consciousness and was releasing an unparalleled power in its original form. If he wanted to subdue it, he would have to use a powerful force to subdue it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to subdue it at all. With my current strength, even if I add the Lin Bull, I wouldn't be able to subdue it. Moreover, even if I subdue it, how would I be able to control it? Wang Xian frowned. He couldn't handle this white flame flower. It was too terrifying. An object born in the chaos was really shocking. I can ask the Queen Elf. She should know more. Wuxia thought for a moment and took out a communication device. This was the communication device between the few of them. Through this communication device, they could communicate with each other in the chaos as long as it wasn't too far away. Buzz buzz. Wuxia followed the white flame flower as they flew. The world around them was filled with flames. It was extremely terrifying. Amidst the chaos, a special scenery was formed. At this moment, his communication device rang. Wuxia opened it with a thought. After reading the contents, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Wuxia told the Elven Empress about his situation. He received a piece of information from the Elven Empress. The flame flower beside him that he was following was the god of elements in the chaos. The so-called elements were the water element and fire element. The elements were also known as the origin. This flame flower was the origin of fire, the fire element. This type of elemental god was one of the more common ones in the chaos. The weaker elemental gods could be controlled and made into weapons which were helpful for cultivation. But the powerful elemental gods were very terrifying. They couldn't be controlled or captured. They flew in the universe and would approach the universe that had its own elements. When they found the universe, they would enter the universe and stop. Finally, they would become a blessed land in the universe. They would become a treasured land. The stronger the elemental god, the more powerful the treasured land would be. When the Tree of Chaos arrived not far from the Nine Origin universe, more elemental gods would be born around it. 80% of these elemental gods would enter the Nine Origin universe and form a blessed land in the Nine Origin universe. Therefore, the appearance of the Tree of Chaos around the Nine Origin universe was also an opportunity for the Nine Origin universe. Naturally, there would be more experts in the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land. Wuxia was slightly disappointed when he saw the message sent by the Elven Empress. He thought that he had encountered a treasure. He thought that he could control this flame flower. If he could control it, it would be a terrifying combat strength. However, when Wuxia saw the information below, his eyes sparkled. The Elven Empress had sent him many messages. The elemental god had many benefits. Firstly, cultivators of the same attribute would not be attacked by the elemental god. There were huge benefits to cultivating inside. Secondly, if the elemental god came into contact with the elemental god, there was a possibility of collision and attack. There would be a fight. The winner would usually devour the opponent and form a special material. This material could be used as an extremely powerful weapon. The prerequisite was to subdue this weapon. Thirdly, the elemental god could temper powerful treasures of the same attribute. A treasure that absorbed the energy of the elemental god could be upgraded. When Wuxia saw this information, he moved his palm and the 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. After the 5 elements millstone appeared, thick flames immediately bloomed on it. The 5 divine dragons were spinning on it, absorbing the surrounding power of the flames. Waves of incomparably majestic power of the flames surged onto the 5 elements millstone. When Wuxia saw this scene, his eyes lit up. It was indeed possible. Under the rapid devouring of the 5 elements millstone, it could improve his body a little. If this can devour the entire white flame flower, wouldn't the 5 elements millstone be able to reach the level of the heaven's fate? Wuxia mumbled. However, he knew that it was simply impossible for the 5 elements millstone to devour the white flame flower. The flame flower was material and would not allow itself to be devoured by the 5 elements millstone. If Wuxia were to control the 5 elements millstone to devour it, he would probably suffer a counterattack from it. Even so, this could greatly increase the power of the 5 elements millstone. If you want to read more chapters, please visit. Wuxia followed the flame flower and drifted in the universe. Time passed, and 1,000,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. The 5 elements millstone continued to absorb the energy of the flame flower, and it also received a huge improvement. It was almost comparable to the mutated divine dragon. However, it was simply too difficult to evolve to the heaven's origin. It would be great if this flame flower could be controlled. Wuxia said regretfully again. He had done an in-depth study on this flower of flames over the past 1,000,000 years. However, he realized that this flower of flames could not be controlled. Unless it was suppressed by a powerful force, it would remain active. Let's go. We can't waste time here. Let's go somewhere else to take a look. Wang Xian gave up on the flame flower. He moved his body and dived into the vast chaos once again. Following that, it was another long journey. This time, Wang Xian did not encounter any treasures around him for more than 10 million years. There were so few treasures. However, he saw another god of elements. He was extremely powerful and could not be controlled at all. After that, he separated from the Linyu and prepared to act alone to increase the chances of finding treasures. 30 million years later, a piece of news from the Linyu suddenly reached Wang Xian. Did the Linyu discover anything? Wang Xian took out his communication device and looked at the information on it. The message sent by the Linyu indicated that they had encountered a huge battle. A huge battle between the elemental god. Furthermore, one of the two parties in this huge battle was the white flame flower. HIVIM. Lin Niu actually encountered the white flame flower again. A huge battle between the elemental gods. The Elven Empress had said that a huge battle between the elemental gods was not very common. She had been in the chaos for so long and had only seen it 3 to 4 times. The rarity was comparable to some of the beasts of chaos in the chaos. After Wang Xian received the news, he immediately flew towards the unicorn ox. The battle between the elemental god was going to last for a long time. It might last for hundreds of millions of years. When Wang Xian arrived a few years later, an extremely terrifying rumbling sound was heard. A golden ray of light collided with the fiery red ray of light. There was no technique to describe an attack that could destroy the world. It was all about the confrontation and impact between attributes. A terrifying domain field was formed in the grayish chaos around them. Lin Niu sensed Wang Xian's arrival very quickly. He flew over immediately and shouted. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at the area in front of him. What's the situation now? How long have they been fighting together? Dragon King, I don't know the exact time. Lin Niu shook his head. I discovered this metal elemental god by accident. I followed him for a while to see if there were any metal treasures inside. In the end, I discovered that the flame flower had also arrived. When the two elemental gods collided, a terrifying attack immediately occurred. Lin Niu replied. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at the battle ahead. The battle was extremely intense. The energy began to collide with each other. Flames and metal rays shot out in all directions. It looked spectacular.